What's up, dude bros? I can't even do surfer lingo as a goof, because I already unironically talk like that. Also, there was just a bunch of these cool shirts lying around. I'd be stupid not to take them. I do think someone's been leaving them for me, though. Like somebody left them here. I've gone on record before multiple times that summer is my least favorite of the 4 seasons, but that is an adult Andrew decision. Kid Andrew had a different opinion. I talk about this Kid Me character a lot. He's basically his own main character. But I've always liked the seasons tied in with big holidays and cooler weather. I'm not a hot weather guy. Hot shower guy, absolutely. I just don't mesh well with the sun. This looks more like Goku than like what I meant for it to look like. But summer is so cool as a kid because you get 3 whole months off of school. That's like 10 years to a kid. But as an adult, you never take a break. You never stop working. You just keep trudging on, barely making enough for yourself, much less a potential family that everyone's pressuring you to start up. You can't even start up this own life. You're just gonna be working and working, and you'll never retire, and then you're gonna work till you die. Anyway, but summer as a kid, sick, dude. Going to our grody public pool, being pawned off at the local park program that injured several children, being sent off to Bible school, that is a real thing we went to. Having 3 months just to hang out with friends is all you could ask for, because what would happen if I got 3 months off now? Who would it's not the same if it doesn't apply to everyone. Who would I hang out with? In the March video, I talked about these March Madness parties I would go to a lot as a kid, which had 5 or 6 different families with different assortments of different aged kids that were all put together in one room to see if we would survive. We had a couple Lord of the Flies situations under our belts. All that normal hanging out would eventually lead up to a vacation. The main thing that has shifted about me growing up is my opinion of the beach. I don't think I loved the beach, despite how much it looks like it, but I didn't dislike it. I love jumping the waves and playing in the sand and catching hermit crabs and wearing offensive Hawaiian iconography. One year I got a tiki head necklace and then proceeded to have a really, really bad year, but I lost the necklace, so I assumed, oh man, this overpriced vendor tiki head that's made of plastic must be still cursing me to this day. But probably not. I'm like 80% sure. But growing up and becoming an emo teen and then an annoying adult, I just don't love it anymore. I don't love having to clean off the sand that gets all over your body, and I'm significantly more grossed out by the ocean and the sun. Don't get me started on the sun. Which is paler, my hair or my skin? I don't know why I wrote it like that. Am I supposed to be pretending this is my real hair? Would anyone believe that? I did love seeing my friends that I would only see once a year on these vacations, and I would always cherish these memories. Just not the right parts of them. And yeah, I still have fond memories of these vacation beach trips. Sure, I remember the fun we had. I was a kid, and fun was in decaying supply. But if you asked me to this day what parts of these yearly vacations I remember the clearest, I would tell you when we all watched the Flapjack episode, The Foot Burn, for the first time because it had just premiered, and then we got on an actual trolley to get to the beach, and we kept quoting that episode. Watching the Adventure Time episode Henchman and being stoked that Marceline was back. Watching the Phineas and Ferb movie air together. Watching the last couple episodes of Revenge of the Island and then subsequently the Fred movie, and getting really into My Babysitter's a Vampire. Oh, that one year that Pokemon Go blew up, that was pretty fun. But the one memory I still have encased in my brain under a giant fort, preventing me from learning any new things like basic algebra or human emotions, is that one day in mid-July that the TV show Stoked premiered on the Cartoon Network. Sorry about that really long preamble, I just really had to get all that out. Now I never have to talk about it again. Probably. By this point, I've already covered 2 of Fresh TV's biggest shows, and I covered one of them twice. But their roster was an ever-imposing force in my childhood. Have I ever watched GarageBand? No, but I'm sure it exists. Over in Canada, Fresh TV released 3 animated shows all aimed at teens. 16, Total Drama Island, and Stoked. And then over in the... I was gonna say over in the West, but I guess Canada is already in the over across the pond. The US release order was a little different. Total Drama came first on Cartoon Network, and then 16 followed after and was marketed as from the creators of Total Drama, which is true, but if we are getting into semantics, technically 16 isn't from the creators of Total Drama. Total Drama is from the creators of 16. I don't think that makes a difference. 16 aired for the first time on Cartoon Network with its Halloween special where all the characters die. Tune in next time to see if they come back to life. It's like how the first Pokemon episode that aired in the West, saying the West works here, is the one where they all died in a boat crash, or at least that's the implication. Total Drama and 16 were powerhouses of the network at the time. When people talk about this era, the main thing they bring up is how few shows Cartoon Network actually made at the time. And I love this era, but they are right. Shows like Chowder had already premiered right before the era started, and then shows like George of the Jungle, Johnny Test, and all the other fresh TV shows were all over the network. They didn't make any of these shows. They technically didn't even make Clone Wars. They just distributed it. Also, they may or may not have aired thumb DVDs on the network. Who's to say? Who am I to out them publicly? But I can tell you, as a kid who was watching at that time, nobody cared. People still count Teen Titans as a Cartoon Network show, and they didn't make that either. Oh, but they appear in the City Bumps. Oh, where Total Drama and Clone Wars appear in the Nudes bumpers. But you guys don't like the Nudes bumpers because they're called Nudes bumpers. Why am I arguing? And who with? By summer 2009, it was time to add the third sibling to the Big Three. Also didn't exist before that. Stoked was actually the first of the Big Three where its US air date was remarkably close to the others. In Canada, Total Drama's first season aired an entire year ahead of time, and it continued this way until they eventually matched up until the US would eventually overtake them with air date. USA #1! But for those remarkable couple of years where it was already out in Canada, if you wanted to know what was going to happen in the show, you could just look it up. I distinctly remember sneaking downstairs late at night and hopping on the family computer and then going on YouTube and watching the final 4 episode with Mr. Coconut, and then getting yelled at. And not because I was spoiling myself, but because I was up late on the internet. I can't imagine my parents cared about the sanctity of Total Drama spoilers. I remember finally deciding that I didn't want World Tour spoiled for me, but I did want to listen to the songs, and the songs spoil the elimination order. I already talked about this, but it's really dumb. All-Stars was the only opportunity to finally avoid spoilers, but people found the elimination order anyway. Over in Canada, when they were actually created, 16 would air 4 years before Total Drama made it to Cartoon Network. Stoked would air its episodes in America really close to the original Canadian air dates, but then eventually they just kind of stopped airing them here. I didn't know the show had a second season until years and years later. We didn't get to see them. I imagine that's something to do with low viewership. People to this day still talk about Total Drama in 16. I don't hear as much love for the third child. Tale as old as time. All throughout the summer of 2009, we would get bumpers and teasers for this upcoming series, mostly revolving around this whale costume guy, who in the grand scheme of the show, doesn't actually show up that often. He was the icon on CartoonNetwork.com and the icon for the Up Next Nudes bumpers. One last thing and then I'll move on from Total Drama. I promise I mean it this time. I distinctly remember the icons for each season on CartoonNetwork.com because each season was listed as a different show. Island's icon was represented by Owen's head, which maybe isn't a spoiler because he was the most popular character. He was already all over the marketing. And then Total Drama Action's icon was Duncan's head, because he won that season, and I don't actually remember this. I might just be to fill in gaps with the other two, but I'm pretty sure World Tour's icon was also Heather's head. I think they spoiled it every time. After a couple months of teasers in between CN Real, Thursday, July 16th, 2009. While I was on vacation with family and friends, the first episode of Stoked aired on Cartoon Network after a new episode of Chowder and Flapjack and before the new to the US episode of Total Drama Action N16. Har Har Thursdays, the Thursday night comedy block that I mention from time to time, would alternate the hiatuses of shows so we would never have a week without any new content. So like whenever there weren't new episodes of Total Drama, there would always be new episodes of 16. When there weren't new episodes of Chowder, there would always be new episodes of Johnny Test and vice versa. Very rarely did we have a whole night of 5 new episodes, at least new to the US, but when we did, it was insane. Summer of 2009 was popping off. Sorry, I know this doesn't have anything to do with the show. But doesn't it? I need the full brunt of nostalgia. I need you all to understand how big of a deal and how magical this was for me at the time. So, episode 1 premiered in the US for the first time. But how did it go? The purpose of the first episode is to introduce setting and characters, or the first 2 episodes. Episodes 1 and 2 work in tandem together to set up the series. So in Canada, the episodes aired back to back. In Australia, episode 2 aired a day after the first one. In America, they aired a week apart, but I was already hyped. I didn't care. I just needed them to keep the hype train going. Before we get into the first episode, I've been talking for a long time. I know. I think we need to cover the theme song. Been waiting all year to be here, to ride the wave at the water frontier. Time to go big or go home, and I ain't going home. Fresh TV rarely misses with their theme songs, and this show in particular has a lot more licensed music than I remember. The intro sounds like a punk band of the time performed it, and then the episode transitions into I got your picture, I'm coming with you, dear Maria, coming. I don't even know if you can like hear this right now or if it's gonna get removed, but this is all-time low. This show is all-time low. I think I'm starting to understand where I got my taste in music from. I mean, look at this list of songs featured in the series. I mean, it makes sense considering how many music montages fill time on this show. Another thing I didn't remember, 3 characters, Finn, Reef, and Emma, pull up to the beach, each calling someone close to them to demonstrate their characters. Reef, the main dude with the Chad haircut, is the goof-off character. All the characters are here for a fun summer, but he's the least willing to work. Anything he could do to get out of work and surf, he will cross that line. He's also a big fan of women, but doesn't... how do I put this? Respect them very much? At least not to start with. Finn, the straight man of the group, but also the most outgoing. She's mainly there to push the other girls out of their comfort zone into adventure and keep Reef in check. Maybe there's something going on there. I mean, the title card in the intro shows them getting awfully close. Also, the font in the logo makes it look like the show is called Stoved. Emma, she's been a surfing fan from afar, but she's never actually stepped foot on a surfboard. Like me with skateboarding. She's the most timid and anxious of the original 3 and uses this summer job as an opportunity to come out of her shell. Also, you guys know I hate being the guy who points at the screen and says, "Oh, I know that voice. That's the voice from the other thing. I know you from other show." That's a lie. I love doing that.
It's just like the movie. There are surfers everywhere. Hi! And the ocean is so pretty.
It's ironic to me that the only original member of this group who can't surf is played by total drama Bridget.
Bridge? What you doing?
Just planning my summer, looking for vacation spots online. I'm thinking of catching some sweet waves at this resort.
Nice. That definitely beats my uber boring summer plans.
Curls, sand, sun. My tan so needs work.
I noticed.
Hey.
Wait a sec. Stoked?
What?
Babe, these are clips from Stoked.
We learned that apparently something called Gromfest starts in 12 weeks and 3 days, and that is seemingly why all these surf aficionados are here. They're here for a summer paradise on a gorgeous beach with killer waves and a luxury hotel. And then the bus pulls up.
Yo, dudes, all aboard for Surfer's Paradise Resort.
I remember this whale way more than anything else in the show. His name is Wipeout, and because he's an adorable, marketable mascot, he was all over the marketing for this show. Not only was he in nudes, I mean the white, we've been over this, man. Why do they call it that? And the icon on the website, but also he was in Flash games. I don't actually remember playing them on Cartoon Network's website. I remember them playing on Teletoon's website. That was my first introduction to VPNs, I think. That would have been a sick transition into an ad read, but people... I'm a brand risk, so they don't really reach out to me. I often forget that there's a real guy in there, like in canon, and it's not just an anthropomorphic whale.
You know, there's room in here for 2.
The main 3 and Wipeout are driven to the hotel in this whale bus by the Kahuna. The Kahuna is the cool adult that hangs out with these teenagers. It's a chill cliche if you don't think about it. The vibes are what carry the show. We'll see a lot more of that later because the writing's okay and it technically does look a little prettier, or at least more stylistic than the other Fresh TV shows, but the vibes are immaculate. Total Drama eventually stopped feeling like a summer camp, and 16's mall aesthetic kind of lost its luster near the end, but the short stint at this beach resort, oh my god, we'll get into it. We then cut to a destroyed luxury hotel room and meet another main character. This is Lo. She's my favorite, and has been since I was a kid. Maybe next to Wipeout. Lo is the rich heiress to a large luxury hotel chain. In the 2000s, this was a very popular character. That will not be the last sweet life similarity in this show. If only there was some string of words, or maybe even just one word that could describe how this show makes me feel.
Is it as epic as they say it is?
Best in the country. Double overhead most days. Hope you're ready to get worked.
Oh man, I am so stoked! So stoked!
Oh no, that wasn't it. It's pretty good, but it's not what I was thinking. Lo threw an insane rager in the hotel and disturbed all the guests. The hotel is absolutely trash as the new recruits get there. We meet the next main character, Broseph. He's the chill one. Every teen show must have the chill dude who everyone likes. It's written into the rule book. It is law. Broseph was taking a shirtless nap in the public fountain, as he is wont to do. And while he seems more experienced, it's also his first day. Chill dudes are really good at faking they know what they're doing. Apparently, Broseph was also at the Low hotel party. We see our first glimpse of this cartoony Tom and Jerry dumb shark and talking fish. It is a cartoon, after all, on the Cartoon Network. I hate to keep bringing up the other shows, but I think it's important in comparison to this. We've gotten this kind of cartoonish animal antics in the other shows, but they never spoke. They didn't talk.
Well, looks like fresh bait, huh? Time to get into character. Okay, wise guy, don't pop a gill.
It sounds like I'm complaining, but in reality, I am bracing this show for complaints. I'm having the time of my life. We see how the rest of the hotel has been thrown into disarray, and then we meet Johnny, the anxious doorman. He's the most senior and responsible of the group, which is also why he's the most anxious. He has the most to lose from their hilarious shenanigans. But he goes along with them because he really wants them to think he's cool. As a kid, I loved Wipeout and Lo, but as an adult, he may be my new favorite. I still really like Lo, though. And you know what? I like Wipeout. Never mind Johnny. These two are too good. We then meet Andrew Bomber, who the teens call Bummer because he's all of their superior. He's got a stick up his ass and is constantly breathing down the surfing teens' necks, but in all fairness, the owner seems like a psychopath. And we see some of his humanity later. He doesn't want to be a bummer, but he also doesn't want to go missing under mysterious circumstances. Weigh your options. We also see our first glimpse of the Marvin family. I hate them. I know they just seem like background characters, but they keep coming back, and every time worse than ever. Basically, the kind of family that complains about everything. These bummers are totally ruining our vibe by pushing us around and making us do our jobs.
I'm gonna throw in free surf lessons for the whole family.
Hey, hear that, kids? Who wants to go surfing?
We hate surfing. We want souvenirs.
Do you have a boogie board? I love boogie boards.
I don't like boogie boards. I like football.
When Bomber learns they're the new summer staff, he puts them to work cleaning the pool that Lowe's party destroyed. When he finally leaves them alone, the teens have enough time to tell each other their new jobs. Emma is a waitress in the dining room, which sounded terrible to me, but then we learn that it's pirate themed and everyone has to wear pirate costumes, and I would absolutely kill for this job. I don't care about being demeaned by mean customers at work if I'm in character. I'll make him walk the plank. As a kid, I fancied myself an up-and-coming pirate. I would basically only really watch SpongeBob and Flapjack and get really jealous that Patchy was labeled as SpongeBob's #1 fan because it should have been me, damn it. One time as a kid, I went on a pirate ship and we shot a potato out of a cannon and I met a kid without a big toenail. True story. And that's where part of the nostalgia comes from. As a kid on these vacations every year, I thought I was an epic pirate swashbuckling through beaches when in reality I was staying in rickety beach houses, and we'll get to that soon. I've never really been a beach guy, but watching this show as the planet is getting hotter and hotter, it really takes me back. I don't want to die. Reef is the guest surf instructor, which is the job Finn thought she was going to get. Johnny calls in the walkie so they can figure out what Finn's job is, and we learn her full name is Finn McCloud. Finn McCloud, that's the sickest name ever. Landmaster! And she's the maid. Obviously, she takes umbrage with this because it doesn't play into her proclaimed surfer skills.
Do you know who I am?
Yeah, you're the new maid.
I'm a 3-time junior international champion. I'm ranked number 56 in the world.
Yeah, in the girls category.
Oh, no, he didn't.
Dude, you've got a lot to learn about the real world.
This is also probably the show I picked up all my surfer lingo from as a kid, among other things.
So if you're man enough to enter, I'll be happy to show you just how much butt a girl can kick.
Bring it on, Betty.
Oh, I will. And don't call me Betty, Kook.
I looked up a Wikipedia list of slurs and they weren't on there, but I just want to be extra sure because Kook just doesn't sound right to me. I don't know why. We also get our first surfing montage set to music, starring a dude we do not know yet. I'm just gonna put a music montage counter up in the corner because there will be more. You expect me to fill 22 minutes with these dudes? Reef asked Johnny if he thinks Finn might be into him. He must have seen the title card. But it shows that he trusts Johnny right off the bat, or that he fundamentally trusts all men and just doesn't trust any woman. It might actually be that second one. Every time I say, oh, I don't want to talk about the ships, it makes my case so much worse. But I know enemies to lovers when I see it. It's my favorite one. Broseph pulls a sandwich out of his hair that he put there earlier as Lo attempts to manipulate her staff to clean everything for her, which she doesn't really have to do considering she's never worked a day in her life, and that is their job. I'm not saying she's not being a dick. I'm just saying she doesn't need to try. They already do this all the time. Lo's brother hits the waves as we get a longer music montage of him surfing and the new staff struggling to clean the hotel grounds. The counter is at 2. It is currently episode 1. The purpose of a montage is to convey a large stretch of time with multiple different sequences under a short amount of time, more often than not set to music. So I don't really know how to talk about these montages without just literally saying what happens in them, and this show uses a lot of licensed music, so from here on out, every time there's a montage, I'm adding it to the counter and then just telling you what happens in it. After the montage, we are introduced to the crummy beach house, and oh my god, this takes me back. Sandy furniture, rickety wooden boards, seagulls cawing, pebbles on the ground instead of an actual driveway, so if you walk outside without shoes, you're going to get injured. Ah, summer. As an adult, I still like spring and winter and fall because they have holidays and aesthetics that I really love. Summer is entirely nostalgia. What do adults get for summer? They get to sweat. Here's some advice, kids. First off, you shouldn't be watching this, but if you are, don't grow up ever. We meet 2 senior employees who have worked here before. They're technically different characters and have names, but they're introduced farting at each other, so I'm just gonna call them the Fart Brothers. It streamlines things. They let the new staff know that someone here is probably going to get fired, and we'll get back to that. And I'm saying that a lot recently. The dorms are separated by sexes. The girls hate the dinginess and the boys love it because boys rule and girls drool. I love the color blue. Race car. I almost missed when this first episode premiered as a kid because one of the Tinkerbell movies aired on the Disney Channel at the same time, and I was really torn on which one I wanted to watch more.
Girls' dorms upstairs. Finn, you're in 202. Emma, 203. Guys, mi casa e su casa. You're rooming with me.
Similar to En Fuego from the TWF, this show is the only reason I know what that phrase means. Finn gets a room to herself. And the cockroaches, but those don't count. While Emma rooms with a goth girl. And considering, you know, me, you would think I would remember this character. I have no recollection of this girl even existing.
Oh, what is that smell? Did you smell skunk?
Oh, I get it. Yeah, this is the exact kind of girl I would have loved as a teenager. And probably given money to. But not anymore, baby. No love left in this heart.
Oh, these couches smell like surf wax.
Wow, you really love surfing, huh?
Yes, I mean, I think so. I've never tried it before.
What? Are you serious?
The episode ends as the new staff is about to go surfing, but is then called to work as the screen fades and we see to be continued in the Premiere Pro default font. This aired at the perfect time for me. I was in real time at a dingy little beach house making memories I didn't think I would actually remember or be important as an adult as I point at the screen and go, that me, that me. By the time the second episode, the second part of this 2-parter opening would air, I was already back home. And things were normal. But I could still keep those memories and that feeling of that dingy little beach house by watching the show where they live in a dingy beach house that ended on a cliffhanger last time. As a kid, waiting a week is like a death sentence. On a schedule that was mostly dominated by new live action shows at the time, and Flapjack had gone on hiatus, there was Stoked. And new episodes of Total Drama and 16 and Chowder, but you get my point. The female workers at the dining hall must wear what they call the wench costume, which they could have called something else. All the teens have to wear varying degrees of embarrassing uniforms, but there's no such thing as a not embarrassing uniform. They're all inherently embarrassing. Show the video of when I was working at that movie theater and they made me wear those alien ears for the Men in Black movie that nobody saw. Lo struggles to clean the hotel room she trashed with her party as we're treated to music montage number 3 as the new staff gets acclimated to their new job. Lo's parents show a lot about her. Her mom is very lenient and wants to be cool with the youth as she wears the outfit that one mom from Mean Girls did and does the same thing. Cliches tend to write themselves. But then she's called into her dad's office as bootleg Godfather music plays. We never get to see the owner's face, and sorry for making you wait earlier when I said like, oh, we'll talk about Sweet Life again. This is what I was talking about. They do the same bit. That's really the only thing. And they did it first. The owner decides the best punishment would be making his daughter finally work for her money, so he cuts her off and makes her work with the staff. And that's where we get our final main character recruited. After all that embarrassment and uniforms and more embarrassment, the staff is finally off work, so they decide to get their first surf in.
What is that? You were right. There was a skunk in here.
You expect me to believe that? She was telling the truth? Emma breaks down as some of the teens leave to go surf. Broseph is the only one to stay and comfort her and take her someplace to make her feel better. Reef and Finn are caught surfing and are put on hallway babysitting duty. Lo sulks in staff housing as Johnny greets her and tries to get her to work. There are many different ways to watch the show. You could buy it on YouTube, or you could watch it on YouTube for free, and I did the latter, but I was almost tempted to buy the official version because something seemed really off about this hallway scene. Reef and Finn hang up their calls and then vent to each other, and there's this ocean noise in the background. Initially, I just thought it was put there intentionally because they're at a beach resort, but then it just keeps getting louder and louder until it completely drowns out what they're saying.
My best friend's lame-o job just got awesome, and my awesome job stinks. That's what. Should we be doing anything?
I just say, let them tire themselves out.
Cool.
Like, I know I have bad hearing, but you guys can hear this too, right? Was this only a problem with this version, or was it just an error in editing that's in all of them where they put the background noise too loud? I just had to mention it because it was driving me nuts. I was darting around the room like a startled cat. Broseph teaches Emma to surf, and Lo gets acclimated to her new dingy living conditions. The senior staff lets Johnny know that Bomber was looking for Emma, and she's probably the one about to get fired. But I think Johnny has a little crush on Emma. Ooh. We get the 4th music montage as Broseph teaches Emma to surf, and Johnny fucks with the evaluations to switch Emma's poor scores with the emo girl. Also, these fresh TV shows have their own aesthetic, and they very rarely look good. And maybe I'm biased, but the lighting and shading of the background and the water in this montage looks gorgeous to me. Surfing at sunset is unmatched. Not that I would know. And I don't dislike the character designs at all. I like how all the fresh TV shows have very specific silhouettes for each character so you can tell them apart from a glance. But the backgrounds blow the character designs out of the water. Get it? Also, what the fuck, Johnny? No wonder I didn't remember this goth girl. She gets fired in the first 2 episodes. You got a 10 out of 10 on her evaluation. Now she's gone? She gets voted off total drama style. I think at the time they were trying to shake off the total drama content they were making at the time because this still feels very much like that.
Listen up, people. As you may have guessed, I have the unfortunate duty of sending one of you home today.
And then they end the episode roasting marshmallows around a campfire. A beach campfire, but a campfire nonetheless. These vibes are unmatched. It looks so cozy, you know? Like I want to exist there. It's really hard to describe, but I mean, you guys get it, right? Internet reviewer / analysis struggles to put words to his thoughts. But before the episode ends, Lo becomes Finn's new roommate, and then Emma's room is boarded off in quarantine zone, so now she's also Finn's new roommate. So that's how the show starts. I promise I'm not just gonna go step by step explaining the plot of every episode, but these episodes are integral to setting up the series. Now we know Reef, Finn, Emma, Broseph, Lo, Johnny, Bomber, Wipeout, and the Fart Brothers. Oh, and the talking fish and shark. The fish can only talk to the shark. I don't think anyone else can hear him.
Yeah, I don't get it. So, like, can the family understand the baby, or what's the deal with that?
And episode 2 finishes all the setup we need for the series going forward. Finn and Reef hate each other, but maybe don't? Reef has the job she wants and is bad to girls in general. And we learn that Johnny has the ability and the power to play with everyone's lives, like there's little playthings to get closer to Emma. Broseph is cool. He's nice and chill. Emma is new to this life, but is the most determined to stay, despite being canonically the worst at her job. Worse than the 2 guys who bail to surf all the time and also fart on each other. And Lo has been banished to working and living with the peasant folk because she disappointed her mob boss faceless father. Of course we get more relationships formed and conflicts that build over time, but why are we sitting here talking about it? Let's just go do it. Whether it's a shopping mall, summer camp, dating, or prom, these Teletoon Fresh TV shows know how to capture that teenage experience. Because they're not like American shows that are for teenagers, where they're actually just for children to romanticize the idea of teenagers to them. These shows were actually made for teenagers. So they get to cover a rarely tackled subject, and probably the worst part about being a teenager, hazing. Yay! The seniors, made up of Lo's brother, the Fart Brothers, Johnny, and this girl we don't know the name of, surf in a very special surfing spot known as The Office, and are keeping its location a secret. But if the new recruits do everything the seniors say, they will reveal the spot to them. And Wipeout is lumped in with the new recruits despite greeting them when they showed up in costume with a pre-prepared dance number. Must have been prepping all summer for that.
If you resist, you'll just make it worse. You will do anything a senior tells you to do today. If one of us tells you to bark, you say,
woof?
If one of us tells you to jump, you say,
woof?
Montage number 5 consists of Reef trying to find the office so he doesn't have to do the initiation. Also, Wipeout is there. Aww. He wants to help. I understand why all these new recruits and Wipeout want to find the office. They obviously want to surf there. But why does Lo care? Follow-up question, doesn't she live there year-round? How would she not know where this is? I guess she avoids work most of the episodes anyway. It's where she learns, and by extension we learn, that Emma is interested in Lo's brother. Her brother, one of the seniors who is currently involved in the hazing that's happening to them. Girl we don't know makes Emma get down on one knee and propose to him, and she freaks out like this is embarrassing, even though he knows all the details. He saw her explain this to him. This isn't that out of the ordinary. Considering the other punishments, it's not that bad. Also considering other fresh TV cringe that I can't stomach, pretty basic. I get really bad secondhand embarrassment despite having a steady diet of only watching cringe compilations in middle school. There are legitimately parts of Total Drama to this day that I still skip because I cannot handle.
Ask me again in about 10 years. Do you smell fish?
This exact thing has happened to me before. I'm really bad with the whole social cues. Johnny is put in charge of torturing Broseph, but he still wants the cool guy to think he's cool, so he goes easy on him. And by easy on him, I mean nothing. But the other seniors want to make him wear the suit.
We just came up with the perfect idea for Broseph.
The suit. That costume reeks. You know, last week someone puked in there?
I better go check on Reef. That's my suit from last week.
New favorite character. He was already my favorite character before, but now it's just proven. Broseph is also using Johnny's huge crush on Emma as blackmail, which is both very unlike Broseph, and where did this come from? Was it worth screwing over the goth girl? Reef still attempts to find the office and relays his plan to Finn, which, considering the potential endgame for these characters, aww.
He must have something in there, a video or a map or something that shows us where it is. They're standing right behind me, aren't they?
She's right behind me, isn't she?
Then the patented fart brothers live up to their name by farting in Reef's face. Remember earlier when I said they're really struggling to shake off the Total Drama isms? The whole rest of this episode is seeping with Total Drama. They start framing the hazing as challenges and make the newbies eat disgusting food, which if that isn't Total Drama, I don't know what is. I mean, our 6th montage is modeled around the new recruits having a surf covered in petroleum jelly. And then the 7th music montage is even more challenges. I swear to God, these montages are like 3 minutes apart. The final challenge, and yes, it's framed as a challenge, dumpster diving for a prize that will win them the location of the office. But the newbies want to give up by this point. They draw the line at fresh garbage, but they're okay with other garbage and also getting farted in the face. But Emma is the one to talk them back into it. She inspires the team to put their inhibitions aside. They've made it too far to give up now. And it even reaches low. She's grown closer to Emma throughout the episode and is inspired by her words. The rich heiress who's never worked a day in her life puts it all aside and jumps in a dumpster with her new best friends. It's worth noting that while Lo did throw a massive party, it's unclear whether or not she actually has friends. These co-workers may be her first ever friend group, legitimately. And then they unlock the office stage and we get our 8th music montage, the 3rd in this episode, to set the vibes of the new secret spot. Not that I'm complaining, makes my job a whole lot easier. The episode ends with Johnny paying for going easy on Broseph by wearing the fresh puke suit, as Broseph gets off scot-free. Like, Broseph blackmailed Johnny in this episode and then stood by and just relaxed while his friends were being tortured. The scene where they eat grasshoppers and worms, it's set up like Broseph is gonna stand up, drop his lie, and help them, but then the scene ends? Why are his friends not more mad about this? Regardless, we could say we learned a lot about our characters this episode. Except for that one girl who I don't remember her name. I think they said it, but I didn't catch it, so. You guys ready for another installment of Emma Ruins Everything for Everyone? This week's episode consists of Emma's pursuit of Lo's brother, Ty. That's his name. See, I am learning some names. Very simple names in this family. Why waste more letters when 2 gets the job done? And Reef having to train a gross old man how to surf when he wanted to feel up chicks. Aw. I mean, what does Emma see in this guy anyway?
Is that your brother?
You mean the AV Club president? Ty is obsessed with making surf videos. He wants to make a career out of it or something. He's such a nerd.
I get it now. Broseph has proven to be close to Johnny and Emma, but the strongest bond on the show so far is between Lo and Emma. The girls in general are a lot closer than the boys, but Finn is more reserved with her feelings. I mean, her name's fucking Finn McCloud. It helps that they all work the same job. Work in quotation marks. Emma does all the work, and Lo makes her job harder. Lo also gives Emma terrible advice. She tells her the way to land a guy is to make him jealous. The best way to make sure a guy will ask you out on a date is if he thinks you're in a relationship already, and will not do that. Emma is doing doing her job well until Ty forgets her name and she destroys every plate in existence. Like, that had to have been their entire stock. That's so many. Emma is a walking ball of embarrassment and anxiety. She's everything I fear I might be. Johnny, the nice guy, tries to profess his love and ask her out as she's picking up broken porcelain glasses off the ground, but she doesn't get the message. Lo tries to get out of work multiple times until the manager girl I still don't know the name of catches her. She puts her to work scraping gum off the bottom of the tables while reading a magazine about Sora from Kingdom Hearts? I told you this show understands teenagers, teenage girls specifically. I'm not quite sure how these kids get so much break time. Like, yeah, I know they're underage and there's labor laws, but Reef works as an instructor and Finn is a maid. Those have very specific job hours, but why does your one bellhop and one waitress get to leave whenever they want? Are they just closed after that? Anyway, Emma uses her state-mandated break to go fishing for guys she can use to make the film nerd jealous, which is huge dick move, right? Like, I know I'm separated from being a teenager, it's been years, but like, this isn't strictly a teenage thing. Like, forget using a guy to make someone else jealous and the idea of liking someone and wanting to make them jealous. You're just picking up a guy and pretending to like them to get another guy. This is like, not uniquely evil, but it's definitely cold for what is supposed to be, I think, our most likable character. And I promise I'll cut it out with the, oh, I knew that voice was from the other thing, because I keep doing it. And it's only episode 3, but...
You been surfing long?
Oh, yeah. About a week.
No way. You're a natural, dude.
I mean, they keep having him say dude. Like, that's his thing. Our 9th music montage is so short, I don't even know if I should count it, but it is just animation set to music to convey the passage of time, so it counts. And then Emma makes everyone's lives harder, again, by showing the new guy the office. You know, the office. Like the secret surfing spot they went through an episode's worth of torture to find that only they could have. That, the office. And then we get a full music montage of the dude ruining everyone's night. Thanks, Emma. Also, now we're up to 10. Double digits. Woohoo, yeah! This is episode 4. And of course, the new dude brings a bunch of his friends next time to set up camp on the beach. And of course, everyone is mad, especially Johnny, but that's just because he's jealous. So technically, I guess Lo's advice did work. And then we get another montage of everyone being mad. 11. And one of the angry mob members is Lo's brother, so you royally blew this one, Emma.
Lo, the lady on the North Beach diet says you gave her a cheeseburger and fries?
She looked hungry.
I love it. Our 3 plots convene near the end, which is always my favorite story structure. Also, for a 22-minute show, each episode tends to have about 3 plots, which is more than 2. Considering how many characters they have a lot of different combination potential. Lo tries to fake the chickenpox to get out of work, which is a weird sickness to choose. You could have just been normal sick. But the parrot that she's been venting and scheming at all day sells her out, parroting what she said. And no, I don't actually know the breed of bird, but it parrots. I'm calling it a parrot. I'm tired of you guys complaining about me getting birds wrong. It happens in every video. Can you just leave me alone? I'm trying to feed my family. Reef finally gains the respect of the gross old man by standing up to him, which is what he wanted all along. And then he sends him out to sea and he almost drowns. Emma attempts to throw the invaders off the trail of the office by moving trees and rocks, but they just use their phone maps to find it, which is really funny. Johnny is the only one that doesn't currently want to kill Emma, sorry. Doesn't want to vote her off the island, sorry. Isn't in a big fight with her. So he uses Reef's new old man respect for his plan. They bring the gross old guy to the office and claim all the seniors are gonna come there now. He shows the kids his dick and balls and they run off. Oh, Grandpa. You really shouldn't do that. And all is well, except that Lo's plot doesn't really convene or get solved. Oh well.
You are such a good friend. Now Ty won't hate me anymore.
What are friends for?
Nice guys finish last.
I know I said the first 2 episodes were the only big setup ones, but like Total Drama, this show is surprisingly more serialized than you would think. It's like the middle point between Total Drama and 16. You don't have to watch them in order, but you will be rewarded if you do. And I mean, they all aired in perfect order anyway. In Canada. Over here, we got kind of lost, but we'll get into that a little later. All we need to focus on right now is that Lo is officially working in the dining hall. I think. Whenever we went on these yearly vacations, I always hated this idea of mandatory fun. Like, we can't just sit and chill. We have to go to this restaurant. We have to go go-karting. We have to go mini-golfing. As an adult, I get it. Our parents would work year-round to get that 1 week off and save up enough money to splurge and fit everything into this 1 week of relaxation and fun. But that means there's no time to stop and chill for a while, and that was always my favorite part of vacation. Hanging around in the surprisingly frigid living room, sitting on the beach, or seeing a movie. I'm letting you guys know this right now. I think it's okay if I just say it out loud. This is not an objective review at all. I am completely nostalgia blinded by this, and I'm really just going to talk about nostalgia and memories more than the actual show. Not talking about how the show is written. I'm just talking about how it makes me feel. So if you want an objective review, it's okay. A beach movie theater just has this different kind of feeling. Like, of course they're gonna have a movie theater there. It's a popular area. But in a week where you're not allowed to stop and chill, dedicating potentially 3 hours during a night just to see a movie, it was always really cool. At least for me. I just needed to preface all of that because a majority of this episode is set in a beach resort movie theater, or just like a beach adjacent movie theater, and I wouldn't really be able to just put into words why it means a lot to me or why it gives me this very specific feeling without explaining how I relate to it or why I think that. This is our first major something's going on with Finn and Reef episode, but it won't be the last. One of our 3 plots to varying degrees of importance revolves around Finn catching Reef picking up a girl using lines from a cheesy 80s surfing movie. Literally everything these people consume is surfing related. Finn seeks to out Reef for the good of womankind, but the other main girls aren't convinced. Broseph, Reef, and Johnny are all cool with each other, but like, not really. Broseph just took advantage of Johnny in a previous episode, and Reef just kind of tends to have his own stories. The relationship between the 3 girls is the best in the show. So far. Lo and Emma are suspicious about how obsessed Finn is with Reef's new girl and how they got together. They prod and theorize that maybe she may have feelings for him, maybe. Speaking of confusing feelings, in the inverse of last week's episode, Johnny doesn't understand Emma's advances, or rather lack thereof. Everything about this episode fringes on this surfer movie night. The crew decide to go into town to catch a surfing movie because it's all they think about. And luckily, the kahuna shows only surfing movies 24/7 because he never got out of his infamous teenage surfing phase that plagues all the kids in this radius. It's like a sickness. How many surfing movies can there be anywhere? How many can you show in a 24-hour period where you don't repeat any? The beach theater does have a certain vibe to it. It does feel like a movie theater, but it isn't a normal movie theater with multiple different theaters and multiple different showings. The bad kids even show up. We've upgraded from an episode with 3 storylines where 2 of them are important to an episode with 4 storylines where 3 of them are important. The awful family I warned you about earlier lets their rotten kids roam around and fuck with everyone. Emma gives them hot dogs, baking soda, and vinegar they order at the beginning of the episode, and she doesn't find this suspicious at all. Man, these kids have weird cravings. So of course they explode. One of the 3 music montages in this episode consists of evil rat kids torturing everyone. Mostly Wipeout. Heavy is the head that wears the whale costume. And yes, I did say 3 music montages added to the counter. I feel like we have a quota we gotta hit. It's episode 5. All that on top of the A, B, C, and D plots. It's legitimately impressive they have any time for all of this. But that would explain why the other 2 surfing montages are significantly shorter. Anyway, the kids dump popcorn all over Lo and make Broseph pee his pants, which he doesn't seem super bothered by. I only bring up the awful family and the awful kids because it proves that this movie theater that exclusively shows surfing movies is open to the public. It's not just like a teenage staff thing. If I didn't have to make that point, I may not have even brought it up. Johnny believes Emma has asked him out on a date to the movie, but he is mistaken, as she has eyes for another. Broseph picks up on this and then proceeds to not let him know at all. I'm starting to think that Piss Pants isn't a good friend at all. Everyone wants to bring a date to the surfer movie night. I call it surfer movie night. It's 24 hours. Reef brings the girl he picked up using cheesy movie lines, so Finn bribes the kahuna to play the exact movie Reef took the quotes from, outing him in front of his date. That's a lot of effort to go through for someone you don't like. She bribes him by offering to wash his bus because he doesn't take money. Even at the movie theater, he only takes trades, which if it is open to the public is both very strange and very based of him. It would also explain why all the movies he shows are from the 80s. They do have a concession stand though. While the girls are having another one of their secret girl meetings, see, I understand women, Lo and Emma get on Finn for possibly liking Reef, and they consider the possibility of stealing clothes from the room they're cleaning to wear to the movie. Emma, the straight-laced one of the group, scoffs at this until she sees Ty bringing a date and she immediately changes her moral compass. I mean, what are the odds the person they stole from will even know they took them? The odds are exponential, but that won't stop this show. It turns out the dresses actually belong to the girl Reef lied to. If this isn't a classic sitcom misunderstanding shenanigan, I don't know what I meant by that. That was way too many words. Johnny strikes out. Finn's girl breaks it off after figuring out that he used movie lines, warns the girls that if the dresses aren't there by the time she gets back that she's gonna get them fired, and Broseph pees his pants. All is well. The girls get away with the kahuna and his bus, which is apparently the only form of transportation out of town, so the movie date dress girl won't beat them. Yet again, another horrifying implication. Does the kahuna secretly run this town? Why is he in charge of every piece of the economy? While the girls sneak back, the boys will be boys and drop up all their sadness to watch the rest of the movie because it's cool. Finally, positive representation of boys will be boys. Whenever I'm depressed, just take me to a movie theater. I'll light up like a dog and run around in circles. I've really been on my best behavior, especially when it comes to mentioning total drama, despite mentioning it in like every video this year so far. But there's so much that you notice, and of course it makes sense, but you still notice it. Like how they use the generic spy stock music they always use for these shows. They all get off scot-free, but Andrew, wasn't there a fourth subplot that was equally as important? The kids create a pepper explosion that Emma is the recipient of, and Johnny won't stand for it. But he does stand up to the parents, and they claim that they won't stand for this. Now, I wrote stand way too many times in this sentence. They won't stand for this and will never come back. Too bad they didn't get it in writing. Forget about Johnny and Emma. I like this because we finally get to see some Andrew Bomber humanity. The kids made his life hell too, but he has to pretend to care that they're leaving. I just want him to be calm and happy, okay? After being born with such an unfortunate name. I know, right? Andrew. Well, I'm glad that that family's gone forever and is definitely not coming back ever. Right, guys? Apparently, the kahuna is also a meteorologist because he determines that the biggest wave of the decade is about to hit the beach way before the weather reporters figure it out. El Deuterino was its name, and apparently it showed up only once before, and the fully haired up man who surfed it was on the cover of every surfing magazine. He lets Broseph and Reef know that because they happen to be the two closest surfers to him and also potentially his best friends. Other episodes try and set up a friendship. This episode just starts out exclaiming it. Broseph and Reef are closer than brothers, but it's possible that's just how they view every dude friend. I was about to go on a tangent on how every Fresh TV animated show, or even just all the Fresh TV shows in general, have this clear, like, streamline, like, oh, boys are this way and girls are this way, and they don't act any different. But to be fair, like, every show in the 2000s acted like that. Not even the animated ones, or not even the ones for kids. But the two brothers can't decide which of them deserves to surf the big wave. It turns out neither of them will be able to, because Bomber lets the staff know that there's a hotel reviewer on the way. The staff must wait on this man hand and foot to make his stay the best and yield a positive review. The workers aren't super stoked. About this, except for Lo, who believes this good review will be the thing that gets her back in her dad's good graces, so she doesn't have to work at this loser job with the loser staff, who can hear her. She sets the table perfectly, but Bomber lets her know that he's reserved the reviewer a window seat, so the girls move the table away from the open window that isn't there in the previous shot. It's cool, don't worry about it, that's my job. Hey look, it's the kids of that terrible family that promised they would leave. Damn it.
You want to play that way? We got a floater!
It's a floater!
Did it work?
Man, El Deuterino!
Hey, Bellhop, nice monkey suit.
Can we get back to the plot, please? Well, this is the plot, as Broseph manages to convince the kids to pretend to be him so he can surf the wave, except that isn't really the plan. He just wants them to do his job. It's Bomber who thinks these two kids in a trench coat is Broseph. I like to think it's more of a Vincent Adult Man cartoon situation than it is racism. Reef attempts to join Broseph, but he doesn't have a foolproof plan like him. The bit is that these kids and the staff keep giving this guy the best hotel experience ever while pissing off this balding dude. But in a twist in the middle, it's revealed that, oh no, he was the reviewer. Who could have seen this coming? We get a music montage of chasing the real reviewer down to kidnap him, Always Sunny style. And Bob's Burgers, I think. In a stroke of absolute charity, he gives them another chance. And they blow it again, but this time in the form of a music montage. It makes it more digestible. The big climax pits brother against brother as Reef and Broseph duel over who gets to surf the ultimate wave as lightning cracks in the background. Epic. And I don't use the word epic lightly. Okay, now one of you get all the times I've said epic before as a goof. I don't have the wherewithal. Also, while you're at it, draw fan art of me with huge muscles and also make fan cams of me set to Bad Boy by Cascada and She-Wolf by Shakira. Until the final hour, the kahuna reveals that the man who surfed El Deuterino back in the day was the balding reviewer man, back when he had hair. I remember when I had hair. It's fine, it was worth it. Everyone thought it was really cool and funny. The plots convene again as they let the reviewer take the wave to win back his good favor. I gotta say, it's a breath of fresh air to only have an A and B plot like a normal show. But we do get one more montage of him surfing. I totally lost count of what the number is, but you'll see it right now. And we end on him sitting around a campfire and chilling with the teens as he agrees to give a good review. It wasn't the luxury hotel or the dedicated waitstaff or the clean bathrooms. It was the down and dirty sand, water, and dinky little shack. Kind of like the show itself. I don't even need to continue this because it's the perfect meta-contextual analysis of the show Stoked itself. But it'd be weird to stop at this episode, so I'm gonna keep going. It isn't fantastically written or has the best character designs or acting or sound design, but God, are the vibes perfect. I know I'm an internet reviewer and it's really important for me to like put words to my opinions and why I feel things and not just be over dramatic and be like, oh, I feel this, I feel that. But there's no such thing as an objective review, and I can't describe why vibes make me feel a certain way or even what vibes are, but I know it when I see it and I know it when I feel it, and I imagine you guys do too. It's like this shirt. Pretty sick shirt, right? People like to throw the word vibe around when they don't know how to describe how they feel about something, but this is the only example where I will let it slide because it's me and not someone else. I've heard people watching shows solely for the vibes, and although I don't want to get on someone's case for watching a show out of comfort, whatever makes you comfortable, I always err on the side of misbelief. Except for now, the show has excellent vibes and I will not accept any opinions to the contrary. I don't need to keep watching the show. I've made my point, but I will for you. You're welcome.
Surf instructor is right up there with Alaskan crab fisherman on the tough job scale.
Hey, at a beach resort, I'm an essential service.
How the fuck am I an essential worker? Hope you guys are ready for another Finn Reef episode. We're going through these fast. And I know I am. It's gonna be a lot of this for a while, so you might as well just give in, give up, and hop in. We knew from the beginning that Finn wanted to be the hotel surfing instructor before the job was given to Reef, and she finally gets the opportunity to do so and prove her skills when Reef injures himself by breaking his pinky toe. Hence the name Hang 9, and boy was I wrong. I don't know why I thought this, and why I never thought the contrary until literally right now, but whenever I heard Hang 10, I always assumed it was like, your fingers? I mean, to me it makes more sense than toes, but nobody like, yay, I'm surfing. Edit me surfing right now, me. Except it's just gonna be a torso. Because what are you hanging? You're hanging off the board. And this is great for Finn, who does not feel bad at all, because Reef is an unpleasant person to be around. We're about to get 2 episodes counting this one, so we're about to get 1 episode that bring Finn and Reef together. The next episode is about Reef coming to terms with Finn as a woman and realizing that she can be better than him at certain things. And just stop being sexist. But not this episode. This episode is about Finn making a sacrifice for Reef. The long and short of it is that after doubting herself and then getting a pep talk from Emma, Finn does a really good job, a much better job than Reef ever could. I think it's cute that Reef is excited about missing work and then gets bored and lonely, so he goes to work and offers to help his friends as they dismiss him like a little brother. Speaking of little brother, the B plot, and thank God we've downgraded to 2. It's far more manageable. I hope it sticks. Loa's little brother is bossing her around and trying to pick up chicks, so she goes out of her way to embarrass him. Due to Finn now working as the surf instructor, there's an opening in the maid service. Bomber tells Rosie, oh, this character's name is Rosie. I thought I could go the whole show without naming this character, but she's not as worthless as the other senior girl whose name we don't know, even though we know Rosie's. I think she died last episode. Weather incident. Bomber tells Rosie to find some help, but they must be 16 to coincide with child labor laws. So Rosie turns around and hires 2 12-year-old boys, and they aren't even in a trench coat this time. Rosie supports child labor. We're learning so much about this new character. The little brothers make the biggest mess ever, which leads to Lo having to clean it before her father gets back. I feel like if you went to any of my scripts and then Control F'd and look for the phrase, we'll come back to this later, it probably shows up like hundreds of times. We'll come back to this later. Reef is dejected by how good Finn is at his job, but at least it couldn't get any worse.
I mean, it's not like a busload of swimsuit models just pulled up looking for surf lessons.
Yo, Finn, a busload of tropical tan swimsuit models just pulled up, and they need surf lessons.
We get an incredibly short montage of Reef thinking about swimsuit models. Listen, buddy, we gotta hit our quota. In my script, I have written, listen, bussy, but I can't imagine that's what I meant. But how do the models feel about this? Do they have character or any thoughts at all? Bomber lets the gang know that he's going to fire Reef because he's only really good for surf instructing and now there's someone better. So the conflict comes down to if Finn is willing to abandon her dream to keep the guy she hates around. But Reef, potentially for the first time in his life, apologizes to Finn and admits that she is better Foreshadowing. If I yell it really loudly, then you'll remember. So she decides she wants to help him. She sets him up to look cool and gets the models to cheer for him. Conceptually, it's cool and all, but I just wish we could see this scene conveyed in music form. It's another montage. I don't know why I'm being coy about it. Bomber still says he's gonna fire Reef until Finn quits, putting herself in harm's way to save a person she potentially cares about. And then Bomber turns around and fires her, and Reef says nothing. He doesn't stand up for her. Is anyone in this group of friends an actually good friend? It turns out the best friend is accidentally low as she learns of her brother's shenanigans and tosses a loaded trash bag out of a multi-story window. Bomber is nearly crushed by this bag, but Finn pushes him out of the way and saves his life. Were you guys ever told back in the day that if you threw a quarter or dropped a quarter off the Empire State Building, when it would land and hit someone on the head, it would kill them? Because I was. Imagine being that guy. How do you explain that to their family? Another day, another nickel. Reef claims that Finn saved his life, which they think is enough to pay her back, but I think he put that together. Thanks, I guess, for saying the thing he thought. At the end of the day, Finn gave up her dream job to keep this pathetic little man around for at least another week longer. How interesting.
At the new Stoked magazine?
Yes! Lane Beachley scored the cover.
So what's the big deal?
It's a big deal because girls almost never score the cover of surf magazines.
It's so not right.
That's because they suck compared to guys.
No, he didn't.
Watch a fresh TV show, any episode, and take a drink every time this exact scene happens. Oh, but not of this. You will not guess what I put inside this. Ezekiel's influence is far-reaching. Reef and Finn are having a surf-off for the sexes. The stakes have never been higher. If she loses, they all lose their right to vote. Permanently. And they do some cute tickling and kicking directly into balls. You know, teenagers. Until they come up from their breath-holding sub-competition to find that they are lost at sea. The show is about to take a very dark turn. Oh, now I remember. How could I forget? This is the cannibalism episode. This is also time to bring up again the backgrounds of this series. I feel like I'm going to be laughed out of the building if I describe this show as pretty, but I like it aesthetically. Like this shirt. They easily could have just slapped the color blue back there, but it's such a static scene that I think it would have looked off. But it isn't just in the scene, the show is seeping with these things. It's a shame that the one you're looking at me right now, potentially behind me, is probably in like at most 360p. The two surfers end up on a deserted island, and did anyone else see that one episode of Jimmy Neutron?
I did. I saw that one. You could still tell us about it, though.
The episode where Jimmy and Cindy are stranded together and have to fend for themselves. They argue and compete at first, but as they get more dire and full of adrenaline, they start to grow closer. Without the pressure from the others to always hate each other, they can be themselves and they start to develop deep feelings for each other. That is, until their friends rescue them and all is set back to the status quo. Or is it? The only difference is this version of the episode involves peeing on a girl's leg.
I think I got stung by a jellyfish!
For real? Cool!
Ow! Don't just stand there! Do something! Ow! Ow! Ow!
Well, there's only one thing to do to help a jellyfish sting. You have to pee on it.
What? No way! That can't be!
Oh, it be, sister.
If you're lying, I will kill you. I don't think I can pee on my own foot.
A guy could do that.
You're right. Women can create life, give birth, feed a baby, but men can pee on their own foot.
Teenagers love this stuff. I understand kids today. They're all into getting stepped on and peeing on each other. Remember earlier when I said the only reason I know the saying mi casa es su casa is because of this show? The only reason I know about this jellyfish thing, peeing on a leg, is also because of the show. Or just peeing on wherever you get stung. What if you got stung? You know what? Never mind. Unfortunately, I've never been able to experience this in my real life. My life is so boring. What the fuck is happening? Now, I'm not saying that Stoked ripped off Jimmy Neutron. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that explaining that episode is the best way to convey this episode. But this is an important character moment for both of them. Mostly Reef, who puts his constant joking demeanor aside to make a deal. He won't ever bring up the whole pee thing as long as Finn shares the food, all the fish caught, with him. They open up to each other about potentially never being found, and they may very well die here. Finn then chimes in that it would be nice to kiss someone one last time if they're going to die. Which, girl, like, you could just ask, dude. You don't have to make dumb excuses. I don't buy that at all. If I'm dying, the last thing on my mind is, oh man, I could really go for a makeout sesh right now. No, don't kill yourself. You're so sexy. The rest of the crew do manage to find them, revealing that they were on a resort island the whole time, by accident while trying to look for the broken legacy board. Oh yeah, there's a B plot, I forgot. Lo impresses her dad by landing a big tour show for the hotel. She gets a dude to bring a bunch of vintage surfboards used by legends. Throughout the episode, Lo uses Emma's niceness and will to not be the worst friend of the group to get her to do her work. Emma notices this a couple times but doesn't really get enough until the end.
We're home! We're safe! Yeah!
Okay, I have no idea what they're talking about, but they're totally dating.
Oh, fully.
This is the best part about this is probably why I shipped it so hard as a kid. Nobody wants to see these two together more than these two. Maybe me, but that was a long time ago. I'm a married man now. But Emma knows the only way to prove that she isn't the worst friend ever is to out the real worst friend, Broseph. While she's put in charge of the board, she claims she needs to go pee really bad, so she leaves Broseph alone to watch the boards. Broseph has paranoid delusions of the board speaking to him, and the kahuna enables and eggs him on because he needs another crazy surfer to stay on the island forever to help fuel his blood powers. Broseph, of course, takes the board out to ride and gets eaten by a shark, so the surfboard display guy blames Lo, who blames Emma, who blames Broseph. Maybe they're all bad friends. I may have paraphrased a little, but I like my headcanon better. Just now realizing there's a lot of pee in this episode. While looking for the other pieces of the board that were mostly swallowed by a shark if I remember correctly. That part I didn't make up. They find Reef and Finn totally about to kiss, but then they ruin it because they are not good friends. And in another allude to Jimmy Neutron.
What do you say? What happened on Reefland stays in Reefland?
Deal. Wait, you mean everything?
We'll see.
Why do I care so much about this? Why do I, as a grown man, care so much about these fictional teenager cartoon characters getting together? Why do I have a big grin on my face? Why am I kicking my feet and twirling my hair? Why is this making me giddy? On one hand, similar to My Babysitter's a Vampire, I think I may be getting nostalgic for an era where I deeply cared about these characters and really wanted to see them get together. On the other hand, maybe I just like fictional romance. Maybe I just like ships. I think it's time I come to terms with the fact that maybe I just like seeing fictional characters get together. I rejected it before, but I'm ready to admit it. I'm in it. I'm in it. Those two girls from the Owl House, those two dudes from Succession, I'm sensing a pattern here. I'm not gonna get on my high horse and say, ooh, shipping is cringe. Yo, you want two teenagers to make out. That's a little suspect, mate. I don't know why I turned British at the end. Do I care about the love lives of these cartoon characters that don't exist anymore? Yeah. Am I gonna be embarrassed about it? A little. Remember earlier when I said watching them in order was important? Due to the lack of waves, the boys climb to the top of a mountain and intend to jump off of it. Just boy things. You chicks wouldn't understand. And they talk about what's going on between Reef and Finn. Reef is confused that they reverted back to hurling insults at each other instead of kissing like that isn't the whole basis of their relationship. If they aren't breaking each other down, do they even really like each other? The boys fall in a booby trap hole because this island is insane. But Reef finds a tiki totem and immediately thinks this means good luck. Maybe this is where I picked up my childhood tiki totem fear/curse. This show taught me so much about the world, like the pee thing. Speaking of teaching children, the B plot. The hotel child supervisor has been admitted to the psych ward, so the senior girl I thought died tells Bomber that Lo would be perfect for this job because she hates her. And they really don't want Lo to be a waitress. I agree she's bad at it, but this is like the third time they've tried to make Lo do a different job. So she's put in charge of the Little Ship brothers and two new manipulative little girls. She keeps running to Emma for advice because she clearly hasn't learned from the last time. She tries to keep them busy and in doing so gets buried alive, makes a mess, and loses the kids. But throughout this, she grows a bond with these spoiled kids because she's a spoiled kid herself. The kids come back at the final hour to save her job, and because they aren't dead and seem to like her, Bomber lets her keep the job. The episode ends with Lo teaching them all to surf and they seem genuinely happy together. What a nice ending to a nice episode. Oh yeah, the totem. Finn and Reef seem to have a really good rapport and she compliments the totem. So of course Reef thinks this is all thanks to the totem. So he calls his closest friend, Johnny?
It is so on. I'm telling you, bro, this thing is good luck. I love you.
Love you too, man.
Oh, he's such a nice guy. Give him a chance. Everything was going Reef's way until the kahuna gives him a warning. The totem was taken from sacred ground and the waterfall goddess will be angry with him. And then all of a sudden he has bad luck. Awfully suspicious. You expect me to believe the kahuna had nothing to do with this? You expect me to believe he didn't curse the man himself? I know that this kahuna has powers beyond our comprehension. I just can't prove it yet. yet. He describes this as dire as he can and then bails to go help Lo, and then he comes back later and it's like, oh no, you got rid of it wrong. Reef gave the totem away, but he actually needs to put it back where he found it. It just so happens that when he goes there to fix it all, there's an awful storm. Wait a minute. Just like El Deuterino, when he pitted Reef and Broseph against each other. The kahuna sent him back to the waterfall when he knew a storm was coming. And we know he knew because we see him charting weather in the El Deuterino episode. He wasn't expecting it, he just stumbled upon it, which implies he does this often. And Broseph goes with him. Broseph, the man the kahuna talked into riding a priceless artifact into the ocean that gets eaten by a shark. This man is trying to get them killed. Someday I will accidentally stumble upon my next great theory. That is not today. You want to know what Reef's bad luck consists of? On top of breaking his board and sea creature attacks, his drawers fall down and a kid takes a close-up picture of his cock and balls and dick. And then Finn whips it out on her phone to show him that she has saved it. What the fuck is wrong with you? Also, are you sure you don't like this guy? Do you have saved pictures on your phone of the cock and ball and dicks of all the guys you don't like? And then later, we find out they're posted all over the employee blog page. First off, there's an employee blog page, so Reef has his underage penis spread all over the internet, and the hotel's just fine with that. They're like, you know, we've had worse.
Funny, I thought it was warmer this morning.
There was a light breeze! A light breeze!
It's not exactly a flattering angle.
Look, I'm not saying he deserves it, because nobody deserves this, but knowing his track record with women, he's definitely done this exact same thing to someone else. High school. What a nightmare. I'm glad to be gone. But then the episode ends with Reef and Finn being cute together, so all is forgiven. Until the dick pic tiki totem rises up from the ocean ominously. So, what the hell was that? But how does this further our Finn and Reef endgame? I mean, Reef goes to Finn for help immediately over anyone else. It's gotta mean something. Or maybe by now he just knows he can't trust Broseph, because nobody could trust Broseph. But he thinks he can believe the kahuna. He's got his tendrils in him now. It's too late. This is where things get complicated for the first time. We're right in the middle of an important arc, technically, and Cartoon Network decided to fuck it all up. Disclaimer, I don't actually know if it's their fault, but they did air it this way. Episode 10 in Canada and on the official listing is Reef, Broseph, and Emma's Totally Stupid Adventure. Long title. I'm gonna sneeze, and I hope I don't... Did it blow anything off? Did I just spurt white on the camera? I shouldn't have. Don't put that part in. The last 9 episodes in America have been airing weekly, starting July 16th, 2009. And the last episode, the Totem episode, episode 9 in order, aired September 10th, 2009 in America. These aired weekly, and the canonical episode 10 aired October 1st, 2009, which means we're missing 2 weeks worth of episodes. But the show still aired new episodes every week. September 17th and 24th Thursdays did have new episodes aired, but they were episodes 12 and 13 in canonical order, which means that the official air order was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 10, 11, 14. What are we doing? Again, we're right in the middle of a pretty big story, right? And it's only gonna get more messed up later, but say it with me, we'll get into that. On one hand, half the purpose of this video is just for me to watch every episode and have my official feelings and review of the show. On the other hand, the other half of this video, some would argue the more important half, is me reliving my memories of how I watched this show the first time as it aired. In the My Babysitter's a Vampire episode, the last fresh TV show I reviewed and did this retrospective, I watched the episodes in US air order, and this is a spiritual successor to that video. So my question is, how does this ruin the show's momentum? Or does it not matter at all? Let's find out. A nerd convention is being held at the hotel, and to my surprise, it's more Star Trek than Star Wars. And I thought I knew Canadians. The gang is, of course, really annoyed by this and doesn't want to have to work when there's nerds around. You know those dumb nerds that get obsessed with one thing and all the movies they watch are tied to that one thing. Not like you surfers who only talk about surfing and only watch surfing movies.
I like sci-fi movies. What? They're cool. It's the fans that creep me out.
These shows are normally cruel to nerd archetypes, but she's absolutely right. You see a group of people being ostracized, so you feel bad for them. Man, it's unfair that the world is that mean to them. So you go over and try and talk to them and be like, hey, cheer up, buddy. I know everyone's mean to you for no reason. And then they start calling women females and talk about how they don't understand us. And then you realize, oh, That's why they're ostracized. Reef has another one of his classic genius ideas. If Bomber owns them all day, why don't they just surf through the night? And the only problem the gang finds with that is that it's too dark, and not that they need sleep. To be fair, if memory serves, it has been a while, teenagers don't need sleep. They run off of hormones and fear. Reef gets the idea to steal the big studio lights that are there for the convention to light up the beach, but there's no way they'd be able to get them past Bomber. So he has another genius idea. What if they set up Bomber on a date so he'd be too distracted and happy to crack down on their plan? All right. Reef is on a roll here, which leads me to a question. Who are you? Reef wouldn't do this. He wouldn't even think of it. They set up Bomber with a blind date out on the town, and we get a music montage of night surfing. Now, I've never been night surfing, but I did live next to a beach for a while, I think. But going to the beach at night when it's cold and dark and no one else is there and you're just running around, pretty cool feeling. I remember just having a long day's work of editing, and then me and my roommates would just be like, let's just go to the beach, and no one else was there, and we just like chilled and drank. It makes me feel like this. That's the best thing I could say about this show, is that it makes me feel things, which is more than I could say about other shows. But either because of its proximity to water or because it has a ton of stuff plugged in, they don't really specify which, all the power in the hotel goes out. Luckily for the surfer gang, Bomber's still out on his date, so they have time to fix this. But unluckily for Emma, she gets trapped in an elevator with her crush and two warring cosplayers. It seems that despite skipping multiple episodes, nothing about our plot has changed. Bomber makes it to his blind date to find that it's the mean senior girl I don't know the name of. I repeat, senior girl. Like in high school? Of course, they're both disgusted by this because they're probably the two most responsible in the show. Lowe's brother is distracted with his camera, and the Fart brothers are, you'll never guess. And they knew that the new staff set them up, so they're pissed. All the while, these two are stuck in town, constantly being stalled by the kahuna, so they decide to get food.
Okay, he is so cute.
Check, please. There's my half.
Doesn't the guy usually pay?
This wasn't a date, remember?
Oops, I forgot my money.
Back at the hotel, the gang is walking around what looks like a mix between a boiler room and a sewer to find the main controls to get the power back on. Meanwhile, the two nerds start making out hard, and Emma embarrasses herself over and over in front of Ty. We really did not miss anything, huh? But the boiler room sewer is pretty creepy too.
Reef's scared of the dark.
That's pretty funny, bro.
I am not scared of the dark. Goodbye.
Gotcha.
Ah! You can't get me, vampire!
All right. This is adorable. I don't know how much they've progressed as a couple in the episodes we missed, so I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess not at all. The two anti-daters make their way back to the hotel as the gang puts all the pressure on Reef for some reason. I gotta do everything around here. But he does get the power on at the last minute, so they're saved. Right? Bomber doesn't reprimand them because they never saw the power outage. So, he still knows they set him up with a teenage employee. That's a double whammy of bad. Why would you even trust them to put you on a blind date? But for whatever reason, he lets it pass, and all is well. Until they leave the lights on the beach, and then the power goes out again while Emma is trapped in the middle of a stairwell. Maybe continuity doesn't matter, because in any other universe, they would have been fired by now, on the spot. Also, this show seems to really like torturing Emma. They torture Reef from time to time too, but it doesn't really seem like it affects him. I made a big deal about missing important plot episodes that would throw off continuity, but so far that hasn't mattered at all. I guess nothing really happened in the two episodes we skipped. Kind of makes me not want to watch them. But we're still accidentally ahead. The next episode to air was actually episode 13. I wonder if this one will continue anything. Probably not, but still. Whenever I'm bombastic about a show or like get mad about it or do like a rage thing, I'm doing a bit. I tend to make fun of, or not make fun of, but just joke at people on the internet who get really heated about animated shows, you know, the security system. That being said, I still think those opinions are important to give. So, this episode, Johnny and Reef are fed up with Broseph stinking up the room and leaving his scabs and toenails in random chip bags and bottles. So they kick him out with the caveat that he can come back the second he showers and stop being gross. So Broseph decides, fuck these guys, I'm not showering. Even the Fart brothers farting under a blanket, smelling each other's farts don't want the smelly ass around. Why don't we see more of these guys? I need to know what the Fart brothers are up to on a daily basis. We get a montage of everybody turning Broseph away where the music sounds like how Lord sounds in the South Park universe.
Homeless bro, homeless bro. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So Broseph makes a giant luxury sand mansion to live in and throws lavish parties where everyone is allowed except for Johnny and Reef. Johnny and Reef already felt bad as they realized they can't have fun with just the two of them, which is actually really sad. And another music montage of them remembering the good times, except it's all reused footage. I guess it makes sense because those are technically all the good times, but still. It's also worth noting that like 75% of these clips are all from Hang 9. And in the end, they forgive Broseph and bring him back, and he never has to change his ways at all ever. Dick move. They said you can come back the second you start showering and stop leaving your gross shit around. And Broseph decided I'd rather be homeless than groom myself. And everyone else turned you away too. It wasn't just these two. Why are the fart brothers allowed in the party sand mansion? It's just strange. I know it's not real and you can't be mad about it, but like, what did they mean by this? We'll let this guy cook. The subplot involves Bomber getting fed up with poor staff evaluations, so he threatens his staff. Every bad review equals a strike, 3 strikes, and you're fired. And tale as old as time, Lo keeps screwing over Emma and getting her bad reviews. She gets her 2 strikes and only feels bad when her 3rd negative review is put in the suggestion box.
It's a suggestion box. Suggestion box, actually.
And Lo thought she could be responsible with kids. No wonder I always wanted to go here. The pirate restaurant has actual swinging ropes and working cannons. Emma and Lo run around the hotel to stop the evaluations from reaching the vault. In this chase, they pass through basically every non-main character employee as they all trash their own negative reviews. It's worth noting that every employee calls him Bummer, even the adult ones. They all hate this dude. In the end, they are caught when Bomber rips the evaluation out of their hands, only to find out that Emma actually got a positive review for handling the chaos of the kids, despite it not being her job. All is well, all the problems are solved, everyone's happy. Oh, by the way, Reef and Johnny have to be Broseph's servant for daring to tell him to wipe his ass. Yay! Maybe it got to me more because I've lived with people like this, and now we've gotten past our 2-week jump ahead of canon. Not that it matters. From here on out, every episode that was aired in the US was aired in proper order. The issue is, they didn't all air in the US. We're back to where we left off after the Totem, the actual episode 10. I guess that in the end, that Totem really did ruin everything, and I'm so used to Emma doing it. I vividly remember this one. Sorry, what I meant is I vividly remember the A-plot of this episode. Emma, Broseph, and Reef go into town to pick up some beaver tails. I remember seeing these 3 hanging out in town, slacking off from their job, riding around in a golf cart. Oh, now I know where they stopped airing this in 2010. There was only room for one show where slackers avoid work and drive around in a golf cart. In reality, this is Bomber's new golf cart. He got it by slashing the budget and feeding the teen workers literal slop so he could buy himself something high class. Minimum wage. The conflict, or what's presented like the conflict, is that the magic trio drive the golf cart into a waterfall and total it, and somehow survive. And when I say presented like a conflict, it's kind of dropped. This is the second time they set up Bomber potentially being pissed about something and then they just forget it. But honestly, he deserves it. But now that money officially went nowhere and all the kids will continue to eat slop. There's no substance in just describing something as vibes, so I'll go into it. But in a show where most of the time most of the characters are kind of terrible to each other, they got some nice moments, or at least nice in comparison. We get another montage of the trio just hanging out and genuinely enjoying each other's company. I mean, when the show started, Broseph was the only one that looked out for Emma despite being a stink boy. And Emma is constantly jerked around by Lo. Maybe, just maybe, the magic trio are better without them. Except for the part of the episode where the boys drink forest water and then become demons and want to eat the final beaver tail. The only reason she protects this one with her life is because she promised it to Ty and Ty's dreamy. That's the only reason she went. And yet, in the end, she had a much better time with her bros. Maybe the romantic tension is destroying this group. The 2 I purposefully didn't mention that fall into the not bad friends category, at least to each other, are Finn and Reef. But the B plot of this episode, which I did not remember at all despite apparently being very nostalgic for this episode, I guess I blocked it from my memory because it involves Finn finding a different handsome guy. It's not like they're in a committed relationship or anything, but the Totem episode just happened in canon. She still probably has a picture of his dick on her phone. How did the episodes we skipped to ahead actually have better continuity with the previous episodes than the actual air order? I kind of shit on them earlier, but maybe Cartoon Network was on to something when they switched the order around. Finn takes pictures of the most disgusting room ever and then posts them to this forum for the world's grossest room and racks up millions of views. And then she comes across this handsome man who talks like he's Batman. He's got a justice tattoo on his back. I'm no dating expert, but if this guy hit on me, I would run and hide. In all fairness though, going off a historical record, when anyone hits on me, I run and hide. Unfortunately, Finn finds out that the disgusting room belonged to the hot Batman guy. They go on a little date as Johnny has to cover for Emma while she's out getting a snack for Ty. Sad. It's not like he didn't do it to himself. He got himself into this. Where Batman gets up to do a little hula dance and gets Finn to come out of her shell. She gets up there and absolutely kills it. I think. I actually don't know if this is good hula-ing or not. And it's meant to be a nice moment. He films Finn embarrassing herself because he thinks it's cute. But when she comes clean to him and because he's obsessed with justice, he posts the embarrassing video online. And I may not be as into justice as this freak, but hey Finn, now you know how it feels to have something embarrassing and private posted online and shared around. I'm not talking about the disgusting room. I'm never gonna get over that. It's so strange. There's also a C plot that I definitely forgot about. If I didn't remember the B plot, it really didn't stand a chance. Lo is upset that her family went on vacation without her, and then they come back and admit the vacation wasn't fun without her. That's it, that's the C plot. And you wonder why I forgot it existed. There's a ton of stuff in this show that as a kid watching it, I experienced for the first time. And there's something to be said about hearing the parody version of something before you see that actual thing. The reason everyone thinks the Star Wars line is Luke, I am your father, is because that's the line everyone says when they write it into their shows. More often than not, Canadian shows. There was a point in this year where I was writing a Robot Chicken video, but I scrapped it because it was too big and daunting. But I had a bit in it where I said, like, everyone has their first Batman, whether that's Christian Bale or Michael Keaton, or maybe even, like, I was gonna say Tim Robinson, Robert Pattinson. Those are not the same person at all. But my first experience with Batman, my Batman was Seth Green on Robot Chicken. A lot of the things parodied on that show was my first time seeing those things. Everything I know about He-Man is just from that show. Anyway, learning about parodies before you see the actual thing. So the commercial in this episode...
Well, looks like the Groms dodged old Smokey and done took a leap of faith. You dudes have a nice trip. We'll see you next fall. I don't have a clue what that means.
Like, I get the reference, I just don't know why it's here. Is the Kahuna an omnipotent being? Can we get this train back on track, by the way? We got one more episode until the order corrects itself. I want to see what Cartoon Network was cooking. Does the show have a dedicated shipping community? Because if it does, they baited me. They lured me in with the potential of more Reef Finn content and then blew me out of the water with a relationship I never thought possible. Basically, there's a tandem surfing competition that Lo really wants the hotel to win so she can impress her dad. There's like a competition every other week. The tandem is presented like figure skating, kind of, so each duo consists of a boy and a girl. Initially, Lo wants Finn and Reef to do it because she is also a hardcore shipper, and I'm starting to believe that maybe this episode is an analogy. Like the tandem surfing is a metaphor for something. The episode starts out with some cute Finn Reef content where Finn had a rash because Reef left flowers on her bed that turned out to be poison ivy. And they're working together okay for a while, until it all goes awry and Finn gets injured. They scramble to find a new partner for Reef, but apparently Lo is ineligible to compete, Rosie is too old, and they don't even think to ask Emma. Like, I know Emma is new to surfing, but her name never leaves their mouths in the planning stages. They considered Rosie, but then later Lo asked Johnny and Emma to do recon. Oh, so you remember she exists. But then Johnny screws it all up by filming Emma's legs. Oh, Johnny. What's wrong with you? But this is where the new hot ship that's sweeping the forums comes in. I've never actually seen or heard anyone talk about this, but in all fairness, I haven't really heard people talk about this show anyway. At least not anything beyond, oh man, hey, remember that thing existed? Lo has a genius idea to use two master surfers that know each other really well.
Who's the lucky lady I'm surfing with?
Two dudes!
Oh, there it is. The metaphor.
Two dudes? Not cool.
And anyway, it's not legal, is it?
In 2009? No. Not everywhere. Friendship ended with Finn Reef. Now Reef Broseph is my new best friend. On one hand, it could be not intentional and just played for a joke. On the other hand, a lot of this is really on the nose.
So, who's the girl?
What? No one.
We're two bros.
So then do the men wear dresses and then the women would wear suits?
No. You would just wear exactly what you would wear at a straight wedding.
Oh, okay. We get a music montage of the two boys failing. You see, that's why two boys can't surf together. It's unnatural. It doesn't work. It's between land and sea, not between him and he. I'm really proud of that joke, actually. Johnny's being weird to Emma. We already saw the outcome of this. I'm sorry I spoiled it.
I'll go get my bikini.
Okay, honey. Just practicing to, pretend.
Oh, right, sweetie.
She called me sweetie.
You're pathetic, dude.
Due to regulation rules and lack of time, they have to use boy and girl costumes, and since they decided Broseph was the girl by testing their strength, he has to wear it. Gets to wear it, sorry, he gets to wear it. The show's really breaking down barriers, ahead of its time. And I know it's played for laughs, I know it's a joke, but was Owen liking guys and being bi not also played for a joke until the fandom ran with it? I think it's fair to reclaim it. Isn't it more impactful to find loving representation in an old show instead of just being like, oh, they did this bit, they did the joke people do? There are legions of people who ship Dennis and Mac from Always Sunny. I will keep my words to myself. And they're like awful to each other, and that also started out as a joke. It still is a joke, it didn't stop being a joke. We get to the competition, and I kind of expected more people. Like it's our new ship and another team against each other. Even if they suck, we got a 50-50 shot here. We get another music montage of the competition, and it's getting awfully close. But Reef uses ingenuity to plant Broseph and him so they don't fall off the board and hit the perfect pose.
I've never seen this before! Two dudes have just ridden a tidal wave of testosterone into history!
It's true. Two men have made history. From here on out, no two men shall be discouraged to surf together, for they have just as much right as man and women. We truly have changed history. We're the Fart Brothers. They need to see this. Their love is something I will never truly understand. Lo's family is blown away and considers giving her privileges back, but then Rosie swoops in last minute to let them know that Child Protective Service is called.
I have child services on the line. Something about Lo running a child labor camp at the hotel.
I'm just gonna get in, So, Lo said she would take over Finn's job while she trained for the contest, but she got injured. But Lo was actually just using the kids she watches to clean all the rooms, and Rosie lets them know the least opportune time because they passed on her. You should have picked me, I can surf. Two boys just ain't right, it's not natural. I'm making a lot of assumptions about these characters. One last thing though, sorry to all the new Reef Broseph shippers because Reef gives Finn the winning flowers as a thanks for coaching them. I've never thought I'd be upset to see more Finn Reef content. The dream is dead. I guess they'll always have their friendship that almost fell apart because Broseph was being stinky. Kind of pretended that one didn't exist so I could enjoy this. But wait a minute, the episode we watched earlier technically takes place after, so in the previous episode she did the hula with the handsome guy. I'm done trying to make sense of this. Can we get back to the normal episode order now? It makes it a lot easier. And I thought we wouldn't get more shipping material. A famous surfer comes to the resort, and I think his name is Keanu. Every character pronounces his name differently, and I don't have subtitles on, so it's either Keanu, or Keanu. And Reef is absolutely obsessed with this guy. Calls him through all hours of the day, tries to get close to him, and attempts to climb through his window. Eventually, Keanu gets so fed up with this that he tells Reef to piss off. That isn't actually what he said, I'm paraphrasing a little. And Reef is heartbroken because...
I hear somebody's caught Keanu's attention.
Really? He was talking about me?
Not you, dude. Emma.
Emma? What does she have that I don't?
Reef, not that I'm judging, but isn't it a bit weird that you're so interested in another dude?
Nah. Reef's having a bromance. Happens when two dudes are so vibing each other. It's like a bond that nobody can touch.
My first bromance.
They know what they're doing here. Reef is dejected, so he turns to his bestest bro to make Keanu jealous.
I waited all night for you to call, and now I catch you out with another bro?
Dude, I told you, we're not bros. And anyway, I don't even know that guy.
Oh, that is it. Two can play this game, cheater. That's right. I've got a new bro, too. Get a look at us walking away, because you just lost the best bro you ever had.
The last episode, I was mostly joking. This episode, I'm only kind of half joking.
You and me won't be chilling together this weekend or ever. I know you think we're bros, but no, bro. I mean, dude.
You have hurt me in ways you couldn't even imagine. And that's not even the A-plot, it's just the one I cared the most about. I think I should thank the writer directly for keeping this plot going. I never single out specific writers, but I need to thank them. Let's see, this episode was written by Alan Resnick.
Are you ready to live forever, you guys? My name is Alan Resnick, and I'm so excited to be here.
I don't actually think it's the same guy. Granted, I can't find any information on this Alan. The main plot is about Johnny being put in charge of the Groms when the seniors and Bomber go on a short trip. Later in the episode, we find that Rosie is not on the trip, despite not being a child I think. Maybe that's why she hired two 12-year-olds earlier. She might legitimately be multiple kids in a maid costume. Because Johnny is a pushover and desperately wants everyone to like him, he plays the cool boss. He lets everyone goof off and avoid working as he has to cover for them and the guests complain to him. You would think a pep talk from Emma would whip him into shape, but it doesn't quite click yet. Yeah, thanks, Emma. How convenient that you think now Johnny should stand up for himself and not when it was benefiting you. I'm telling you, everything would be better about this group if the magic trio just spun off and did their own thing. The Groms break open the giant fish tank in the lobby, which is the one thing Johnny asked them not to do. But at that point, you're kind of asking for it. Did I explain Groms? I feel like I just kind of kept saying it. I mean, they say it in the show, but I don't know if you've actually seen those clips, but the new staff, the junior staff, I guess they call Groms. And now you know. And fish die because of them. Of course, we don't know if they were one of the intelligent talking fish. Even if other humans in the series can't understand them, we as the audience know they are capable of higher thinking. He can think. He can feel. Anyway, they killed some fish, just like Wrestling Society X. Allegedly. We get a classic Stoked music montage of the teens surfing and not fixing their mess at all. Johnny returns to see the mess and finally snaps. He stands up for himself and puts everyone to work, and they actually respect him for it. If you told me this a couple episodes ago, I would have been a little sad that they didn't extend this respect to Bomber, but he spent all their food money on a golf cart. Fuck that guy. And he left behind poor Rosie. She works so hard. All in one episode, we get some Johnny development as he learns to be more assertive and that his friends won't hate him for just trying to do his job. And we get Reef playing with Broseph's heart again. I need a minute. You know who hasn't gotten development in a while? Lo. And Wipeout, but I don't think he ever gets development. My favorite character. This episode opens with a music montage, which isn't new. What is new is I believe this is the first diegetic music montage for the show. For more info on that, check out the musical episode awards. I don't have the mental fortitude to explain it again. Non-diegetic means it's just a musical number. Diegetic means you can hear it in the universe. I would explain it, but I got fan fiction to write. I think so because the episode is titled Chum Music, and one of the senior boys has headphones on as the montage music plays. The Fart Brothers come across a sick new chill spot on the beach until Reef comes by and wants a piece of it. Unfortunately, there are only 3 rock chairs and they hate him. They keep dodging Bomber's calls to slack off work and chill in their new spot as Reef attempts to get involved. Eventually, Reef challenges them to a crew surf-off and they accept, but the only problem is he doesn't have a crew. First, he goes to Broseph because he gets it, but Broseph turns him down because he doesn't like to surf for competition. Remember that for later. Broseph tells Reef that he should go ask Finn. Why don't you go ask that harlot you're always hanging with? Finn also turns him down, meaning that he's fresh out of options. He didn't even ask Emma. How come no one ever asked Emma for help with these surf things? Do they forget she exists? And you may think the answer to that question is, well, she's not that good at surfing, but she's gotten significantly better. And considering the crew that Reef picks, Reef chooses Johnny, Wipeout, and Snack Shack, a guy so unimportant I forgot to mention he existed. That's his name. Emma is better than all these losers. I'm convinced Reef forgot her name and just doesn't want to embarrass himself. I've been there, brother. I know like 8 names in total, and most of them are my sisters. We get another music montage set to scenes of them sucking hard. The plots will converge later, so let's jump on over to the other plot. The gang, sans Reef, talk about their past relationships around a fire.
Kind of had a boyfriend in Calgary, but it didn't work out. He said I was nice, like a sister nice.
Yeah, I know how that feels.
Aw, thanks, Johnny. You're so nice. Like a brother, you know?
Nice guys.
No, unacceptable.
Emma and Finn talk about their lineage of rough relationships, and Lo attempts to one-up them. She tells them she's currently dating a famous singer/surfer who they've all heard of, and they all want to know more about him.
What's he like? Is he romantic like his songs?
Is he a killer surfer?
Is he a good kisser? What?
I know what you are. Seriously, can we reclaim this? In a wacky turn of events, it turns out that the exact singer/surfer is coming to perform at the hotel. Only in this show would the popular celebrity be not only a singer, but also a surfer. Does that even exist in the real world? Emma and Finn are incredibly excited by this because they're good friends, and Lo lets the lie spiral and go way off the rails because she's a bad one. She stages a fake date in town with him, and hey, look, Sora works at the bikini store. I'm sure they sell other stuff, but that's literally the only thing we ever see them buy from there. After eating multiple beaver tails by herself and running around, she makes it back to the bus with the famous dude on and edits herself into a photo with him. If Lo's still struggling to find the job she's good at, we may have just found it. Good Photoshop is a fine art. The next night, Emma catches the celebrity kissing another girl and lets the girls know. Lo is handed the perfect out for her spiraling lie on a silver platter, but she continues to cry and act as though she's been betrayed. The lie before, which is kind of pathetic, at this point it becomes evil? I keep using that word, and it's like, you know, To each their own, but it's definitely not good. Lo lets the girls cover her shifts as she claims to be too sad, while all the friends support her sans Reef. He's got his own plot going on. The friends seek revenge on this celebrity who actually hasn't done anything wrong. In the end, Lo gets up on stage and announces that she lied about dating the famous guy, and the entire crowd gasps. Did she really tell everyone this lie? I mean, she said it so casually at the campfire, it didn't really have to think. She's definitely been saying and living this lie for like years. And I crumpled in on myself. I don't know why I insist on watching all these fresh TV shows if I do so terribly with secondhand embarrassment. I used to make myself watch these cringe compilations as an endurance test. But let's be honest, most cringe videos are just conventionally unattractive people being genuine about something. Like if you go on a subreddit like r/cringetopia, the top video is always just like an overweight woman doing a TikTok dance. That's not cringy. Grow up. What a strange tangent, Andrew. The revenge prank they set up on the celebrity actually lands on Bomber, and he gets pissed. So pissed that he bulldozed the seniors' chill beach spot so no one gets to enjoy it. That's where the episode ends, so we never actually really get to see how Lo's friends react to this admittance of guilt that she lied to them and also had them do work for her. Like, they can forgive the lie. It's sad more than anything, but they waited on her hand and foot and are probably put on a watch list now for targeting a white celebrity. America's sweetheart. They hate when you do that. What are we doing here? We moved around a lot of episodes, mostly in October, and nobody thought to put the Haunted House episode in that month. This episode aired on Cartoon Network November 3rd, 2009, which, by the way, for anyone with an encyclopedic knowledge of calendars, that is not a Thursday. The first 14 episodes of Stoked aired as a part of Cartoon Network's Thursday night comedy block Har Har Thursdays. We've been over this. October 15th, 2009 was the last Thursday. Fun fact, the Thumb movie Frank-O-Thumb aired the day after that day. And then the new episodes of Stoked and 16 were moved to a Tuesday night block titled Total Drama Tuesdays. You may be sensing a problem.
Tuesday, I'd like to introduce you to Drama.
Now you're talking, baby.
Drama, this is Tuesday.
You know it, dude.
Finally, you two meet.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Tuesday nights start with Total Drama Island at 8.
Oh, I've got to see this.
Followed by Total Drama Action at 8:30. Then it's Stoked at 9.
Well, that's all I needed to hear.
And 16 at 9:30.
Sweet.
It's Total Drama Tuesdays. Next Tuesday night from 8 to 10. On Cartoon Network.
First off, I know it's an obvious note, but only some of these are total drama. Second off, you already have a block of television airing comedic shows. One of the shows they air new episodes of is still total drama. So Total Drama Tuesdays only features new episodes of 16 and Stoked. New to America, which has pushed our level of new episodes on every Har Har Thursdays back from 5 to 3. Chowder and Flapjack really carried this era. I gotta talk about that someday. All this to say, the first Thursday that they missed was October's annual special block of Har Har Thursdays, rebranded as Scares Days. This Haunted House episode aired in November. If they just kept it on that Thursday, it would have I've gotta talk about the episode. It did air at the correct time, October in Canada, making this an actual Halloween episode. From time to time, shows, mostly live action shows, will have a completely off the wall and out there Halloween episode that is later revealed to not be canon. It was a dream, or it was a story being told. It lets you do a spooky story without throwing off the status quo too much. Regular shows' Halloween tales are just scary stories being told, despite them not being out of the ordinary for that show. That's So Raven's infamous cow episode is a vision and not a dream, which means it could canonically happen. These are bad examples. I'm just saying a lot of crazy shit happens in this episode, and it isn't a prank or a dream or a story. It all happens. It's canon. It's canon to the universe. So we need to then move forward with the show with the new implications of this universe. We get two spooky plots, one of which is revealed to be a Scooby-Doo. A Scooby-Doo, at least to me, is when the spooky ghost or monster turns out to be just a guy using practical effects. And the other plot does not. It starts out with our magic trio all hanging out in a hallway together, and Emma gets excited about another 10 out of 10 review. Due to the rules of the staff, if she gets one more positive review, she gets to go off work whenever she wants, and apparently there's a full moon tonight. Ooh. Spooky. Broseph and Reef frisbee her good review around, and knowing this show, I was dreading that it would fly out a window or something. But it actually just lands under a vending machine. The boys move the vending machine as Emma runs off to join the C-plot, and the boys discover a secret room behind some dingy wallpaper. They hang out in this nice but a little disheveled room with Finn and Lo until Bomber comes around to warn them. Apparently, a newly married couple perished in this honeymoon suite before they could reach their wedding day.
Fred Rogers got cold feet and hung herself in the honeymoon suite!
Lo is saddened by this. Reef wants to prove he isn't afraid of ghosts. Finn doesn't believe in ghosts, and Broseph's name is Broseph. While struggling into the room, the vending machine falls in front of the door, trapping them in with no cell service. That's a whole lot of stakes. Except, Lo uses a Ouija board app on her phone later, which I suppose doesn't necessarily need internet to work, but at the end they just leave through the door. What gives? What gives is that the chilly gusts of wind, shaking bed, brown sludge, and flying ghost lady were all Bomber the whole time. He wanted to scare off the meddling kids so he can have the resort room all to himself. But that still doesn't explain why it was covered up in the first place. Until the kids ask about the floating robe they saw in the bathroom, which Bomber was not responsible for, so they all run out of the room screaming. Did I miss anything?
You can put me down now.
Dude, I totally forgot I was holding you. Did you lose weight?
A little, yeah.
It shows. Your abs are ripped.
Hey, thanks for noticing.
Yet again, Reef has infinitely more chemistry with Broseph than he does with Finn. That is until the end when Reef claims to toss the key into the ocean while actually keeping it for himself and looking at Finn longingly, implying that they're gonna have their honeymoon in that room. Like, I know they met at the resort, but why would they want to come back here? Imagine having your honeymoon at the first job you worked at. I don't think the movie theaters let you sleep there. See, that was a pretty average Halloween episode. Spooky things happen until it's revealed to be a Scooby-Doo, but in the last minute, they sneak in a little thing that, ooh, actually, maybe it was a real paranormal thing. Ooh, spooky. The B-plot, the kahuna talks lovingly to his favorite fish, but then acts like he wasn't when people are around. Which makes you think, oh, crazy kahuna's being crazy again, but then one of the awful adults demands more food despite already eating their whole stock. So the manager girl I forgot to remember the name of fishes the kahuna's favorite fish out of the tank and cooks it up and feeds it to the man. Obviously, she couldn't have known that was the kahuna's favorite fish, but she still served a fish from a tank to a customer? That's like a bunch of health code violations. Like, I know fish sticks are just fish, but I can't imagine the hotel lobby fish is the same thing. The only reason the kahuna finds out about this is because the talking yellowfish, which we know nobody else can hear.
Pirate lady took him to the kitchen.
The kitchen!
Wait, okay, alright, hold on, what? I thought this whole time that this fish was only understood by other sea creatures, but now that whole thing's being thrown out the window. We have a couple possibilities. One, the fish only couldn't be heard because there was a glass wall between him and people, and Reef just didn't believe what he heard. Two, only the kahuna can understand talking fish because he speaks fish and is possibly not human himself. And three, the fish person used to be human until the kahuna trapped him in a fish body for all eternity. I'm leaning towards either theory 2 or 3 because either way, the kahuna is an evil wizard. Before I theorized that he was just a really talented meteorologist, I'm convinced he can control the weather now. Do you know why I think this? Because the rest of this plot consists of the fish coming back to life out of a cooked fish stick and attacks every human involved with the restaurant. And this only happens after the kahuna reprimands them for killing and cooking his friend. This literally happened in the episode. The ghost is explained away by Bomber pulling a scheme, but they never explain away the zombie fish. They don't explain it at all. So I'll explain it. The kahuna is a chaotic necromancer. He has the ability to raise the dead, to do his bidding, control the weather, and turn people into fish. Maybe that's why he wanted Broseph and Reef to go to the dangerous part of the beach. I'm so back, baby. Also, Johnny night surfs with Emma because everyone else is off having a Scooby-Doo. And we get a music montage of him sucking at surfing. I'm sorry, Johnny, but I did promise I would count every montage. And right as he's about to finally drill his feelings into Emma's dense head, the zombie fish stick attacks him. Even though he wasn't involved in the cooking process, I think the kahuna just doesn't like these kids. And we'll get more on that later. I gotta stop saying that. As far as Halloween episodes that aired in November, it was fun. Okay, so clearly something was going on in the writer's room. Reef and Finn have another sexism competition and it ends in an exact tie. Reef gets home later to find the Fart brothers passed out, so he thinks it'll be a good idea to draw on their faces. They initially wake up and find it funny, but when they realize Reef was the true culprit, they seek revenge. So I'm just gonna lay out everything and just keep it completely separate from thoughts or interpretations of anything else. They make Reef dress up like a girl, and he starts to get into it, and then gets scouted on a beach and invited to compete in an all-girls surfing competition because he still really wants to prove he's better than Finn, and for whatever reason, Lo decides to help him keep up this facade. Like, Lo must be a really good friend, because what does she possibly have to gain from this?
That's too much eyeliner.
No, it's not. You look good.
Well, I want to look classy good, not cheap good.
Yeah, like I said, he's starting to get really into it. And of course, in a comedy of errors where Reef is doing this for the wrong reason, Andrew Bomber falls head over heels in love with him. her. I've never related to someone named Andrew more. You know how tough it is to be named Andrew? Do you know how many bad Andrews exist? It's slim pickings. Femme Reef agrees to go on a date with Bomber because he finds it hard to turn him down. He just won't take no for an answer. And you may think this episode's about to go in a really introspective direction, but it really doesn't. I mean, the B-plot seems unimportant until you realize that it could potentially be setting up a future plot. Emma breaks her board and then breaks other people's boards despite making it to the finals of this all-girls competition. She gets into the finals the second after she crashes into a lifeguard tower. How do the points work in this thing? And she goes on a journey of doing meaningless odd jobs for the kahuna. But knowing him, it's probably some kind of ancient training technique. In the end, the kahuna gives Emma one of his surfboards and the show makes a big deal about it. I don't want to judge people, but that board is 100% cursed. That's literally her whole plot this episode. If this doesn't result in anything, I'm going to be a little bit upset. In the end, despite all the time shaving his whole body, Reef comes in second place behind Finn. The Fart brothers begin to hurl derogatory insults towards the girls and Reef has had enough. So then you start to think, oh, this is actually really cool. This episode is about Reef understanding women, how hard it is to be a woman in that male-dominated space, and then he starts getting introspective and being like, oh man, I'm like that. I treat them poorly. Maybe I should get better. But then Reef accidentally exposes his dick and balls publicly. Again, I didn't mention it, but he's also nude in the 3rd episode. Yeah, that won't be the last. We're not even done with season 1 yet. It's happened that many times. So then they all attack Reef for being a male, pretending to be a female, and using his dominant male genes to cheat in the competition, and then they revoke his award. It really is kind of crazy that so many shows around this time had like an episode plot where an evil man pretends to be a woman to win a sports competition, because I think that poisoned people's brains. Like, this plot was so common that people think this is a real thing that happens in the real world. Yeah, dude, I'm sure that athlete went through years of a physically and mentally draining transition so that other people could hurl insults at them and random strangers hate them for no reason so they could win a sports event. Fuck off. Sorry. I'm not saying this show was transphobic. I don't think they knew what that was. I just think it's insane that real people in real life get mad about this. Like, cartoons willed this argument into existence. We poked the bear so much and now we have to deal with the consequences every day. It's kind of like the plot of the Santa Claus 2. I talked about that movie forever ago. I don't know if the video holds up. I haven't watched it. But part of that plot is like, oh man, we can't say Merry Christmas anymore. We're not allowed to, which wasn't a political commentary at the time, but if it came out today, it definitely would be. I hate when Andrew gets political. Then fucking leave, dude. Watching these episodes back to back, nothing feels as though it's changed. But as it aired, initially there was an 8-month gap between these episodes. On Cartoon Network, everything changed. During the hiatus, Adventure Time debuted, all the bumpers changed to the Check It era, and the major new episodes block switched to Monday nights under the name Monday Nights. Not as good as Har Har Thursdays branding, but still. I don't talk about Monday Nights as much as I talk about Har Har Thursdays. Along with, I don't talk about the Check It era as much as I do the Nudes era. The Nudes are the little white guys they run around. I have to explain it every time because if you see this clip out of context, you're gonna be like, Nudes? Excuse me? But I do have just as many fond memories, if not more fond memories, with Cartoon Network Monday Nights. Cartoon Network wasn't the only thing that changed between 2009 and 2010. My parents also got divorced. Every Monday, I would go over to my dad's place and watch the new episodes of Adventure Time, Regular Show, Mystery Incorporated, Gumball, Mad, Total Drama, 16, and now Stoked. And if I'm remembering the schedule correctly, the 16 or Stoked episode would air at like 9 and then end at 9:30, and that's when the whole night ended. But I wanted to watch Monday Night Raw every Monday, so I just skipped 16 or Stoked. I loved Mondays, and I wish I could talk more about this experience of watching cartoons transition into wrestling, but WWE loves their copyright. Also, shout out to Robotomy and Secret Mountain Fort Awesome. My dad hated those shows, but I loved them. Anyways, that's probably why I don't really remember the later sections of this show. I was watching wrestling. Except for one ship, but we'll get into that. I'm gonna say it. We'll get into it later. People have already talked about Stoked before on this website. If I want to stand out, I need to personalize my story. That being said, I should probably talk about the episode. There's a beach bash party in town, and the Groms want to skip work to check out the concert. But the kahuna is out of town and can't drive them, suspiciously, and the only other person that has access to the bus is Johnny. I just know deep down that the kahuna set this up. He's up to something. Remember that episode earlier where everyone was walking all over Johnny and Emma was the only one to tell him to stand up for himself? Well, the Groms manipulate Johnny to pick all of them up, skip work, and then get a ride to the festival. And they even pick up the models from the episode Hang 9. That's legitimately the only episode title I remember because it blew my perception of what Hang 10 meant. And Emma leads the charge on manipulating Johnny to put his job at risk to drive them around. What happened to Don't Let People Walk All Over You, Emma? In the zombie fish stick episode, I love saying that. It's kind of laid out like Emma is oblivious to Johnny's feelings, but I think she's just a master manipulator. Is anyone in this friend group not actively taking advantage of a different member? Even the Broseph and Reef relationship isn't safe from his stinky, gross ass. Bomber catches wind of the scheme by catching Wipeout covering for Emma. And I know he's a bad boss, but he calls him Wipeout. Like, I know it's the mascot's name. I know why all the Groms call him that, but Bomber's in charge. Either Bomber never learned to know this new staff member's name, or there's a secret soul trapped inside this mascot suit for millennia that was probably put there due to the Kahuna-style curse. I'm gonna go with the second one. It just makes too much sense. They take a break to get in a surfing montage, and I think I missed 1 or 2 last episode during my rant. I'm just gonna add 3 to the counter. And during the distraction, the bus rolls away with Snack Shack inside. Aren't you glad I introduced him now? Because he's gonna die. Eventually, they get back in the bus, but it lands in the ocean. For some reason, it floats. Important reminder, it's the Kahuna's bus. It all ends with Bomber catching the Groms at the concert and gets up on stage to announce they're all fired. And again, just like when Lo announced she was lying about dating the celebrity, everyone in the crowd boos. They don't even know the employees. I think people in this area really like to boo. It's like the UK. The only reason the Groms get to keep their jobs is because Johnny takes full responsibility and Bomber can't fire him because, in his words, he's the only one good at his job. And that's all nice and good, but what if Bomber did fire him? The episode frames this, and his friends frame this, as Johnny finally being cool, but he still let people walk all over him. He doesn't stand up for himself, and it almost costs him his job, and they congratulate him. They have the nerve. I thought Johnny was a generic nice guy, and I didn't like him, but now I think he's the victim here. Oh man, I love me a show where everyone's terrible to each other. I just think it's really funny how much of a huge miss this was. Is Johnny even really any of their friends? I know it's been proven that Reef hates hanging out with him without Broseph around. Do I feel bad for him? A little, but not a huge amount. I've been dancing around it for a while and making jokes about it, everyone being a bad friend, but legitimately, Reef needs to change. Casual misogyny only works for a character if it's how they start off and then they grow from that. As an example, Sokka Avatar. Reef needs a wake-up call, and I thought this episode would be it, and it kind of is. If the episode where he legitimately becomes a girl and experiences sexism wasn't enough, then I don't know. We start with a music montage of Ty surfing, Emma drooling over him, and Johnny getting jealous. Speaking of stories that haven't gone anywhere since the beginning, let's get back to Reef.
Guys like it when you ask them out.
Yeah, independent women rule. That's why I signed up to judge them in Sunday's bikini contest.
Oh, Reef. You fucking suck. Reef set up the perfect weekend for himself. He got all his work done early, which is very unlike him, so he gets to host the bikini competition, which is very like him. That is until his mom comes to town. She tells all his friends his real name, which is Leslie, and Finn patents it as an insult because, I mean, Reef deserves it. Leslie's mom embarrasses him at every corner, and Leslie's starting to get fed up, but no one else is on his side. His mom bakes cookies and cleans the shack house, which wins over the guys, and the girls enjoy her company. And Finn enjoys revenge.
Cookie? Please give me a whole tray of peas. Thank you.
Leslie's mom even pasted a picture of Leslie with braces on his iconic red board, and he doesn't think to remove it before going surfing. Leslie is at the end of his rope, so he goes to the most powerful man he knows, the Kahuna.
Someone put a hex on my board. Doubt it, dude.
He would know. If I was given a police lineup and I had to decide who I thought put a hex on you, I'd just be careful where you're standing. Leslie asks the Kahuna to distract his mom while he goes on another objectification crusade, and we get a music montage of the Kahuna and Leslie's mom getting really, really close. Really close. The stories converge at this restaurant, so let's backtrack a little bit and see what everyone else is doing. You'll know you're caught back up when you see the Fart brothers farting on the guests. It seems even Lo has gotten fed up with the story going nowhere, so she tells Emma to suck it up and actually ask Ty out. At the same time, the manager girl, you'd think by now this joke would get old and I just look her name up, gets her plans changed. Her date stood her up and now she's on the hunt for someone else to fill her weekend plans. As Emma makes her way to finally get her shit together and ask out Ty, the manager gets there first. And Emma is broken. Initially, she just wants to fill time with a random guy because she's bored until Lo goes after her and she doubles down because She hates Lo. Now the manager girl is determined to make Ty fall in love with her because he has money. Lo takes umbrage with this because she is the only one who can misuse her family's funds. So the manager and Ty are on a date at this restaurant where Lo and Emma are planning sabotage. Hey look, it's the Fart Brothers farting on guests, but we're not ready to move forward yet. There's another subplot, so let's backtrack even more. Finn spends the episode protesting the bikini competition and gets annoyed when no one takes her seriously. Mostly Wipeout. That's pretty much it. Hey, look, it's the Fart Brothers farting on guests. I think we're caught up now. Okay, now we can move forward. And by forward, I mean reused footage. Emma thinks about all the moments she had with Ty, and it's literally clips from older episodes. I think maybe it's all the scenes they've shared. You could already argue that montages are just there to fill time, but this isn't even anything. There's no new content here. Showing these clips doesn't mean anything. We know she likes Ty, but it's okay because Lo has a plan, and Leslie gets a taste of his own medicine. And that's why the most common hypothetical brought up to sexist men is like, well, what if someone said that or did that to your mother? Can't argue with results. Lo gets a gross sack of something from the Fart Brothers and uses it to sabotage Ty's date. Meanwhile, Leslie attempts to sabotage his mom's new date, as his friends don't help because they're finally being fed real food.
You're welcome to borrow my razor if you need to shave your hairy legs.
Radical! I like the natural look.
Lo gets Snack Shack, who wants revenge for being rejected.
Who am I gonna go out with now? I washed my hair and everything. Ew. Please put your face somewhere I don't have to look at it.
Nice guy. Serves gross rotten cheese to the manager, and it makes her shit. It makes poopy shit. Poopy stinky, haha. Here's the thing. Sometimes the internet is a curse. Everyone always talks about, oh, hashtag childhood ruin whenever they notice dirty jokes in the shows they watched as kids. No, fingerprints. I don't think so. Doubloons, don't drop them. But most of them are just that. They're just jokes. But then there's some stuff like the feet or the sexually explicit stuff or the sexually explicit feet stuff over at Nickelodeon. If there's any one thing I could remove from my brain, it is the one clip I've seen from Total Dramarama where that one fairy flies around and starts smelling the kids' farts. Because of that, almost like it was from a movie, every fart, puke, and shit scene I saw on these fresh TV shows flashed before my mind. I really want to believe that they just find like farts and puke and diarrhea funny because kids find it funny, gross out stuff, but guys, I think I might be in denial. The rest of the B-plot in this episode is the manager girl eating bad fries and then shitting really loudly, and then Emma accidentally eating the fries while she's hitting it off with Ty, and then she cries and shits violently. And then Lo gets tied into this somehow. It's just a real shit show. I've always said I don't want to be one of those people that just shits on stuff that kids like. As a kid, I was really into the video game series Skylanders, and because of that, I wanted to watch content related to said game. Some of it was Windows Movie Maker speculation, some of it was strange family channels, but most of it at the start was older people complaining about it and shitting on it and saying that it ruined Spyro and that it's not a real Spyro game. In the end, Skylanders is what got me into the Spyro series and by extension the Crash Bandicoot series. And I know just as well that Total Dramarama is a bunch of kids' first introduction to the Total Drama franchise. But, when Teen Titans Go first came out, there was a large subsect of people on the internet who knew preemptively they weren't going to like it because it was a babified beta version of a TV show they already liked. But they still watched every single episode and hated them, and in some examples, posted videos about all of them. I knew I wasn't going to like Dramarama because actual Total Drama means a lot to me. So I chose not to watch it, and I still haven't watched it. And yet, you people keep asking for it. When are you gonna review Dramarama? I think you should talk about the baby show. Actually, Izzy met Chef when they worked at daycare together. None of that's canon. I shouldn't have to say, of course none of that's canon. A couple months back, I gave an ultimatum for the Indiana Jones video that I will talk more about the Lego Indiana Jones games if I get to 100,000 before the end of the year. I chose that number because I didn't think we were gonna make it. I was kind of banking on we weren't going to do that, so I wouldn't have to make it. Now I'm not so sure. So you know what? If you want me to talk about the baby show for dumb poopy babies, give me to 1 million, then I'll do it. See? Now that is never gonna happen. It's a win-win because it's likely not going to happen, and now I have an excuse and say like, well, I considered it, but it's on you guys. It's your fault now. I don't have to do anything. Anyway, Stoked. Finn is distraught that no one signed her petition until she has a meaningful talk with Leslie's mom. She says that bikinis are empowering to women because they aren't just a rocking bod, but a rocking brain as well. They should be able to feel good about themselves and not just feel bad just because other people are looking at them.
Wish I was a Betty with a rockin' bod.
Come on, you're a total Mills.
Oh, that's very,
No, a Mills. A mom I'd love to surf with.
Oh, awkward.
This show's crazy. In the end of both dates, manager girl leaves with Ty after violating everything in her body, and Leslie stands up to his mom. Hold on to that. Hold on to Leslie's whole story, because it'll come back in a future episode, but not in the way you think. After feeling bad about what he's done, mostly due to his friends sulking in their dirty dishes, Leslie runs after his mom. He catches the kahuna's bus she's on, and Leslie reconciles and apologizes to his mother. They make up, and she dumps the kahuna. You've made a powerful enemy, mortal woman. And in a nice little note, Leslie missed judging the bikini competition so he could go reconcile and apologize with his mom. It was an accident, sure, but it's still a big step for this character. I wonder if this development will stick moving forward. I wonder. More often than not, the plots do converge in this show in each episode, but they don't really have anything to do with each other. They don't really have a common theme. But this episode does have an overarching theme with all of its plots. Jealousy. We start off with a music montage. I'm starting to pick up on a pattern here, if the counter wasn't already enough. The music montage contains a prank war between the staff of Surfer's Paradise we've been following and Captain Ron's. Remember? From before. They have the Clam mascot. Meanwhile, Reef gets jealous that Finn is talking to some hot guy, so he seeks to make her jealous back. Immediately after, the teens are airdropped surfboards as a gift from a surf company. And then we get another music montage of them surfing on these new boards that immediately break because it was all an elaborate prank from Captain Ron's team. Legitimately, the time between these two montages was 3 minutes. The episode just started. Also, the first montage set up the brutal prank war, and they thought nothing of these suspicious fresh new boards. 3 minutes. We meet a new girl named Amber, who used to work with Finn, and they hate each other. Reef asks about her, and Finn does her best to warn Reef away, but he just takes this as jealousy, because he's vain. Maybe he hasn't changed at all. The Surfer's Paradise staff got owned so hard by Captain Ron that even Sora is coming in and taking pictures just so he can say he was in the place that got owned so hard. Mr. Ridgemount, the owner of the hotel, and Lo's dad. We know all that already. Get to the good stuff. He's taken aback by this and threatens Bomber's job if he doesn't turn this war around fast. Even he calls him Bummer. And of course the teens want to help because they're a load of merry pranksters, so they put together a plan to get them back. And their elaborate plan is just Lo and Broseph going into town to steal the Clam costume. It does not go well. Reef begins to date Amber to make Finn jealous, but then slowly realizes that it may have been a bad idea. She gifts Reef a shirt with a doctored photo of the two of them married together. Finn did try to warn him. I like that everyone in this universe is kind of just inexplicably really good at Photoshop. A cast after my own heart. She also paints him while he's sleeping, but that isn't nearly as impressive. What's more impressive, a dumb, stupid painting of a starry night or this image I made in Photoshop? You decide. Broseph and Lo didn't manage to get the costume off the Clam man, but they did manage to kidnap the Clam himself. But the Clam claims to actually be relieved because he hates working for Captain Ron. The Groms don't trust him at first, obviously, but then slowly take him in. Over the course of another music montage, we get of Wipeout getting really jealous. I told you jealousy is seeping into every pore of this episode. I don't think I used those exact words though. Just know that I was thinking it. By the way, 3 montages and we're not even halfway through the episode yet. Wipeout realizes that the team doesn't need him anymore. He's been replaced. So we get another montage of him looking for a new job in the suit. I always assumed the costume was property of the hotel and not something he just brought along with him on vacation, which is a really funny implication. We're learning a lot about the inner workings of this character. But if painting Reef and photoshopping them together wasn't enough, Amber crosses the line. She cuts off all of Reef's hair in his sleep, and that's the final straw. Nothing is more heartbreaking to a man than losing his beloved hair. Not that I would know. While Reef begs for Finn's help, again, the Clam is up to no good. It turns out the Clam was actually gathering intel as a double agent, but Wipeout overhears this call while sulking around. This one is arguable because they keep cutting away from it, but it's set to music, so I'm gonna count it. We get another montage of Wipeout and the Clam fighting with brooms. It's actually a double homage to Star Wars, because them fighting with the brooms is an homage to a lightsaber fight, and it constantly cutting away from the scene is an homage to Revenge of the Sith in the finale of the movie, where they keep cutting between 2 fights, and it's really annoying. Like, clearly the guys who say they like it, you guys have watched the YouTube edit and not how it's actually portrayed in the movie. As if the fight wasn't dumb enough without it. Sorry, it's not May anymore. I know. The staff's plan was to cover these special flip-flops with hot sauce and then give them to Captain Ron as a fake showing of goodwill. However, the Clam warns Captain Ron about this and tells him to give them back to Mr. Ridgemount, so Surfer's Paradise will get in trouble. And as this is happening, nobody says anything. It's not like the boss looks down on this prank war. He made them get involved. If you're just like, hey, we put hot sauce on those to try and prank them. he's not gonna get mad. He's the one that told Bomber to pick up the pace with action. Through our 5th montage of the episode, Wipeout manages to fight off the Clam and get the flip-flops out of the way when no one else could, I guess. He also shows them footage of the Clam plotting his betrayal.
Wipeout, I'm so sorry for not believing you.
And for treating you so bad.
Yeah, it's not your fault you have to wear that lame, goofy costume.
Costume?
We're never gonna ignore you again.
Okay, so clearly something's going on here, right? There's something with Wipeout that's more than meets the eye. Is the kahuna involved? Mayhaps? And everything is wrapped up as the Clam steals Amber because Finn told her that he has a hot tub. In a way, Reef is insulted, but he's also free, and all he had to do was finally admit that he was only with her to make Finn jealous. Hold on to that feeling you're feeling right now. Hold on to that tightly, because I get a feeling we won't get any more of that anytime soon. Speaking of following up this episode, we now have a world record of 5 music montages in one episode. I'd hazard to believe that somebody could beat that. Our episode opens with another surfing music montage. Do I even need to announce it anymore, or is it just a given? Yet again, Lo is kept out of her family's regular vacations. That's how you know these guys are rich. 2 trips in one summer, and knowing that the entire show takes place over one summer, and we're not even halfway through yet, it's been like a month. They've gone on 2 trips in 1 month. Looks like we're getting another girl plot and boy plot. The girls have a girls' night and sneak into Lo's family deluxe room, as the boys put an ad for the hotel out on a nudist blog and accidentally get 2 nudist brothers to stay at the hotel. Alright? And they are actual brothers this time. This isn't a fart brother situation. Or an island boys situation. These plots don't converge as much as they cross a lot. The only reason the girls get into the room is because they get Emma to manipulate Johnny to put his job on the line to get them into the deluxe room. Again. 2 episodes ago, Reef learned a lesson, and Emma attempted to admit her feelings to Ty. When is Johnny gonna get his arc? When is he gonna grow up? I don't even feel bad for him anymore because he keeps letting it happen, but Emma is a hypocrite. The girls have a nice girls' night until Lo's mom catches them in the act, but she doesn't want to bust them. She wants to join them. While the girls are out, Bomber gets the nudist brothers out of sight by putting them on the now vacated room. Johnny gets the boys to lower himself from the roof to look into the girls' room. If he's gonna get taken advantage of, might as well get something out of it. Yeah, I don't feel bad for him at all anymore. He's being really weird. For how the episode started and...
Oh, good call, Klaus. Yoga is the perfect way to work up an appetite. Ja, und now? Inhale, Cobra. Exhale, downward dog. 1, 2, 3, 4.
My eyes! My eyes! My eyes! Do you hear something?
Just Johnny screaming.
Not that.
They also just leave him there. On one hand, they're really bad friends. On the other hand, this was a weird plan, Johnny. You deserve this. So Johnny spends the rest of the episode being traumatized, and now his bestest friends in the whole wide world who left him there now have to fix him. Remember a little bit ago when I said that the moment where Reef stands up to his mom would come back? I wasn't talking about Reef. Almost the exact thing happens 2 episodes later, only some weeks apart, except the way Lo deals with it.
You in a better mood now?
I will be once we're escorted out of here. I called in a bomb threat.
What?
Oh my god. Lo's father shows up because he believes his wife and daughter are inside a building with a bomb. You know what? Pretty understandable reaction. What isn't understandable is for some reason he wants to go inside with the SWAT team instead of letting the professionals do it. In this comedy of errors, it's revealed that there was no bomb and Lo is about to get an earful until the mom stands up for her and covers it up. And yet again, nothing is learned. Lo is saved again by the woman she wanted to get away from so bad that she called in a bomb threat to a luxury hotel. I think we also need a counter for every time Lo doesn't take accountability. It's gotta be in like double digits now, right? I sure hope we get a fulfilling ending to the other plot. Johnny realizes that he actually doesn't hate skin by gawking at girls in bikinis, but then he sees the Naked Brothers again and gets right back to where he started. Sorry, I meant to say Nudist Brothers. The Naked Brothers were a band that had a show on Nickelodeon that ran for 4 seasons. 4 seasons? In the end, it's Johnny showing his own cock and balls to everyone in public that fixes his affliction.
Night surfing naked. That dude's extreme. Woo!
It is just skin. It's totally natural.
I guess. And the episode ends with Reef and Broseph getting traumatized by looking at the Nudist Brothers, even though they already did earlier. As much as I would love to get into the particulars of the cock and ball bomb threat episode, we have a very important episode coming up, and I think we should put more of our attention and time into that. The only reason I have fond memories of this series, or even memories at all, is because this Canadian show aired in the US on the Cartoon Network. But we've been over this. The show was only shown here along with 16 because of the massive success of Total Drama. Every episode of Total Drama made it to air on Cartoon Network with some minor alterations, and by that I mean a lot was changed. And the Cartoon Network also got their own episode with the TDI rundown and also some specific blocks hosted by the characters. 16 is a completely different story. There were some episodes that legitimately never aired in the US because of censorship issues. As it turns out, girls in America actually don't get periods. That's just a weird Canadian thing. You guys bleed out of your pussies? Pff, that's fucking weird. What? But Stoked had significantly less episodes than both 16 and Total Drama. We're actually almost halfway through. It only had 2 seasons, each with 26 episodes. It only got 2 seasons, just like My Babysitter's a Vampire. Oh, I made myself sad. And we're almost at the season 1 finale, but this episode, episode 22 of 26, was the final one that aired in America. What? After returning as a part of the new era for Cartoon Network Monday nights for about 5 weeks before falling off the face of the earth, or falling the face of the country. And I have a couple theories, one of which is that they went on multiple hiatuses in the middle of season 1 and kept changing the day the episodes would air. And they also placed them at the end of every Monday night, where I wasn't watching. I was too busy watching John Cena beat up somebody. The other 2 theories are not wanting to pay the music licenses, which I imagine were very expensive, and probably why it doesn't have an actual proper release to this day, and repetition. I mentioned earlier that by this point they already had another show about slackers who would constantly do shenanigans to get out of their work, and also there was a golf cart there. Not only was that other show good, but it was significantly popular. Regardless, I say we delve into the final episode aired on Cartoon Network officially, so we can learn how to say goodbye. The first time, at least, there will be more goodbyes. Andrew Baumer is under immense amount of stress, so much so that he pops his stress ball. He manages so many things around the hotel, least of all is speaking seagull to the seagulls to get them to leave. Wait, what? The residents of this hotel have powers way beyond my comprehension and my pay grade. And some of the Groms see this man at the end of his rope on the verge of snapping as the perfect opportunity to pull a funny prank. Reef, Broseph, and Finn set up an elaborate joke and begin filming, but instead of many laughs, they catch him breaking down crying. As a kid, I thought Baumer was really lame. As an adult, I get it. I am Andrew. Wait, no, that doesn't. The Groms feel bad for him in the first time in their lives and decide to help him chill out. We get a music montage of the kids grooming Baumer to be one of them, and it works. To a fault.
Yo, Braziers, check it out. I think you mean bras, dude.
Kind of. Mr. Ridgemount has been around significantly more often. Probably has something to do with the fact that the hotel just had a bomb threat. And he's noticed Baumer is missing, so he goes after him to reprimand him, but Baumer is a changed man.
Yo, chill, Richie Ridgemount. It's all good in the hood.
So he gets fired, assuring that nobody there is good at their job. Baumer has been turned into a burnout with no aspirations, so he goes to live where all the burnouts go. Their shitty shack. And the Groms are of course annoyed by this despite it being entirely their faults. Let me ask you guys ever hear the idea of Super Hitler? I think I'm allowed to say his name at least, I just can't say the other one. The Stormfront. The hypothetical idea that if you go back in time and kill Hitler, it's entirely possible that a new, worse Super Hitler could take his place. In theory. In a sense. His name wouldn't literally be Super Hitler. I don't think that's a name, or maybe it is. I've never been to Germany. That was a very roundabout way and risky way for me to explain that now that Mr. Ridgemount is in charge and around more, he's far more strict than Baumer ever was. You never know how good you have it. So now they have an older, annoying tag-along they can't get rid of, and a worse boss. So we get basically 2 back-to-back music montages. One is of Baumer getting in the way of their stuff, and the other is Ridgemount being a hard-ass. And they count as 2 montages because they use separate songs for each. Add it to the counter. I'm at the point now where, like, I'm sure I'll know it in editing, but right now I don't even know what this number is. It's convergence time, you know what that means. Hey look, it's the Fart Brothers farting on the guests at the restaurant. Lo gets advice from her father that she needs to take charge over the children she's watching and whips them into shape. Not literally, but she does make them do push-ups. Lo imparts some wisdom of her own and gives advice to Emma. She finally breaks Emma out of her 22-episode Thai spell and gives her a magazine. The magazine advises Emma to date someone else to get the taste of Thai out of her mouth. So she immediately turns to that wasn't a sex joke, by the way. So she immediately turns to Johnny, since he just so happened to be the closest to her at that moment. Johnny proceeds to plan out the perfect date involving a limo and a nice night of talk. He also gets Emma a new dress to wear on the date. And you could argue that this is really cute. The word I would use is creepy. But the date actually goes really well, and Emma begins to fall for Johnny. But when she goes to the bathroom, Johnny rifles around in her purse like a gremlin.
What does a pregnancy test look like?
No, it's like a thin piece of plastic with a thing on the end of it.
Okay, so this is definitely a gun.
Whoa!
I'm so glad that I'm back to referencing normal episodes of Community, and I don't have to keep going back to the well of the Halloween episode, even though I could mention the Halloween episode earlier when I talked about the other Halloween episode. Welcome back to the pantheon of all the other running gags I have now. Johnny finds the magazine that told her to use Johnny as a rebound, which he takes as a personal insult. Now, you may think I was too hard on or made wild assumptions about the writing team during the Leslie episode. But Johnny gets revenge by feeding Emma garlic, which doesn't agree with her, so Emma rushes to the bathroom and we hear her scream and shit loudly again. I'll take my apology in writing. What the fuck is their problem with Emma, and why do they keep wanting to see... Never mind, I answered my own question. They both forgive each other, and Emma admits she actually had a really good time, but in a surprise twist, Johnny actually stands up for a change. After being manipulated by her for like the 5th time, he's done. That's not exactly how he words it, although I wish he would. He immediately moves on to a new girl, and they leave in the limo he rented while leaving Emma behind shitting her brains out. Yay! Meanwhile, Lo realizes that taking charge isn't who she is and immediately buys the kids soft pretzels. She meets back up with the other Groms and they hatch an idea. They plant these pretzels all around the hotel and lead an army of seagulls inside. They pep talk Bomber to go back to the job he's good at and finds so fulfilling. So he gets back in gear and talks all the seagulls into attacking Captain Ron's instead. Mr. Ridgemount sees this and is so impressed that he begs him to come back. And Bomber uses this opportunity to ask for better wages, hours, and benefits, and he gets all of it. Happy ending! And Lo fucks up the kids so much that she's removed from watching kids and put back on maid duty. Again. Bad ending? And we actually do get a nice little moment I alluded to before of Bomber actually acknowledging the kids who gave him a good time and helped him out of his slump and were there for him. He's still their boss, but he has a newfound respect for them and they have a newfound respect for him. He was young once. And it's possible that even these rowdy prankster teens have a newfound respect mutually for their strict boss. Fulfilling ending? Not to say that this is a good finale because it wasn't meant to be a finale. And I mean, Johnny moving on, Bomber getting a newfound respect for the Groms and vice versa. The audience learns more about Bomber. Lo goes back to her mid-season status quo. If this does have to be the final episode that aired in the US, the Cartoon Network audience's last look at these characters was actually really nice. Let's see how they fuck it up. Welcome to Canada, bitches. The Fart Brothers dress up as girls for a prank. Remember earlier when they made Reef dress up as a girl as a punishment? Closets made of glass. There's a major sports drink company called Tides Up, and their drink ambassador comes to town. Reef, Broseph, and Finn talk about how cool the perks are and how cool it would be to be their spokesperson. Except for Broseph, who, despite talking about the perks, only surfs for fun and is immune to selling out. The woman in charge announces that there will be a surf competition to see who will be the next Tides Up spokesperson. And because Broseph is out of the race, it's another Reef and Finn competition. And because it's the two of them, of course they cheat. Reef does something pretty simplistic in turning off Finn's alarm, and then Finn glues Reef's door shut, like the whole thing. Reef uses children to blind Finn, and then Finn tricks Reef into putting on muscle relaxant and then going out into the ocean on his board. I think you may be taking this a little too far. The person in charge turns them both down, but then clocks Broseph as the perfect next Tides Up spokesperson. But my Broseph would never do that. But then Finn and Reef put their brains together and come up with a terrible idea that they pitch to the spokeswoman. Reef and Finn will use Broseph's likeness without his consent and trick him into doing stuff. And the company person goes for it. I understand why these two think it's a good idea, but why would the company brand woman be on board with this? They could have just lied to her. The episode kind of makes it seem like she doesn't know about the scheme, even though they ran it by her. It's nice to see them being evil together instead of evil against each other. It's heartwarming. Doesn't he need to sign a contract in any way for them to be able to use his face? Surprisingly, they managed to get promo pictures by tricking Broseph until Sora comes around and tells Broseph he loves his work. Sora ruins everything. While Reef and Finn reap the benefits of selling their friend's soul, Broseph catches wind and bails. So they immediately take away the evil couple's riches for being evil, and that's how the plot ends. Broseph doesn't even confront them. He doesn't seem that upset about them getting free stuff. All the work and none of the rewards. You don't even want like a smoothie? The subplot of this episode is Emma trying to find a new guy after getting over Ty and getting dumped by Johnny and shitting a lot. Now I'm the one who has a problem. Surprisingly, Emma falls for Ripper, who's actually nice and not a farter when not with his fart brother. Sorry, the fart brothers' names are Ripper and Lance. I don't think I've set it up to this point. And again, I don't want to peek behind the curtain too much, but I was also writing this bit before the new season of Total Drama came out. I was actually watching Stoked as I was watching the new season, and I looked at the screen and realized, oh, they used the same bit. His name's Ripper, and he farts a lot. We get a compilation of Lance ruining all the dates for Ripper. Eventually, he asks Lance to stay back because he actually really likes Emma, and because he's a good friend who cares about Ripper, he hangs back. It's sad that the best friends in the show at this current moment are the Fart Brothers. At least they know what they like. This is where another theory comes in. The second montage of this episode is Lance being sad about missing Ripper, set to You and I by Ann Arbor. Okay, stop the cool montage, shut it all down. This is gonna for sure claim the video now, just using this much footage. And we run a business here, okay? Hair growth hormone doesn't grow on trees. Did you know that BH Ultra has an official BH Ultra Patreon that you could pledge money to support the content you are now watching? I'll be back down here. Speaking of, I don't know why I just said that. That was weird. Episodes 23 and 24 feature licensed songs, while 25 and 26 do not. If Cartoon Network didn't want to pay the music rights to these later episodes because they weren't recouping their benefits with this show, why wouldn't they just show the episodes that didn't feature the licensed music? Well, they probably could get away with just skipping 23 and 24. It's better in the long run to just end outright at episode 22 so the CN kids don't even know what they're missing. After all the speculation about music rights and ratings and censorship, legitimately, Cartoon Network just doesn't need these shows anymore. And I mean, aside from being very similar to regular show. The only original shows created by Cartoon Network during the nudes era was Flapjack and a bunch of live action shows and other action shows that were kind of hit or miss. The only thing really keeping CN afloat during this era were Canadian imports and thumb movies. Johnny Test, Total Drama, 16 and Stoked carried the company when no other show would. And by 2010, with all these new hit shows, they didn't need Stoked. And by July 2010, even 16 had wrapped up. I forgot I was talking about an episode. In the end, Emma lets Ripper go so he can be with the true person he loves, Lance. The closet is glass. This episode opens with a surfing montage set to music, and water is wet. Reef and Broseph continue pranking Bomber over and over because they didn't learn their lesson last time. Newfound respect, utterly destroyed. But they get caught and Bomber has a talk with them. And I hate to do this because you can only push an episodic show so far. This show does have development, like most shows. But in the end, the show is episodic. When it all comes down to it, whatever would be the funniest at that moment, the show will bend to do that. The backpedaling of character development isn't actually a complaint. I'm just bringing it up as a joke because honestly, a lot of these episodes I don't have a whole lot to say about because we're past the point of remembering things. That being said, and again, I don't want to be one of those internet complainer nitpick guys, but continuity error alert, we have a continuity error. Bomber tells the kids that he can respect a good prank because he used to pull them back in his day. Not only does this go against what we learned in the last episode, but in the prank war episode where the Clam double agents them, he goes to the Groms for help because all his ideas for pranks are lame. Regardless, Bomber just asked them to tune down their pranks because a very important potential investor is visiting the hotel and he doesn't want them to fuck it up. Of course, the boys take this to mean that they should prank him even more, so they make the most disgusting egg with stuff around the house, get Bomber to eat it, and then show him footage of them making it gross. Of course, they have to turn off Total Drama action first. I didn't edit this. This is in the episode. So the 16 theme song appears in action, and the action theme song appears in Stoked, but also Bridget and Jeff watch Stoked as a show. The prank is so good that the boys think that Bomber is secretly planning a revenge prank and lured them into a false sense of security and hit them when they least expect it. So everyone gets together to pull one massive prank to preemptively respond to the revenge that might not even happen. Except for Emma. However, this time they actually remembered Emma existed and thought to include her, but she's off doing her own plot. What is Emma up to right now?
Mrs. Marvin,
Boys will be boys.
if they do that again, boys will be girls, if you catch my drift.
You can't talk to us like that. You're Canadian.
They easily could have roped Wipeout into their plan, but he's questionable. The elaborate prank involves cutting the brakes and steering wheel off his golf cart to make him go off a ramp into a kiddie pool of dead fish, which he violently overshoots. Now, as much as I would like to go in excruciating, boring detail about this episode, I'm just gonna spoil it. Bomber pretends to be dead and the potential investor is clearly Snack Shack in a costume. In the end, it's revealed that he faked his death with Wipeout and Snack Shack, and this whole week was an elaborate setup for Broseph and Reef's past discretions. They weekend at Bernie's him around, sunglasses and all, and they didn't think to call this episode Weekend at Bombers. It was right there. The montage of them puppeteering his corpse around is set to Acropolis by Ellegarden. I actually didn't know they were an actual band.
It just says that on the wiki. Of course, the episode I speed through has only one music montage. Probably why I skipped over it. Sorry. The reason I brought this all up is because of the crash. Overshooting the pool and pretending to be dead because of it is pretty crucial to his plan, and the crash actually needs to be able to kill someone to be believable. So it's a crash that would kill someone, and we know he fakes his death, but they never really explain how he survived the crash. Like, that's a pretty risky plan. You just gotta hope you don't get killed. If I have to pick any of the episodes out of the entire run that aren't canon, it's not the fish stick episode, it's this one. I mean, the resolution of Emma's plot is the terrible family apologizing, so there's no way this is real. And then the girls send Bomber out to sea as another revenge prank. The cycle will never end. Yay! Who would have thought that this episode would have opened with a music montage? It really caught me off guard. Emma is still longing after Ty. I thought we were over this. I'm starting to think that maybe nothing's ever gonna change ever. At least Johnny got out of his vicious cycle. But Ty is still with the manager girl, who tells Emma she's gonna teach her a lesson. Meanwhile, Broseph sees a cute girl with beads in her braids and he is captivated.
Beads.
Bees?
Beads.
Beads?
Job's not on board.
So Broseph decides to ditch his iconic fro and get a new bead do. And I know what it's like to drastically change the way your iconic hair looks on a whim. You never really get over it. Broseph is going through a big change while Emma is reverting to her old self. I wonder what Lo's up to right now.
My whole fam is going on Daddy's business trip to Thailand, but they haven't invited me.
How many trips do these people take? So legitimately nothing has changed at all. Lo hatches a plan to get back on her family's weekly vacation, but the manager girl ends up joining them, and now she can teach Emma that lesson by making her wear an embarrassing lobster costume. It's worth noting that all the other mascot costumes we've seen up to this point do not have an exposed face like this. Like the mascots themselves are the faces. Lo tries to talk her way into the plane by pointing out that there's an extra seat, but instead they offer the seat to Manager Girl. She's starting to become a pretty important character, more so than the Fart Brothers or Ty, so I should probably learn her name. Anyway, Broseph sucks at surfing now, and the boys don't know what causes this. They bust out the blackboard to figure out the new factor, and the only thing that's changed since the last time he surfed, and it takes them a while to figure out it's the braids. Like, however long you think it is, add some more minutes to that. They even go to the Kahuna and his giant weather-controlling fan to try and test everything. And it's just now occurring to me that Finn is just not involved with this episode at all. Like, she's around, but everyone is off doing their own thing. Lo and Emma converge their stories to make my job easier and combine their powers to take down the Manager Girl. Emma specifically says they need to be sneaky, and their way of going about this is to physically assault her while wearing a lobster suit she put her in. The face is exposed. She knows it's you. Lo records her laying out her gold digging plan and blackmails her to get on that plane. But instead, the Manager Girl cuts a deal with Lo, who sells out Emma almost immediately. Why are any of these guys even friends with each other? We're stuck in a classic sitcom status quo time loop, and it's making me go crazy. And she offers Lo the waitress job, which we've seen prior that she sucks at. But I guess it's better than scrubbing toilets, which she also is not good at. Remember that time she threw garbage out a window? Why not try a different job? So she's gonna give Emma's job to her and fire Emma, even though we've seen both of them work in the dining hall before. Emma catches wind of this and goes to surf out her frustrations. Meanwhile, Broseph learns the tune of his beads have been playing that Sora and some other strangers complimented on was actually a boy band song. So he rips out his bead braids and goes to surf out his frustrations as well. And that's where the plot ends. The more stuff changes, the more stays the same, except nothing has changed at all. Speaking of which, Emma hits a nasty wave and Ty goes out to save her. They think she's in legit danger, so Ty gives her mouth-to-mouth, which Manager Girl isn't happy about. And like, I know, giving mouth-to-mouth has been a euphemism for kissing and coming-of-age stories since kids existed. But what did you want, Manager Girl? You want Emma to die? You know what? Don't answer that. Emma and Ty have a nice little moment at the end, or it would have been nice if Emma hadn't gone through a whole multi-episode arc in getting over him. Well, at least it can't get worse. I don't know why I said that. I haven't even watched the new episode yet. I'm just hoping it's a funny setup. There could very well be no punchline. And this isn't the punchline right here. The next episode being the final episode of season 1. We've gone through so many episodes of development and then backpedaling and then more development and even more backpedaling. If there could be any episode that would feature some form of status quo change or big character development, it would be the season finale. Lo's dad had a near-death experience by choking on some bad steak and realizes he needs to change his ways and be nicer to those closest to him. Wouldn't be the first time the food at the resort fought back. So all is forgiven and Lo is allowed back in the penthouse. So she begins to acclimate to her old life, but she may soon find out that she's torn between two worlds and she doesn't belong in either anymore. Without her, the Groms go to surf, only to find out there are no waves anymore. They wait and wait, but the waves are just gone. If only they knew some kind of ancient shaman who could control the weather. So, guys, I promise you, I did not watch any of these ahead of time. I watched an episode and then wrote about that episode. Technically, I've been writing 3 episodes at a time and then writing those 3 and then moving on. But this is a fresh start. When I postulated my Kahuna weather god theory, I had not seen this episode. I don't think I've ever actually seen this episode. I'm just really good at making theories. Some would call me the MatPat of total drama. Somebody said that to me in the premiere of a different video, and I took umbrage with that. The Kahuna tells the Groms that the lack of waves are probably tied to the surfing god, and he points to this totem while speaking about it as if it is the god, while obviously describing himself. It's him. He's the surfing god. I knew it. I also looked up if there was an actual god of surfing, and nothing came up related to Howley. So this can't be offensive, because I think they made it up.
Howley's not an angry god, but he is a hungry god.
Fine, guy, whatever, let's just do it. I'm dying here.
Okay, here's a list of stuff I need. That Howley needs.
Like, come on. It's entirely possible I've had this theory in my subconscious ever since I was a kid, just waiting there and biding its time for this exact video for me to talk about it. But I never saw this episode.
Howley's starving. Oh, Howley, accept this offering of delicious waffles and barbecue ribs.
This is supposed to raise the waves?
Howley doesn't have a mouth, so I have to eat for him.
You guys gotta get on this guy's good side. And then he leaves the episode. That's it for him here. Hold on. Lo realizes she doesn't fit in with her rich friends anymore and doesn't find the life as fulfilling. Working for your money is cool and all, but there's an ancient surfing god going on right next door. It turns out that's actually not the case. The waves are being stopped because Captain Ron built an artificial island that stops the waves from reaching the resort so that rich people can golf. Once again, golf ruins everything. And because he's in international waters, they can't do anything legally. The Groms start to go crazy trying to find new hobbies, and Johnny picks Pong. It's weird for shows, mostly cartoons, because they're the ones that have to draw original consoles. How whenever they show a video game in a show, they've never evolved past the 80s. Like, they use the Master System in a regular show, but that entire show is 80s coded. I've been talking about that show a lot. Show me Amazing World of Gumball, Final Fantasy VII, and Portal references. They get it. I love Portal, by the way. If you didn't know. People would comment on every video asking for a total drama video for a year. And then I finally did it. I'm like, all right, I can move on now. And now I keep getting comments. Hey, where's Portal 2? It's coming. It will come. The only new hobby that sticks is Reef begins reading and then becomes immediately intelligent. And everyone is, of course, taken aback by this. He had this potential the whole time, but then later they're also shocked when he hatches a plan. Like, oh, I like this new smart Reef, as if he hasn't hatched several schemes in previous episodes. That's like one of his dude things. He's the evil scheme guy of the group. They put together the perfect plan, but unfortunately they don't have the capital to fund it. At the final hour, Lo returns to the shit shack to bankroll the scheme like Danny DeVito and Always Sunny.
Hey Ultraers, it's editor Andrew again, just jumping in here because I noticed this while editing on the timeline. Mr. Ridgemount is like in on their plan, like he's there at the planning bit. I don't know why they need Lo to fund it when it's his money anyway.
I love referencing live action sitcoms in my cartoon reviews. It's always the same 3. Unless you count Jake and Amir, then it's 4. The Groms use bears and skunks and loud musics and pranks to terrorize the guests and send the artificial island adrift somehow. Captain Ron is still on one of them. If we never see him again, I'm just gonna assume he died while lost at sea. Yay! And it's not a huge episode for a finale, but I mean, overcoming an insurmountable obstacle from a past villain and use all their past pranks and schemes for the good of the hotel that they've grown to love. But the big final moment, and potentially the first actual status quo change, is that Lo decides she'd rather work with the Groms than go back to her life of luxury. But she has her dad fake a fight and reprimand her, so the Groms think she's one of them again. And normally I would just tell you about a music montage to avoid the video getting striked, but you know what? It's probably gonna get striked anyway. Fuck it. The video is gonna get claimed or blocked anyway. It's really just for me to make it. It's gonna sit on my desk in a little tape form. I'm gonna be the only one that watches this video. I say we enjoy a nice surfing montage of all the characters we've grown to love. Love is a strong word. So, that is season 1. of Stoked. My knowledge of Teletoon only really extends to when they would air shows on American networks or when I would use my family's computer to go on the website. I did not watch the show as it aired in Canada, as I did not live there. By this point in 2010 on Cartoon Network, the season had already wrapped up episodes prior. That was the extent of my knowledge. But on Teletoon in Canada, the season 1 finale aired June 2010, and then season 2 started airing September 2010. A 2-month gap between seasons in its main country of origin is relatively unheard of, unless you consider the company that made it. And like I said, all my knowledge of this series is just deep-seated memories tied to when it aired on the Cartoon Network. But I don't know how I did or how I could have or even when it happened, but at some point between 2010 and the current year, I managed to watch season 2 of Stoked. Because I don't remember a lot of later episodes of season 1 because they didn't air, but I do remember Wipeout made it to the intro, boys. Wipeout fans finally got one. Emma has a zit on her forehead and Broseph is sleep surfing. Probably has something to do with slighting the surfing god Kahuna. The only montage in this episode, which is very surprising that we only got one in the premiere of season 2, is just Broseph sleep surfing. Also, sorry to spoil it, but the episode ends with Emma tying Broseph to a tree. That doesn't really solve the problem. Like, he's not cured at all. To our knowledge, in the series moving forward, he's constantly going to be dealing with this. Moving on. The reason I wanted to run through the B and C plots as fast as possible is because I had a lot to say about the A plot, the non-zit and sleep surfing one. A boy that Lo dumped last summer is back at the resort, but now he looks hotter. More like Potter. She goes over to rekindle the romance, but finds that he's actually going out with Finn now. Lo is caught off guard and scrambles to find a date of her own to make the ex jealous, and she chooses Reef on a whim, which makes Finn jealous. This is the thing I remember. I remember these two being a consistent part of season 2. It had to have been season 2 because it didn't happen in season 1, which could mean two things. Either it is a consistent part that permeates through all the episodes of season 2, or it's brought up in like 5 episodes and they're all spaced apart. Knowing what we know so far, I'm going with the latter. The first episode of season 2 consists of Reef and Lo scheming together while also getting on each other's nerves. Finn makes them kiss each other in front of her to prove they're really dating because that's a staple of fake dating episodes of TV. Imagine in real life if you told your friend, like, hey, this is my girlfriend, we're dating. And they're immediately like, oh, kiss each other in front of me. Go to jail. But the fake kiss, it's a real kiss, just fake intentions, is what gets them interested in each other in the first place. In the end, it all falls apart on a double date that Johnny set up to fail. Because they roped Johnny into their lie and he was too overcome with the guilt. All the pictures they used as proof were brought into question. Harry Potter recognizes the pictures because it's him.
I also prepared visual proof of our relationship.
Hey, I don't remember doing any of that stuff with you.
You didn't, genius. I pasted your head onto bodies of my old boyfriends.
Photoshop queen, undefeated champion. No wonder she's my favorite. My favorite human that's not a whale costume. Sorry. I got really thirsty again. Reef eventually snaps and spills the beans that they did this just to make them jealous. Finn finds this repulsive, but it turns out the ex was actually dating Finn just to get back at Lo for dumping him last summer. The lie falls apart and they don't need to keep up the sham, but it's still the final straw for Finn. She tells Reef that there's no world where she could possibly like him after this, which you'd think I would be more upset about. But in front of the moonlight, just the two of them. The two liars talk about how the kiss Finn made them do, which was still weird, and they run it back and kiss again. I don't know what's wrong with me. Why do I want to see people who hate each other get together? When did this happen? They're fighting the whole episode, and yet I am normal about this.
You have it down to a science.
What can I say? I'm a kitten.
Pardon?
I said smitten. Smitten!
I'm smitten, not a kitten. That would be just weird.
Normal. Heather, Alejandro, and Sam and Freddie have absolutely ruined my brain chemistry. I just want to be normal. So at some point in my life, I watched season 2. I know it was long enough ago that I don't super remember it, and I didn't have my enough finished adult brain to register it, but I know I was old enough to get obsessed. Like, I watched TV shows before this, but I didn't twirl my hair and kick my feet about them like this. These fresh TV shows know how to get me invested and make me smile like an idiot. I think I need to be put down. Like, I'm making jokes, all right? It's all for fun. I'm doing a bit. But it is also incredibly embarrassing. Because I am, as an adult, now getting preemptively reinterested in this relationship again. I don't even know how it turns out. I also don't even know if they keep this up. I may just remember the first episode of season 2. I mean, when it came to My Babysitter's a Vampire, season 2 was far better because they knew it was their final season and they had more continuity because of it. And this is the final season of Stoked. Sorry to get you all excited because the odds they keep this plot up are very thin. Reef has to instruct even more surfers like he's some kind of surf instructor or something. So much so that we get a montage of him hating his job, and you guys better enjoy it because it may be a while before we get another one. I know there's no continuity and I need to stop complaining every time like, oh, this happened in this episode, why is it different? But a couple episodes ago, Reef was just incredibly intelligent and knew how to read. And this episode, he doesn't know what a screwdriver is. He's lost it. He was dumb, but he could function. Is it the toxic waste again? Could you tell I'm writing this video and the total drama video at the same time? Reef is tired of this society in which there is no luxury or enjoyment and he must work to survive. So he turns around and builds an automated system to do his job for him. No, I know where this is going.
The world's only surf-teaching, out-of-control educator! Or Stoked for short.
Nice. Of course, at first, his employees and friends don't trust something that Reef made. But after getting convinced to try it, Emma and Lo try and beat each other's high scores. And eventually everyone wants to try. What we find out later is that the machine has a coin slot and then Reef has been collecting the money. And I totally forgot, it didn't even register until after the episode, that Canadian dollars are coins. So I thought he was making like quarters and nickels. He's probably making dollars. Eventually, Bomber catches wind and demands a majority cut because it's on hotel property and benefiting from its guests. Reef is rolling in coins, Scrooge McDuck style, as we see the machine is starting to warp everyone's brains, making everyone's jobs worse and turns Lo and Emma into mindless ghouls. But Reef doesn't care because he's rolling in it. Till it all comes crashing down. He's fired from his surf instructor job despite making the machine that replaces it because the automated machine can do the job a lot better and they don't have to pay it.
They took our jobs! Yeah, they took our jobs!
Fresh TV's been radicalizing teens since the 2000s. Reef needs some major help, so he goes to the Kahuna, cause duh. He's the most powerful being in the Stoked canon.
He's only the second most popular character in the whole canon!
Reef hatches a new plan because, and I reiterate, he's the plan guy.
Staff house, 5 minutes.
Shh. If I wanted it read out loud, I would have just said it, not put it in some totally awesome, mysterious note.
Yeah, really mysterious, Reef.
How did you know it was me?
Lucky guess.
He's also the funny voices guy. I like that little detail that on top of being a surfer, Reef is also just like a character actor. They get Bomber away from the machine by pulling out a perfect Mr. Ridgemount impression. Get this man in the booth right now. He doesn't have to be smart, but he needs to use his talents for good. While Johnny and Broseph bait away the Fart Brothers lovers. Reef is seconds away from destroying the machine that was built to give him a life of leisure, but instead ended up replacing him. Tale as old as time. Until it's revealed that Finn, who had objected to something Reef had built and made fun of Lo and Emma for getting obsessed, had actually spent every night using it. The Groms fail at their plan, but the Kahuna steps onto the board and immediately destroys it, because he has powers, duh. But the spell is broken and the townspeople are freed as Reef is given his job back. And because I think, I'm going back on my word now, Reef is a canon genius, and no one else can replicate the machine, we're learning so much about him. And he has a newfound appreciation for his shitty surf instructor job. How nice. It just goes to show, automation should be used to make all of our lives easier so we can reach a higher purpose, but instead they're always going to be tools of the rich to use and be able to not pay people a livable wage. And now Reef at a young age has learned, like many, that no matter how smart he is, or how hard he works, or what he invents, or how loyal he is, he will always be stuck in the same system forever. Let's go to the next episode. Lo and Finn have a trash fight in the room they're cleaning. You know, teenager stuff. You guys didn't have trash fights every Thursday behind the school? But Bomber catches them and they both get in trouble, but one more than the other. Hey, look, it's Rosie. Where have you been? I feel like it's been, I don't know, a dozen episodes. Bomber unveils a new fun way of punishing workers, the Wall of Shame. And I thought by this point we would have dropped the total drama tendencies. Finn is blamed for the trash fight and forced to clean the washrooms while everyone else is out having a beachside party. And Finn is fed up and believes she's being treated unfairly. It really is amazing how many episode plots in the show is just people hating their jobs. It's the most accurate aspect of it. Finn overhears the Groms laughing over a job listing ad. Apparently Captain Ron, the Clam mascot guy, I mean, he's not in the Clam mascot, he owns the Clam mascot, is looking for a surf instructor all his own, and that is the job Finn went to Surfers Paradise to get. Finn goes for it and gets Johnny to cover for her, and if there's anything we know about Johnny, He's terrible at keeping secrets and lies. So he immediately blurbs to everyone, and the Groms take issue with this. They care about Finn and want her to be happy, but they don't want to lose her. But because Finn is now gone, no longer being a maid, Lo needs a new cleaning partner.
Who are you?
I'm your new cleaning partner.
What?
Yeah, Finn has the day off. Now drop the bonbons and grab a mop, Missy.
This would explain why she showed up randomly after being AWOL for weeks. Months. Because we never learn anything, Lo is terrible at her job still, and Rosie isn't having any of it. She bails because of it. She leaves Lo to her own devices, which sounds like a terrible idea to me. Like, I know you just got back and are about to be fired, but they can't fire Lo. She's got immunity. Maybe I'm too total drama brained. Reef goes into disguise, again, to tank Finn's tryout with Captain Ron. Man good at doing voices, frequently wears disguises.
Operation Get the Finn Back is begun. I am the master of a disguise.
And despite everything in Reef's power and his mastery of disguise, Finn still gets the job. And this episode is weird. I've said that about a lot of episodes. It doesn't make it any less true. Like, you ever watch a show and for some reason one episode just feels off? For one, there are no montages, at least no real ones, making it the only episode without. Like, there are collections of scenes set to music, but it's the classic Fresh TV stock music, and people are talking over it. And they end before they even get started. But then we get some fourth wall breaks, like we get cutaways of characters saying how they feel, or we'll get scenes of characters looking at the camera and saying why they miss Finn when no one else is around. Like, is this a vlog? Did I miss something? Did I accidentally watch an episode of a show that looks exactly like Stoked, but also isn't? Have I fallen into a different timeline?
Who knows?
Right. Regardless, the pseudo-montages fill their purpose. Finn has a job she loves, but the staff sucks and she has no real friends there. I know I keep saying it, but this show really does have a thorough understanding of minimum wage work. I connected deeply with my coworkers at the jobs I hated, and it was really easy to break the ice because we all had common ground. We all hated our job. Finn can't get out of it because she signed a year-long contract, so now it's up to the Groms to get her fired. All the tiny schemes don't work, so they escalate to stealing Captain Ron's beloved golden boat and crashing it into dangerous sharp rocks that exist right near the resort. Seems like an oversight. Bomber begs Finn to take her job back because Lo is terrible at cleaning rooms. So he gets the girl who he knows is really good at cleaning rooms back at her job to work with the one he knows is terrible at it. Why not just have her watch the kids again? I don't know why we stopped doing that. It really fit her character and it was an interesting wrinkle and an interesting job that no one else in the cast did. Also, if Lo is working with Finn, then where's Rosie gonna go? And also, who's currently watching the kids? Back to exile you go, Rosie. We'll bring you back out of the Shadow Realm when Lo inevitably gets fired again. See how much faster we get through these episodes when there's only one plot and a lack of montages? We're still relatively early in season 2, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna stop giving the show a performance review. Keep the streamlined stories, drop the weird talking to the camera. The montages, I could go either way, honestly. It's been a while since we got some Finn Reef content. Probably because Finn told Reef it would definitely never happen, and then we got a better alternative. At least for me. I only bring this up because the episode opens with the two of them watching a cheesy surfing movie together. Just the two of them, and yet the theme song still shows them together. It's not like friends can't watch movies together, but also further proving my point that the only media these teens consume is surfing adjacent or incredibly related. And apparently the guy who stars in most of these flicks is coming to Surfer's Paradise to learn how to surf from their expert surfing instructor. Imagine if he showed up and they still just had a video game set up instead of a guy. Finn overhears this and puts her hat in the ring for potentially training the actor.
You have to let me do this. Noah's a Valley boy. I'm a Haligonian. We're both blue nosers. We're both from Nova Scotia.
I'm learning so much about these characters. 10 more videos and I should be good to go to Canada for real. Reef and Finn fight over who gets to train them, but they still need to keep it between them. So Reef immediately blabs to Johnny, who is terrible at keeping secrets, so everyone finds out. I like that ever since he dropped Emma, Johnny's main character trait has been bad at keeping secrets. Johnny picks up a pen used by the actor, and a crazed fan comes up to him and offers him money for this artifact. So we do get a B-plot of Johnny getting Emma and Lo to help him sell parasocial actor memorabilia on the internet. Well, it was nice while it lasted. While Reef and Finn fight over who gets to train the actor. Meanwhile, the actor clocks Broseph as the perfect person to model himself after. I feel like we've done this before. So the enemies to lovers take advantage of Broseph's opportunity,
again.
I guess it's technically payback in a way.
While the trash trio collects the actor's used garbage from his room while he's out.
Broseph is about to realize that helping this actor may have been a mistake.
Ah, awesome day on the waves.
Ah, awesome day on the waves.
Holy echo, dude.
They whitewashed him! Actually, if he stole his look, I think it's technically cultural appropriation. But to be fair, I can't remember.
Lo and Emma have to hide as Bomber breaks into the actor's room as well to collect their stolen loot. The fake white Broseph tricks Broseph into selling the rights to his own likeness.
And the trash trio gets so desperate for famous memorabilia, and by trio I mean Johnny,
they start creating their own fake trash. Bomber eventually finds out and takes down the entire counterfeit operation and demands Johnny give all the people that bought the memorabilia online a full refund. Which he can't control, and I don't think it works like that.
Like, I don't think you can give someone a full refund if they bought something and then were shipped it fully intact. That is a complete purchase. It's on them. Bomber's your boss, but he isn't your dad. It's not like you did this during work hours. Don't listen to him. But that leaves an important question. How could he have known they were selling counterfeit items?
Finn and Reef feel bad about essentially selling their friend's soul. Again.
One time is forgivable, but 2 times in one summer? So they fix this the only way they know how. Kill him.
They convince the actor to go out and hit a dangerous wave, and then Broseph goes out and saves him.
Evidently this works a different way because now the actor realizes he's not cut out for this world. I meant the surfing world, not like this world. Not this earthly plane.
But he does tell them that one of them has inspired something for a different movie. Then we see the actor on TV stealing Reef's look and saying he took inspiration from a moron.
Which, considering he tried to kill an A-list star, a white A-list star, ooh, pretty lax punishment.
And the episode ends with us figuring out how Bomber knew Johnny was scamming people. He's the one who bought the memorabilia as he reveals his secret actor shrine.
I love learning things about characters. While this episode did return to the classic A-plot, B-plot structure that most 22-minute shows have on the regular, we've gotten a severe lack of music montages thus far. The age of Stoked music montages may be over, which would make sense because it's practically what made them stop airing the show in America. Yeah, that's the actual title. I didn't make that up. This episode actually begins with a fake-out music montage.
Like, the song begins with Reef, Broseph, and Finn surfing together, but then when Finn turns around to see them gone, they hit you with that record scratch.
This is a fantastic setup, though, because the show is now using its cliches to lure us into a false sense of security and then smacking us in the other direction. It's becoming self-aware.
The boys bail so they can snack on beaver tails bought by Johnny. Bomber tries a beaver tail for the very first time, and it blows his mind, so much so that he gets dollar signs in his eyes.
Lo is worried about her tan or something. Anyway, who cares?
Bomber puts Broseph and Reef to work making imitation beaver tails. And because Broseph is involved, they're made so unsanitary that Bomber is sent to the hospital.
Don't know about his mind, but they are definitely blowing his guts.
5 guys doing serious damage to my guts right now.
I know I already used the bit earlier in the year, but it's still funny.
Bomber calls Finn from the ambulance to put her in charge of the surfing instructing while Broseph and Reef are blowing it like crazy. Bomber gives them money to buy a bunch of beaver tails to flip and sell on the Surfer's Paradise Beach. And because they're Reef and Broseph, they blow it on buying girls' bikinis.
One time when I was working at the movie theater I was working at, my first actual job, I was still relatively new there, but I still hit it off with my manager, the cool manager. Every place has at least one cool manager. And they were busy, but I was going on my lunch break, so I went to go let them know, like, hey, I'm going on my break. And he said, oh man, can you pick me up something from KFC? I don't think I'm gonna be able to go on my break. And I was like, okay, are you gonna spot me the cash? So this dude, this adult man, I don't know how long I had been working there by this point, but it couldn't have been long enough. I don't know any time period that would warrant this. Handed me his full intact credit card, a child at the time, and trusted that I would go to KFC to give him his food. Imagine just giving a kid your credit card. I can never be that trusting. I don't even let people know my birthday. You never know when astrology people are gonna strike back.
And now without any money, the boys steal a bunch of beaver tails from the dumpster. Finn finds Broseph and Reef with their new stand on the beach.
Hey, yo, old folks, betties and dudes, listen up, cause the Reefsters got some news. Peeps be coming from far and near to get some tasty beaver butts right here. Take a tip from us, your favorite butt tenders.
Eat them quick.
Eat them fast. Toss them in blenders. Woo-hoo. No need to hit any other store.
Just gobble them down and come back for more.
You can have them plain, you can have them with icing.
You can have them all day.
At very fair pricing. We're your brow.
Yeah, we're your dudes.
So always remember, get your beaver butts here from your favorite butt tender.
I'm glad I did this video. I'll cherish these memories forever.
Bomber catches wind that they're dumpster diving, and instead of getting them to stop, he realizes that he can cut out the middleman and doesn't have to pay them at all.
Even though we see them celebrating at the stand later, despite no longer being paid. Speaking of not being paid anymore,
Finn and Johnny are suspicious and angry because instead of doing their jobs they like, they have to pick up trash all day now.
And Lo is putting bacon grease or something on her skin. Whatever.
Finn questions Snack Shack while Johnny attempts to talk some sense into Broseph. The butts are killing the vibe on the beach.
And with you working the sand, the beach will be clean in no time.
Well, what about that?
Spare change, dudes? A little something for a bet.
What war were you in anyway?
Either he's lying, or he actually fought in some ancient wizard war that we couldn't possibly comprehend. I know my answer. I wonder what's going on with Lo and Emma right now.
Lo, you have a problem, but I'm here to help you. We all are. We?
Is this some kind of intervention?
Lo, please stop this madness. It's ruining your tanutation. Happy?
Look, that's really sweet, but, why is Wipeout here?
I was told there'd be snacks.
They always have at least 3 people on TV and everyone else was busy.
Are we gonna eat soon? That bacon smell is making me crazy.
Okay, I think you guys are done here.
Alright, that's funny. I like it.
Finn and Snack Shack discover the dumpster mystery, but Finn seems more interested in beating Reef than helping anyone.
Finn is fully prepared to allow the beachgoers to continue eating garbage as long as Reef admits that she beat him. All our main characters suck, but we knew that. Doesn't Snack Shack work for the resort? This seems like a very risky move. The only true journalists out there are the ones that put themselves in the line of fire to expose true corruption.
Snack Shack saves the day. What a classic adventure from my favorite Snack Shack show.
I can't tell you how bad I want one of those beaver tail things now. I looked it up because I was curious, and initially I thought it was just a made-up thing for the series like Purple Flurp or Jawbreakers. Those are real. Bad example. But they're a real thing. They have a whole-ass website, and they look delicious. I let the website use my location to find out that there are no stores near me. I guess it isn't shocking that they only sell them in Canada. Someday, one day, I will taste that deliciousness in the place where I truly belong. I guess we don't have them in wherever I am. Space.
We get an actual full music montage of the Groms hating their jobs.
I know it's derivative, but it's so sick that we're back, baby. There's like 5 episodes that open with that exact description.
And then we see Emma looking at pictures of Ty.
Have we fallen through a time hole? Was this meant to be a season 1 episode?
Reef tries to get out of work by faking a sunburn, but instead he's out on massage duty for horny old ladies.
Did I mention he was a teenager earlier? That's a pretty important detail.
Wait a minute, isn't that Kahuna's best friend fish who got turned into a zombie fish stick?
Did we seriously watch a season 1 episode on accident? In a cruel twist of fate, remember when Finn demanded that Reef and Lo kiss to prove that they're dating? Which tanked Reef and her's future together in the long run.
Finn attempts to get out of work by claiming her grandfather died, but Bomber won't let her go until he sees the body.
Not so fun with the shoes on the other foot, is it, Finn? Also, what the fuck?
Well, now I know this is for sure a season 1 episode because Rosie is here. The Groms keep trying to get out of work and then getting tortured while Lo dumps garbage all over the beach.
Ah. Rich people.
Actually, she's doing this so Emma and Ty can spend time together on the beach picking up trash. We even get another montage for a little bit before the manager girl catches wind. The Kahuna talks to Johnny about a potential holiday for honoring famous surfers, and that gives him an idea. The Groms make up a holiday around a famous surfer and use this as an excuse to get off work to go surf. And it actually works.
They even made a website when that part of the planet was probably Finn, considering she's done this thing before. The C plot of this episode, or I guess the runner of this episode, is that the cartoon Talking Fish keeps trying to cheer up the shark. How many episodes can be ever so slightly off before I just realize maybe the show is just weird?
And then another music montage of Manager and Emma fighting over garbage.
I know 3 isn't a whole lot in the grand scheme of things, but you know what is?
A 4th music montage of surfing, day off, and garbage.
If you told me any of this like 30 minutes ago, it would not have fazed me, but the show has changed so much in the last couple episodes, and now it's just reverting back.
Bomber consults the local surf expert and or god, the Kahuna, on if the holiday is actually bogus.
And he spills it. So just so we're clear, he puppet mastered this whole thing, right? The Kahuna put this idea in Johnny's head, and then when they go through with it for the half day, he immediately squeals on him. He could play dumb all he wants, but I know he planned this.
The teens get punished while Emma is just happy that Ty remembered her name.
What's the opposite of development? Because I think that just happened. It's like a game of shoots and ladders. Any random episode could feature character development, but if we misstep a little bit, we're going right back down and backtracking. Speaking of which, finally, we're back on track.
epic fail.
Ah, the 2000s.
The Groms go to the beach, but there's no waves, and because it's these teens' only interest, they don't know what to do. Reef and Lo use this as an excuse to start making out all over the place while trying to keep their situation hidden. They almost get caught by Emma in the laundry room and then Broseph in a different room.
We were just...
learning CPR.
Sweet. I need a refresher course. Maybe me and Reef could...
Lessons over!
Oh, she wants him so bad. It turns out the waves hit the second everyone went to work. And the Groms are tired of missing the big waves.
So they set up a camera feed to see when the beach has waves. Bomber thinks this is good for the resort, so he airs it on resort TVs. As it turns out, the secret spot that no one goes to is actually Lo and Reef's makeout spot. Emma and Johnny notice first, but then Loop and Finn, because unlike Johnny, they can trust her with the secret and as a friend. So then Finn tells everyone and gets them to watch Lo and Reef's private moments religiously.
And if I remember correctly, this is not the first time she's kept documentation of Reef's private life.
Everyone gets hooked on watching these two without their consent, so much so that no one's leaving their room. Broseph hits a sick wave, but no one's on the beach to see it.
Well, better go kill the camera.
You'll do no such thing.
What?
I know a gold mine when I see it. From now on, we're broadcasting all Reef and Lo all the time.
I've just realized that in a weird meta-contextual way, I'm just as bad as these hotel denizens because I am also deeply invested in the plight of Lo and Reef. In my defense, they aren't real.
Bomber starts to package this generic teenage relationship drama as must-see content. He even adds a laugh track.
And for some reason, nobody is annoyed by this and just continues enjoying the content. And I feel really bad because Reef and Lo are uncharacteristically really upset about neglecting their friends this episode. Unfortunately, it's all the other characters that are very much in character. Reef does forget Broseph and Johnny's names, but to be fair, he already forgot Emma's name, so he's on a downward spiral.
Bomber orders everyone to avoid Reef and Lo so they become dependent on each other. This episode's real fucked up.
I don't know if it's worth mentioning, but I might as well bring it up even though it's not the A-plot. There's way more talking fish and shark slapstick bits in this episode. By the way, Broseph isn't even told to avoid Reef. He just does it out of his own volition.
Are you sure you don't want to come? It's gonna be an epic party.
Sorry, ladies, never thought I'd say this out loud, but the Reefster is spoken for.
Why do I care about this so much? Reef and Lo attempt to get revenge by making the show more interesting. So of course they get Wipeout involved, why wouldn't they?
But then they all stage their deaths Romeo and Juliet style, extensively getting the show canceled. They successfully get revenge on their close friends as the camera catches Broseph hitting the sickest move on a sick wave and all is well. Except for Bomber, right?
Like, the guests are angry with him, but they're always angry with him. I just feel like he gets off relatively scot-free after profiting and serializing teenage relationships. Like real people in real life. But we finally hit this big status quo change I've been waiting for.
Lo and Reef are officially dating. Everyone knows. And Finn seems a little bothered by it. And the episode ends with Lo's father seeing the clips that have gone viral and intends to prevent them from being together, as opposed to firing the creeper manager that made it spread around.
On the ranking of the terrible things the cast has done on this show, this has to be at the top, right? Maybe below keeping a picture of Reef's penis on your phone. Yet again, the spooky episode airs in early November. They were so close. But I love spooky episodes, so if the episode title is anything to go by, I am excited.
The boys try night surfing in a storm because they're dumb, and Reef nearly gets murked by a lightning bolt.
Shabam.
Reef believes he sees 3 creepy paranormal figures in the rain, but in reality he just saw the kahuna. So actually, yes, you should be very afraid.
We've come a long way from Johnny playing Pong by himself.
They call their system the X Station, which is clearly a parody of the Xbox.
And while this is normal for a cartoon, what I'm impressed by is the library of games that has multiple different references and parodies of classic Xbox games.
What are you up for? We got Grand Barrel Auto, Halo there, and Ears of War.
I'm all ears.
Ears it is.
Sorry, bro. Answering the call of booty.
Bomber lets the staff know that some Europeans are staying at the hotel, and for whatever reason, he's bending over backwards for them, making them blood-related food, getting rid of all the mirrors, only coming out at night, giving them a manservant.
Where was this enthusiasm for the nudist brothers? Also, vampires. We all understand they're vampires, right? So you even got the white face paint on.
Reef is put on duty at night to train the Euro-Goths in the art of surfing, and is confused as to why Broseph is ecstatic about working for them.
Since we know they all hate work.
It's those weird dudes.
Those totally cute weird dudes.
This actually isn't paranormal. Goths just have this effect on people.
Johnny and Reef sneak into the goth's room wearing garlic necklaces and take a bunch of pictures of the weird shit in their room to prove they're vampires.
I love the background music they specifically used for this episode. Like, it's generic 50s stock music, but it's such a specific sound. Halloween episodes have always been my favorite.
Emma and Finn argue over who gets to date Vlad, and Lo is turning into a bird or something. I don't think I've been paying enough attention to her.
But I can't imagine this will have any, like, deep character moments or development. She wore bacon grease and now she's a bird. Classic Lo.
Johnny and Reef call up the local vampire hunter, and of course it's the Kahuna.
Only magical creatures can harm other magical creatures. Everyone knows this. I know it's a parody of Buffy, but the staff on the show is the staff for all the fresh TV shows. What are the odds this was the inspiration for My Babysitter's a Vampire? It actually came out after the movie, so maybe the episode was inspired by the movie. Maybe?
In a giant misunderstanding, the goth kids are actually just an emo band, and everything is explained away by them being weird or committing to their bit. And it turns out that Broseph was actually just a really big fan of their goth boy band.
The Kahuna actually wasn't that helpful in this episode, but he does explain Lo's condition. And then she
Vampire bites? Nah, man. She has advanced seagullitis. I've seen it before. A seagull with the disease must affect her.
Ow! Stop that! Ah!
Then she probably started making weird sounds and scavenging for food. Mainly French fries. Then she'd grow her semi-plume feathers, mostly for show. I've seen it before. Nasty stuff, but it should pass through her system soon.
By pass through her, you mean she'll be better?
Not really.
I didn't write anything for this. I was hoping I would have a genuine reaction, but I'm out of it. It can only happen so many times before you're just like, oh, whatever.
The episode ends with the band asking the teens to perform a surfing vampire song with them a la Scooby-Doo's Hex Girls.
I like this. I like its vibes. I know I keep saying that, but this one specifically. I mean, I already really liked how the show made me feel. Its vibes are immaculate. Putting spooky goths on top of it just doubles that. This has been pretty solid 2 episodes in a row. Cute couple episode followed by cool spooky vampire episode. How could they go wrong?
We open with a surfing music montage, which it's been long enough that I'm nostalgic for now.
For me, it's been a while. For you guys, not so much.
The Groms taunt Reef that he couldn't even win a kid's surfing competition, and he gets a look on his face.
Considering we've already seen an episode where Reef dresses up like a girl to win a girl competition, I legitimately thought we were going to get an episode where he dresses up like a little boy. No, it's actually far more grounded than that.
The episode is actually about Broseph accidentally getting a hearing aid stuck in his ear that picks up radio frequencies, so he knows when the waves are high and low, and everyone thinks he's psychic.
Stranger things have happened.
Reef gawks at some girls who aren't low, and his dick is exposed again. I don't know which I'm more disappointed by.
What's so funny? But I was just, this guy lost his shorts,
Huh? What is it? Like I'm a clownfish? Like I make you laugh? Do I amuse you?
I get it.
Lo finds the hearing aid, but the two of them decide to keep it in to get free things out of their friends.
The more stuff changes, the more it stays the damn same.
Meanwhile, Reef decides to actually teach discipline, and it seems to work on these kids he's teaching to surf. Okay. Mr. Ridgemount and Bomber demand Broseph prove he's a psychic or escort him off the beach, and he blows it.
But of course, just like the surfing video game or Beaver Tales or Reef Lo's personal life, the hotel takes advantage. Apparently, Broseph has successfully made Mr. Ridgemount $500,000 just by telling him to invest in gold. Any old person in a retirement home or conspiracy theory podcast host could have told you that.
Reef feels old because the kids he teaches get better faster without him. And then due to sand in his hair and his hurt back, he looks the part. And after hanging out with this other old guy, we learn his name is Chester, which is also the name of Mike's old altar.
It's really funny that they thought of one old guy name once and then just kept with it. That's dedication. Okay, so I promise you, I did not finish the episode before writing this. I was writing along while watching the show. Chester talks Reef back into being young, and I am not joking.
He dresses up like a child to beat the other kids and win the kids-only surfing competition.
I thought the show was subverting my expectations, but in reality, it subverted that subversion by using a joke that I thought I was making.
The Groms and staff fight over Broseph, which launches him out of the suit he hated and knocks the hearing aid out of his hair.
Everything goes back to normal. Broseph is back as a bellhop and not a psychic, and Reef is the kind of guy that would lie to win a surfing competition. You can't say that about a lot of other characters.
Mark and Todd?
That's us.
Aw, that's sweet, dudes. You can rip it up, but you still want lessons from the Reefster.
Nah, we want to learn how to cheat.
I can do that. Mini Groms. They grow up so fast.
And the legacy will continue. Well, I didn't hate that. I haven't really been reviewing the episodes as much as I just have been explaining and recounting them, but that's because they're not terrible or fantastic. They're just, like, fine. Yeah, they're fine, except for the ones that aren't, and trust me, you will know when I'm talking about an episode I didn't like. You have seen it already. I did like this one, though, and it didn't drop the momentum the other two kept up. Really, it's just Reef gawking at other girls that bum me out. He can cheat at surfing competitions all he wants, but not on my favorite character. Second favorite character. Reef serenades Lo with the song he wrote himself, and it's really terrible, but also incredibly adorable.
I love you, bitch. Oh my God. I ain't gonna never stop loving you, bitch.
Lo and Reef getting so close is starting to get on everyone's nerves, mostly Finn. I thought this episode was gonna be another cute one of them hanging out, but Lo convinces Reef to go shopping with her instead of surfing by holding her breath until he agrees to do what she wants. We even get a music montage of them shopping while Finn drags Johnny along to spy on them. Finn believes they need an intervention and even tried to convince Reef to split with her. But Reef's unwavering love and loyalty to Lo is actually heartwarming. Wish we could have seen some of that in the last episode, but whatever. But they still convince him that something needs changing, so they hook him up with a goofy hair and an earpiece. And they feed him bad advice and lines while he's on a date with Lo. And because Lo cares deeply for Reef, she realizes pretty quickly that Finn was behind it all. Which boils down to the two of them having a massive fight, which they resolve the only way they know how. Petty competition, which they tell Johnny not to squeal about because they clearly don't know him very well. They compete over Reef as Lo showers him with gifts and Finn just tries compliments. The competition is already insulting and demeaning, but they turn up a notch by using a dog method. You know, like when two people are arguing whoever gets to keep a dog, so they put the dog in the middle and then stand away from each other, and whoever the dog goes to gets the dog, except in this scenario, Reef is the dog. But instead of just standing away from each other, they both put themselves in actual danger to see which one Reef saves. It's a win-win. One of them gets to get with Reef and the other dies. Johnny spills the beans to Reef because that's his only character trait now, and while Reef likes the attention, he's insulted that they didn't just talk to him. So he saves neither of them and gets a hot dog. I absolutely love this interpretation of Reef, not the chauvinist who enters competitions for kids, but the meathead who loves his girlfriend and also hot dogs. Reef bails because he knows it's a setup, but that doesn't mean they aren't in danger. They still very much are at risk. It's a win-win. I get a hot dog and two girls die. They manage to get back to the shore with their lives intact and realize that it's dumb to let a guy this stupid get between them. Finn's over it, but Lo stays with him because their bond is unbreakable. I am so on board with this couple and fully behind them, but they still drop a lot of Reef and Finn hints this episode. And I don't remember how the series ends, so I'm worried. I just hope the climax of this episode puts Finn Reef to bed for good. The other plot of this episode features the other two are constantly off doing their own adventures, but this time they're doing them together. Emma and Broseph encounter a sea turtle washed up on the beach and are awed by the beauty of nature. Bomber isn't as excited by the potential of driving away customers, so he makes Emma and Broseph get rid of it. But the turtle laid its eggs, so they don't want to send her back to sea. They try and hide the turtle in a hotel room, but it breaks out and roams the hotel when they're not looking, which is impressive considering it's a turtle. A sea turtle, not particularly known for being fast. We get a short montage of the hunt, and the first words in the song are, "I want to be famous," which sent me into a spiral. It's like a form of whiplash. They release the babies into the ocean, but when Bomber catches them, he's prepared to fire them until the awful family that never leaves claims they're coming back next year for sure to see the march of the baby turtles. Which one, like I said, they're always there. It's not like they wouldn't come back next year anyway. Two, I don't think those turtles are coming back. Like, even if sea turtles did hang out on land aside from laying their eggs, they wouldn't want to go back to the location, the hotel that they nearly died at. At least everyone keeps their job. Everything is exactly the same as the last episode, except this time Finn has put unnecessary pressure on Reef and Lo's relationship. Oh no, I sure hope nothing bad happens with that. The only thing I like specifically about Finn and Reef's ship is that they're really good at insulting each other, but it's okay because Lo and Reef pick up the slack at the beginning of this episode. That's my love language, or whatever people say. The boys see a pair of board shorts they really like and want to split, so we get a short montage of them trying them on, but unfortunately the three of them put together don't have enough for one pair.
Dudes, we're like 40 short.
No probs. Just let me talk to my sugar mama.
Let me do the math. 3 grotty boys plus 1 pair of shorts equals ew.
What? But Sugar Mama, what's wrong with 3 teenage dudes sharing 1 pair of shorts?
Ew!
The store's closing, so they have Johnny guard the shorts while they beg for cash.
Looks like we're getting another episode of separate boy and girl plots. I know I've been struggling accommodating this episodic show to a serialized format of the overarching character arcs. It's still the same summer. I just hope we get a hint on what day it is exactly, even though I know that wouldn't happen.
What's wrong?
What's up? It's Friday the 16th.
So?
Hello? Friday, July 16th? Guys, summer is officially half over.
Oh. Okay, I'll take it.
The boys manage to afford the shorts, and then, because I think this is a Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants story, they get a voiceover.
A voiceover of the kahuna that they all hear, despite Kahuna still being on the bus. If I had the power to project my voice in people's heads, I would do it all the time. I would be insufferable.
The girls are worried that they won't have enough time together to do all the things they want to do, so they put together a bucket list of things which Emma is obsessed with completing, so she rushes them through jumping off a waterfall, pretending to be celebrities in a limo, and sending notes in bottles. We get a montage of the board shorts paying off for these guys, and a separate montage of Emma rushing the girls.
The boys' schedules all get desynced until they all believe they need the shorts the most. Johnny gets attention from a girl, which he's never gotten before. Reef gets attention from a modeling agent, and Broseph just wants to surf.
It becomes an argument, and they begin to physically fight for the shorts and then rip them off each other.
I never thought I'd say this. I'd get to the point where I'm not on their side anymore, but don't you guys have, like, jobs?
Got him! Megan, I'm coming for you, babe!
Will this be the end of the Boardy Brotherhood? Dun dun dun! Well, will it? No? Maybe?
Emma thinks the girls can't keep up with her, so she does the rest of the bucket list by herself while Johnny attempts to hide from the other bros and keep his pants.
He even hides inside the Wipeout costume, confirming that it is in fact a costume.
Hey there, you wanna go for a walk?
No.
I got a surprise under here.
Ew!
Speaking of theories,
the boys convene with the kahuna about who gets the shorts but questions their magic, and when no one is around, he asks the shorts questions about magic to actually confirm or deny.
It means a lot that the kahuna thought this was possible, meaning that it probably was possible. The kahuna is put in charge of shorts mediation, who gets the shorts on which day. And Broseph wakes up with the shorts already on, meaning 2 things could have happened. 1, he is a magic wizard with magical powers. 2, he snuck into the boys' room at night while they were sleeping and put the shorts on Broseph while he was sleeping, and presumably took off the pants he was already wearing. I'm not just because of the wizard thing, but just like personal preference, I'm gonna go with the first one. The first one supports my theory, but the second one is funnier, and I want it to be true. Although over the next day, the shorts keep appearing in front of the boys when it's their turn. But at the same time, the kahuna is teaching Emma a lesson about patience, which means she couldn't have been behind this. This is a very kahuna-centric episode. When the boys meet up, they realize they're all wearing the shorts, only to learn that they're all actually wearing knockoffs. It was all a lesson in placebo. The shorts aren't magic at all, and Kahuna needed to prove that to them, because he detests phony magic. Fake magic is an insult he takes personally. Very personally. Or he just wanted to give the shorts. The episode ends with the 6 teens watching whales on the beach and savoring the moment together. Good episode. Sweet episode, even. But every time this happens, the episode immediately following it brings the mood back down. But before we move on, they're halfway through summer. That was episode 37, and we've seen some episodes take place over multiple days. So even if they got to the resort on June 1st, which is pushing it, none of this really matters, but I just finished the big Total Drama Conspiracy video for 2023, and now theories and lore are on my mind, and continuity. In our world, it's been multiple years, and the show has ran through 2 Halloweens, or in this case, 2 early Novembers. But in their world, they just had 2 completely unrelated spooky adventures in the span of a month, which I think is really funny. Also, how many surfing competitions can one resort have in a month? We get another episode of the Groms hating their jobs. I guess this is my fault for even bringing it up. Bomber is obsessed with safety recently, probably got something to do with a bunch of shark-related lawsuits. And Emma's successful friend is visiting and overhears Emma pretending to be a bossy boss to the other girls. Because of Emma's bomb impression, her friend believes she's the manager around here. Not like the other manager, whose name escapes me at this moment. Bomber puts Johnny in charge of not letting children die, and Broseph is there for emotional support. As much emotional support as Broseph can give. Speaking of the manager girl, Lo and Finn distract her so Emma can pretend to be the manager in front of her friend. But not for free. Never for free. I don't know what caused this recent obsession with safety, but all the episode's plots are tied into it.
Johnny and Broseph get Tom and Jerried by the kids they're trying to protect. Reef had to make sure the girl he almost killed is happy. And Emma, while pretending to be the manager, signs a contract that fills the hotel with rentable scooters.
Scooters that Bomber thinks are dangerous.
Ow! I was scooting like a doofus and nobody stopped me. I'm gonna sue.
See? I told you they'd be back.
It all comes together when Bomber, Emma, and her friend cross paths and learn of the lie and do away with the scooters. Also, Reef is there.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. That one went fast. I don't want to imply that an episode is bad because it's funny and doesn't have enough character development. I always hated the idea that filler was just bad by default, and Stoked is just not one of those shows. But this episode is mostly just bits, funny bits, but bits nonetheless, and it doesn't really fit the format of me talking about each episode. We're not even in a nostalgic sense at this point. I'm just basically watching these for the first time and hoping like, oh man, I hope my characters turn out okay, and then they all are awful to each other.
A terrible storm is hitting the resort, so Bomber does everything in his power to evacuate the guests and senior staff,
which leaves the freshman staff behind during the storm. But it's okay, he's not totally neglectful. He put Broseph in charge of evacuation. They're all gonna die. Of course, Broseph doesn't warn the Groms. The only reason Bomber goes to get them is because his boss is wondering if his daughter's dead or not.
She may as well be, because she's buried under sand and asks Reef to go get some lotion for her. Instead of actually getting it, Reef decides to go out-surf Finn, which is more important to him.
We know now that he likes Lo more than Finn, but he likes being sexist more than both of them.
During the storm, Finn and Reef get holed up in a shack and just continue to argue. Meanwhile, Lo is left buried on the beach. Even if Bomber does come to rescue, she may be too far gone. A little boy is on the beach and is looking for his lost family and Lizard, but mostly the Lizard.
And because she's the nicest, Emma attempts to help him look for it. And by wants to help, I mean she goes to work and then leaves the kid alone in an empty hotel lobby. She couldn't have known that a storm was gonna hit the hotel, but that doesn't take the blood off her hands. Also, if we're taking everything in the show at face value, then we know that their best friend Kahuna would have known about the weather, but he just decided not to warn them.
Broseph goes off to get food and now everyone is separated. And now that no one is around to tell him a secret, Johnny can get to the bottom of where everyone is.
No radio? Man, gotta go medieval. Let's see. Giant killer storm approaching. Area residents urged to evacuate. Oh, horoscope for Virgo. You will find yourself in a tight situation today. Also, don't forget to run for your life from the giant killer storm. Giant killer storm! Giant killer storm!
All right. I thought that was funny.
Bomber fights his way to the hotel to evacuate Johnny, Ripper, and Snack Shack.
I'm no oceanic storm expert. I'm not the Kahuna, but I do know the one thing you shouldn't do is get inside an elevator.
So of course they all get into the elevator, which goes down to the basement to pick up Wipeout, who they also forgot. And they get trapped in an elevator because that's how storms work, trapped with Ripper's farts.
And it goes from bad to worse as a giant wave does actually crash into the hotel.
Broseph and Emma find the boy about to be eaten in the water by a shark, but manage to save him. Broseph judges Emma for abandoning the boy, and then all is revealed, and Emma judges Broseph for putting everyone in danger.
Reef and Finn are washed away by the waves,
and the elevator boy's elevator is filling up with water at a rapid rate.
For the first time in his life, probably, Broseph feels bad for putting all the people in deadly danger.
To make up for it, Broseph saves the lives of the elevator gang, but due to Ripper's noxious farts, Broseph is knocked out in the water with the shark.
What's interesting about this isn't just some random shark from the ocean. This is the slapstick comedy shark we've been following through all the episodes prior. So you kind of want to see him get a win. And eat Broseph.
But that one lizard saves Broseph from the shark, and the boy is ecstatic that he finally found his lost lizard.
His parents, on the other hand, tragically they didn't make it. I'm actually really loving this episode. It's a fun concept and everyone has something to do. We've wrapped up the main story, so let's see what's going on with everyone else.
You're a real piece of work. So are you. An annoying, no fun, totally beautiful piece of work.
I don't like this episode anymore. I changed my mind. I would actually like to go back, please. We're doing this again? But they don't kiss because they're rescued by someone. I think. Like when Lo shows up, they say that she was the one that saved them.
But the life preserver came out of nowhere by the shack. And then Lo walks up on the beach, which is close, but definitely not the same location.
So then who saved them? I mean, who is capable of making things appear out of thin air and understands the weather of the...
Oh. So throughout this episode, we get a newscaster checking in with the kahuna who is floating in water but is still perfectly fine.
Do I even need to say it anymore? We all know what's going on here.
He also talks to a bird.
Lo is understandably upset because Reef left her buried to die, and she almost did. Just wait till she finds out what almost just happened between these two.
But luckily, she didn't see it, so we can drop it. But she does get revenge on Reef by burying him in hot dogs so the seagulls swarm around him.
I did that to my sister once on the beach. I need more positive Lo and Reef content to make me feel better about these characters that aren't real and are cartoons from a show that left the air 13 years ago. Well, what are you doing here, man? If you got a problem with that, leave.
Lo's father believes she's not living up to her full potential, so he makes her go to an abstract art show.
He wants Lo to bring an intelligent, well-mannered man, but Lo really loves Reef, so she hypes him up as that guy. Just get him in front of a book and he can learn anything. He can build machines. Get this man his glasses. For whatever reason, she lies to both Reef and her dad, when she easily could have just lied to her dad. Like that, I understand. Just don't tell Johnny about it. Speaking of which, Johnny has a subplot this episode involving feet and boils. No, thank you. I think I'll pass. It took me this long to realize that I could just, I could just decide I don't want to. And nobody will care.
Lo attempts to train Reef to be well-mannered, but he gets distracted by a burger.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Food-obsessed Reef is infinitely better than girl-obsessed Reef.
Hey, look, it's a music montage of training.
Good times. It's weird that I'm feeling nostalgic for this video that's currently happening. I'm a nostalgic guy.
Finn takes the manager girl's position of helping the art show because her only joy in life is watching Reef struggle.
I really hope they don't end up together. I've pulled a full 180. But that's not to say that Reef Lo doesn't have its downsides.
Reef agrees to the serious transformation all because Lo guilt trips him into agreeing.
She even changed his hair, and that's an emotionally draining experience.
Sup, dude? I'm
Leslie. His name is Leslie.
Okay. Sup with the bike?
It represents the all-consuming spiral of fire that is life.
Whoa, Spiral of Fire. Sounds like a cool game. Is it multiplayer?
I love this version of Leslie. I was hoping I could go the whole episode without mentioning the subplot of Broseph and Johnny chasing after girls and then Johnny getting obsessed with boils, but there's technically a montage there, so I must mention it. I think he's trying to teach Bro how to drive, but quite honestly, I haven't been paying attention since the beginning. I just checked out.
This is the licensing place?
Island living, bruh. No lines, no waiting. All cash.
Yo, sailors.
Kahuna, you're the license guy?
Oh my god.
Reef finds out about the scheme and intends to embarrass everyone. Lo admits the plan, but stands up to her dad and defends Reef.
She really does love him. What a sweet moment. I fear something terrible is going to happen soon. And honestly, I've been a mess recently. I don't think I'll be able to handle it.
Lo's dad actually begins to like Reef until it's revealed that he ate all the shrimp in the shrimp art piece.
Don't ask. And the artist makes Mr. Ridgemount pay for it, and those are his eyes. This isn't right. We're not supposed to see this. Speaking of mortal eyes and magic beings.
The kahuna grants Broseph his bus driving license so that he can pick up girls he's been chasing all episode.
Considering I only said a couple things about this subplot, it's really amazing that you can boil down the story to the two things I said. I said boiled down, didn't I?
But it's revealed that the girl is actually taken by Ripper. Oh.
I guess the Fart Brothers were meant to be after all. Does this show have no space for love? At least my second favorite couple gets a nice story. Listen, I like mean-spirited comedy as much as the next guy. I'm a mean-spirited guy. But I really badly want these two to be happy. But the fact that I really want this so bad for some reason ensures that something bad's gonna happen. In a change of pace, we don't open this episode with a montage, but a compilation. And yes, they're different.
Of Ripper pulling pranks on all the Groms.
Aww. They even invited Rosie to the party.
And we learn for the first time what he actually does. Ripper's the beach lifeguard. Or he just exists on the beach.
And he takes his job very seriously. Has anyone else noticed that Lance, the other fart brother, kind of went missing. Like, he had some cute moments with Emma and then decided he wanted to be with Ripper, and then we never see him again. It's nice to see they brought Rosie out of the basement, but our staff is dropping like flies.
Finally!
Thanks, Andrew.
Why is my paycheck rattling?
You're paying us in bar peanuts?
Honey roasted bar peanuts. Only the best for my slack-jawed yokels.
Is this even legal?
Okay, go ahead. Sue, good luck finding a lawyer that accepts snacks.
This is so unfair.
Yeah. You can eat that.
We still get some moments of Bomber being vulnerable, but at this point in the series, he's just straight up evil. I know I spoke positively about post-movie SpongeBob in the Nickelodeon video, but this was such a huge Mr. Krabs problem with the later seasons. He became flanderized as just an evil, money-obsessed old dude. Maybe Bomber's just trying to get fired, because after Ripper suffers a fart-related injury, he puts Broseph in charge of lifeguard duty. Considering the last time he put Broseph in charge of anything, everyone almost died. I think he's definitely trying to lose his job. Meanwhile, a surfer hipster swings by the dingy surf shack and tells the Groms that he'd much rather stay there as it has more character. And that gives all the Groms an idea, and by all of them, I mean Broseph is off doing his own thing and they forgot about Emma again. They all got paid in peanuts, literally and figuratively, so of course they're gonna hatch a plan to make more money. After one dude showed interest in staying at the dingy place, they think they can get paid by people to stay at the surf shack. Even accidentally, Johnny can't keep a secret as the manager girl overhears the plan and intends to out them. Because she hates fun. While that's going on, Broseph is doing a terrible job and the beach has turned into a deadly war zone. And now he's got blood on his hands.
Nobody came to help. Mr. Fishy is dead. This is all your fault. You're the worst lifeguard ever.
Just a sec.
That was a pretty good act break. Broseph is haunted by the soul of the dead fish in a spooky music montage. And I do mean spooky. Look, it's a Shining reference. Considering they had 2 spooky episodes before this and it's set in a hotel, strange they didn't do this sooner. And in any other show, this would have been only figurative, but we have seen zombie fish in a previous spooky episode. They just have this power. This beach is weird. Could be worse. Could be one of those beaches that makes you old, like the movie The Beach That Makes You Old. The Groms cut the manager in with 50% to keep her mouth shut, on top of 4 of them who are already splitting it, so they're each getting like 12%. Broseph makes the beach worse while trying to keep everyone safe, and the Groms serve the guest woman and her dog hand and foot. And Emma is around somewhere doing something, I'm sure. She's actually there to talk Broseph out of keeping everyone out of cages for safety. I feel like Emma only interacts with Broseph now.
Of course I care. I need to protect my 75%.
But we agreed on 50.
Oh, Mr. Bomber.
All right, 75% it is.
My feet are covered in blisters. I was attacked by a bear. 75%? That's a total ripoff.
Okay, so 25 divided by 4, which is like 6%. And Reef almost got killed for it. Broseph becomes a safety-obsessed cop like Bomber in that one episode, and only now it is starting to annoy Emma. It wasn't the guest in the electric cage. Emma, you draw lines in the weirdest places. The plots converge as the rest of the Groms talk some sense into Broseph, and by talk I mean Finn hits him on the head with a dead fish. Seems a little on the nose, and traumatizing. Ripper is ready to come back, but then he injured his ass in a fart-related injury again, and the episode ends. Wasn't there like a whole other plot? Like the whole hotel thing, we didn't resolve that. I mean, the lady bails and trashes the place without paying, so they can't pay the manager girl, but that's where it ends. I kind of thought that would like lead into something else. We tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter. It may seem like I'm running through these episodes relatively fast now, but that's just because I'm simultaneously excited and dreading the finale. We're still a long ways away, but I could smell it over the horizon. We're over double digits. And these season 2 episodes have really been hit or miss. Speaking of hitting or missing, due to being understaffed, probably because of all the cast casualties and Lance disappearing, sent him to the Shadow Realm. The Groms are put in charge of sports and activities on the hottest day of the year.
Point forward, this side. Ugh, it is way too sticky out here.
Why is everything sticky?
Because it's raining.
It's fucking humid.
My bad.
Hey, look, it's Ty. They really are understaffed. They looked up in the attic for secondary characters they forgot about. Finn wants the job of sports director, but because it's a hotel of rich white men, she has to learn golf to get the job. Reef is initially turned off from all these weird sports, but after learning that Finn wants the job, he puts his hat in the ring. He uses his Reef schemes to distract and throw off Finn. He even impersonated Bomber. It's a pretty good impression if we know nothing about Reef, but we know that he's an impression savant, so this is pretty bad.
Did he just call himself Bummer? The call log never lies.
Reef.
Why do you have that as his contact picture? Should have just used the penis picture, honestly. Finn and Reef decide to have a sports off to determine who gets the job once and for all. While Finn is training, she crosses paths with the kahuna golfing, who she pays to train her. She's gonna become a god. We get a chill music montage of the two of them training, and then another short music montage of them playing volleyball. And it counts as 2 because it's a different song. I don't even know where this number could be. I can't even comprehend. I can't count that high. But then later they're doing other sports and is playing the training montage music. Do montages have reprise? I still don't know how to say it. They even play croquet. This isn't the only teen show I talked about every episode where they play croquet. Oddly specific. Finn ends up winning the golf round by using what the kahuna taught her. But now it's all tied up and time for the final round. Surfing. But they're both so exhausted from the other sports that they collapse simultaneously. They decided to just let the boss decide, but in the end, the new director is Ty. Because remember, rich white man. And the B-plot ties in everyone else. Apparently there's a popular French supermodel staying at that hotel because remember, rich white man, who Lo is obsessed with and drags Emma along with her for shenanigans. Which leads them to stealing a suitcase with her clothes inside. I feel like they've done this before, but that person wasn't famous, so it doesn't matter. Because Broseph is the bellhop and in charge of bags, he wants to return it. Because believe it or not, he is good at his job. Don't let his calm demeanor fool you. He's actually the most intelligent of the group. He's just using it to his advantage. After holding a little fashion shoot, Emma discovers that she can't get the tight suit off. They return the suitcase sand suit, and they think they can get away with it as the model probably won't notice if one piece is missing. Emma attempts to just wear the suit under her normal clothes, but it emits an awful chafing noise. Until Bomber lets the three know that they'll be modeling for her in bikinis. After trying everything, they end up admitting that they stole it and return the suit to the model, who doesn't seem that upset about it. And they say sorry. Wait, they say sorry.
The entire shoot will have to be cancelled.
We are so sorry.
Ah, Canada. The Great North. The only problem they see is that the model didn't get any pictures with that suit. But Broseph comes in with the save and gives her all the pictures they took of Emma. Of course, she cuts the head out of the frame because Emma isn't famous. But that's just another feather in the cap of Broseph being a genius problem solver. Only when he wants to be, not when his friends' lives are in danger. As much as I like the Finn and Reef rivalry and their chemistry, I think at this point of the show, they should be kept away from each other at all times. Bomber falls head over heels for a guest who he believes is an obsessed clean freak like him, and they're perfect for each other. But he only thinks this because she gets upset that Reef spills something on her. I feel like you don't need to be a germaphobe to be upset by this, but I couldn't complain. I literally could not complain. I hate confrontation. A waiter could drop food on the floor in front of me and then put it back on my plate and I probably wouldn't say anything. They could spit in my food. Meanwhile, the Ridgemount family are planning on going on another family vacation because it's been 2 days since the last one. But Lo wants to prove she's responsible now, so she steps up to watch her little brother while they're away. Reef shows the rest of the Groms that they can get away with whatever they want as long as Bomber's in love.
Are you saying we should take advantage of Bummer?
You mean like you did to Johnny all those times?
That's the best idea ever!
See? They believe they can keep more rewards coming once they're officially together, so they play matchmaker. When and this is only in theory, if I were to take advantage of a mentally ill loner, you would want to keep him on the hook, right? The stage of falling in love is way more powerful than actually officially being with that person. It's the perfect time to manipulate someone. Or so I've heard. But Bomber takes his job very seriously. Meanwhile, Lo tries to sneak Reef into their penthouse without her brother knowing, cause he'll squeal on her. Now, pop quiz, kids. What's something that cartoons do best that I absolutely love?
I had a real hate-on for dirt. From the first time I saw your perfectly starched shirt. I have scrubbed grease, and I have scrubbed grime. Searching for a neat freak that I can call mine. Won't you come pick some nits with me, dear? Come with me and we'll be one, and we won't say goodnight till the dishes are done. We're both impossible to please. Impossible to please. Won't you come pick some nits with me, dear? Whoa, whoa, yeah.
This isn't a musical episode, I just thought it was worth noting. The teens are singing backup, it's adorable. Reef climbs up 30 stories to be with Lo, which is also adorable, but it was all for naught because her brother sees them anyway.
It's a glass door. Finn overhears the neat freak girl who Bomber won over with his song on the phone with Captain Ron.
It was all his scheme to take down the hotel.
Finn relays this information, but no one else seems to care because Broseph is a genius and Emma is seasoned in manipulation. We get a music montage of the little brother and friend putting together another penthouse party as revenge.
Remember, it was the penthouse party that got Lo kicked out in the first place. Even though she was technically allowed back in, she just turned it down.
And then we get another montage of Bomber's date taking pictures of how gross the hotel is.
We really are back. On one hand, she betrayed Bomber's trust and she's purposefully making the hotel look bad by making it look gross. On the other hand, she's just taking pictures of the hotel, which is gross. Like, she didn't stage the pictures, that's just how the hotel is. If she posts those pictures, she's not being dishonest.
The little brother's penthouse party gets really crazy and Lo constantly screams for Reef's help as he enjoys the party.
I like them being cute together, but I also really like when they fight. I think something might be wrong with me. It's this weird, like, meta, pseudo, like, oh man, if I acknowledge it, then it's not as embarrassing. But then, like, it being like, oh man, I'm so quirky, normal people scare me. Like, that's equally as bad. It's not in a quirky way. It's more in a can't forge meaningful relationships way. It's been a very strange video. I've had a rough month. But Reef does manage to make it up to her by capturing the little brother's friend to ensure they both get in trouble. Due to mutually assured destruction, the two siblings work together to make sure the penthouse is clean before their parents show up. They get everything clean and everyone out, and the last thing to do is to give Wipeout his pants. Wait a minute. The pants come off the costume? And it is a costume, we know that now.
But in a nice ending, the two siblings have newfound respect and understanding for each other. And in a not so nice ending, Bomber learns the scheme and then just sulks really sadly with his heart broken. Yay!
On one hand, that's incredibly sad from an already incredibly sad man. On the other hand, he paid the teenagers in peanuts, literal peanuts. Every time we get a weird Finn and Reef episode, it's immediately washed out by a nice Lo and Reef episode. And I think it's intentional. They've probably learned from their previous shows that they can make pretty hardcore shipping wars. 16 had the most, like, relevant relationships to the show, but they were always the same. They never, like, swapped different characters and tried them out. There was no shipping war or love triangle. They were just the characters they liked putting together. And Total Drama didn't get a love triangle until, like, season 3, maybe 2. They have honed their craft, but I am Team Reef Lo all the way. But due to the thing I just explained, we may be on the cusp of another Finn Reef episode. I don't know if I'm just doing this a lot or it's because there's something on my nose, but I feel like I'm scraping the paint even more. I can't even see what I look like right now. It's gonna look awful. I didn't mention this before because, truthfully, I didn't think it mattered, but that one episode earlier where Lo lies about Reef uses clips from previous episodes, and this episode where he pants as Johnny. This is the only clip that's from a newer episode. I feel like stuff got moved around a lot. An old staff member, Jimmy, shows up and tries to get rid of the new Groms, and Broseph knows him and warns them of him. This is something they kind of covered in the first couple episodes, but it wasn't really worth mentioning until right now. Broseph was lumped in with the rest of the freshman staff, even though he was there before they showed up, and he seems to know a lot about the hotel. Like, he's hiding something. The Kahuna, the whale, and now Broseph. Strange things are happening on this island. This total island. Reef manages to scare the dude away by accidentally chopping a surfboard clean in half and then lies about his karate expertise. Lo gets excited about this and spreads the word around the resort, so now everyone's afraid of him and gives him what he wants. Of course, Finn calls him out immediately, but if the lie comes out, then Jimmy will immediately boot them from the office. The B plot of this episode is Johnny having a gambling problem. Sure. They had to give him something. And then Broseph hallucinates a sandwich. Earlier when he hallucinated the dead fish, I just assumed it was very situational, but this may just be a thing that happens to him.
Wish I had someone to hold my hair. Hey, thanks, guy.
It's tough when stuff's coming out your blowhole.
Wipeout?
No, I'm the ghost of sandwich present, a metaphysical representation of your delusional...
Okay, guy. Let's just do this before the plumbing backs up again.
Strange things indeed. Eventually the Kahuna fucks with him enough that he goes full wacko, but what else is new, you know? I wish I had a corkboard so I could put him in the psychological torment category. Again, I wrote these videos at the same time. Reef flies a little too close to the sun and insults Jimmy in front of everyone, so Jimmy challenges him to a fight for the fate of the office. It wouldn't be summer vacation if there wasn't a bully beating people up. Ah. Memories. Finn agrees to train Reef so they can keep the office, and it goes terribly, so they hatch a backup plan. She pawns him off on Snack Shack to train him how to be an experienced coward. When the fight comes, Jimmy brings his big little brother to help fight because Lo told them he would need it. Reef attempts to cool down the situation, but Lo's constant support and belief in her boyfriend pisses the boys off. And then they rip off his shorts and show his dick to everyone.
Again. Reef wins on a technicality as the two buff brothers slam into each other at high speeds. But the beach still realizes that he was never strong and actually quite weak, so now they keep shaking him down for food.
Sorry I lied to you.
No biggie. It's good to have a boyfriend who's a total pushover.
Really?
Totally. Now go get me a sandwich.
I'm done being quirky and introspective, alright? This is fine. I'm having a normal reaction to this. I feel like they've struck the perfect balance of Finn Reef episodes, still showing how much Reef and Lo care about each other while giving Finn and Reef a more sibling dynamic. We've cracked the code, the day is saved, no more love triangle. Didn't they kiss earlier? Music montages have been around for a very long time, but it was the film Rocky that brought them in the context of training montages. So seeing the show open with not a surfing montage and not a training montage, it feels like we're making history. There is a surfing montage later in the episode set to a different song, but it's also technically training. The more my brain turns to mush, the more I tend to focus on very specific details as opposed to the actual plots of the episodes. And one of those details is you can really tell that this show started in 2009 and then ran through 2010. By the way phones change in the series. They started out with flip phones with buttons and slowly shifted into smartphones during the first season. I only noticed the phone because Snack Shack called Johnny to blackmail him into LARPing with him and Wipeout.
Fortnite!
My favorite nerdy characters doing nerdy things, I'm on board, 100%. Also, we gotta give Johnny something to do. I feel like they give him a new characteristic every episode and see what sticks. And it's also funny that every main character that isn't Johnny is a part of the main plot this episode while he's off having his own little side adventure. He even gets into the roleplay. Emma is getting better at surfing, and the girls are jealous because they're bad friends. Finn is jealous of her ability, and Lo is jealous of the admiration Reef is showing her. And so is Finn, kind of. All this because we're officially in August and Gromfest is coming up. I feel like I mentioned that once in the first episode. In my defense, they talk about it a lot, but they never really explain what it is, but we know that's why all the surfers are there. And knowing this hotel, it's probably a big surf competition. Also basic deduction. Johnny lies to the boys and tells them he missed the surf because he's dating a model, while Emma misses the surf because Finn decides not to wake her up. The boys follow Johnny to see if this lie is true. I'm honestly just surprised Johnny kept a secret for this long.
Kinsman!
Dude, Johnny's hookup is a dude!
Dude, Johnny's hookup is Snack Shack!
It's really nice that he's still supportive, but questions his taste in men. Maybe Reef is a good friend, or at least becoming more of one. I don't know if this counts, but we hear the same song again while Emma and Finn are surfing together. Let's just say it's a continuation. The number is already very high. And Finn has a nightmare about Emma winning Gromfest, and we get our first glimpse of what it might be, but I don't think it's accurate. Broseph and Reef seem like they're about to make fun of Johnny, and they do. But they also genuinely enjoy sword dueling with the boys. Dueling is fun as hell when you don't got a bitch in your ear telling you it's lame. Lo convinces Finn to knock Emma down, so instead of just telling her to fuck off, she makes an elaborate multi-step video series that she hides for Emma to find and steal and learn the wrong tactics. A simple no would have sufficed. And then we get another montage of Emma struggling with these steps. Can we break the record? Johnny feels a little dejected that the boys are better at dueling and the nerds want to play with them more. Meanwhile, Emma finds out the truth by speaking to Broseph. Wasn't he just behind the dumpsters? And then Finn and Lo are called out by Broseph. This dude is everywhere. Unless there's more than one of him.
Emma stole my DVD? The nerve!
You mean the DVD you and Lo made so she'd use it and suck at Gromfest?
Hey, why am I automatically a part of this?
Because you get crazy jealous anytime Reef looks at another girl.
He looked at another girl? Where? I'll mash her face like a potato.
He's smarter than he seems. Emma baits the girls to do surfing with her, and we get our fourth music montage of the episode. What was our last record? Like 5? In the end, Emma pretends to go for a big wave that'll hurt her with her new bogus move and gets the girls to admit what they did. And Johnny ruins everyone's fun by bringing hot girls to a fight to make Reef and Broseph feel bad. They just don't get us, man. All as well as the girls and boys reconcile, and we're right back where we started for the next episode, but we're on the road to Gromfest.
Hey, cut! We gotta start again. Can't talk. We're in the middle of shooting a fake video from 1982.
Don't worry, I'll get it in post.
Johnny attempts to do impressions for the girls, but he's got nothing on this Reef guy.
Maybe you can double date with Johnny and his hand.
Hey!
You'd rather hang out with some street meat than your vegetarian girlfriend?
Okay, so I know that sounds bad.
What
that.
Lo sees a cow with an ugly bell and decides that she's going vegetarian and dragging Reef along with her.
And Reef does it because he'll do whatever Lo says, which is gonna be hard because Reef loves his meat.
Man, dude sure knows how to cave.
I love meat. I eat meat at every meal. What's that, babe? No more meat? Okay.
Wow, wasn't his impression spot on?
You couldn't just let Reef be the best at one thing. He can't even eat meat now.
Lo isn't even around, and yet Reef still decides not to eat the special dog. For a little.
But then he goes what we in the business like to call meat crazy.
He gets the boys to pick up some beef in town, but also cover for him so Lo doesn't find out.
Dude's gotta promise you won't say anything to Lo.
We won't.
That would be like ratting on myself. Oh, dead on.
Reef is made to make the vegetarian picnic for Lo and him, and he goes to the best chef he knows.
Please, you have to help me.
Help you cook? Why would I do that?
Because you're a girl.
Reef tries to keep it together while dining with Lo, but Broseph calls him using his own voice like some kind of trickster god.
They even convince him to enter some kind of hot dog competition. Finn overhears the boys talking about the meat off beat off while Broseph does his Reef impression, and Finn gets the impression that Reef is cheating, like with another woman or person, just not a hot dog.
We get another music montage of the boys secretly scarfing down some wieners.
Low-hanging fruit. Wait a minute. That's another dick joke.
Finn follows the boys to the meat-off competition to out him, but then Lo follows her because she thinks something is going on between those two.
Whoa, Reef is not cheating with me.
Yeah, I was cheating with Frank.
Frank? You really need to explain yourself. That's Frank?
Sorry, babe. I've been cheating with this sweet, sweet meat all day.
Keep it to yourself, Andrew. Keep it in.
In the end, Reef decides to tank the competition for Lo's sake because he loves her more than hot dogs.
But it doesn't matter because she dropped the diet anyway. The theme with these recent episodes is that Reef will do something really sweet for Lo, but there are always things that make him unhappy. Like the ending always seems sweet, but the beginning of the episodes always include Lo screaming at Reef to make him do what she wants. Like, yeah, you make sacrifices in change for a relationship, but he doesn't seem that happy. And sometimes they earn an understanding of each other, but not always. Sometimes Lo just makes Reef unhappy. Oh no, but I'm sure that won't be a problem at all. And also, Finn wanted to out Reef as cheating because she's a good friend, and that's what good friends do. But is she a good friend? Like, looking at past evidence and a picture of a penis, can we even call her that? Regardless, she wanted to stick it to Reef, but his undying devotion to Lo threw a wrench in her plans. Oh god, we're getting close to something, aren't we? This episode title does not instill hope in me, but at least it begins like every other average day in a surfing music montage. And then Emma talks to Finn about Ty? What year is it? And then we see Mr. Ridgemount's eyes again. That's how you know something's off. We're back in the bad timeline. Someone around the resort is pickpocketing people while at the same time Reef seems to have more money than he normally has, which is none. The boys engage in a mystery while Finn and Emma are stuck playing matchmaker. And it seems like the easiest targets are these bitter oldies that argue all the time. It may seem off, but that's just what old people love looks like. Bomber reviews the footage and finds his missing name tag within Reef's perfectly solid hair.
Everyone else is dating or married or just straight up weird.
And are those guys married or dating?
Bomber hunts down the thief while his friends defend him until they also got swiped.
Okay, so it happened again.
To trick the old people into engaging in a fake swingers party, they have Ripper and Lance dance around together while Ripper dresses like a girl. Again.
Man likes what he likes, what can I say? Also, hi, Lance.
We get a montage of the old people accidentally falling for the boys instead of each other. Meanwhile, Johnny is the only one who believes Reef is innocent and helps him clear his name. And upon reviewing the footage, they learn that the loot was stolen by an evil seagull,
or as I call it, seagull. That's not a bad thing, by the way. A big part of my beach nostalgia is my love for those sea bastards. A little bit ago, we got a training montage, but now we get the second most popular form of montage. A chase, and the girl's story starts to get a little serious. Finn attempts to set up the old people together despite them hating each other to make Mr. Ridgemount money and get him off their back. But in doing so, she sees how juvenile Chester is and realizes she's been perpetuating the exact same societal roles that she's been fighting all summer. She sees the way she's been treated by Reef as lesser, all because of her gender in Chester, and sees that in perpetuating this dynamic, she may be dooming herself to a future she hates. A mother, a wife, but not an individual person. And then the Groms catch a bird or something.
Sadly, our star performer has, taken ill.
What is even supposed to be happening here? We're getting another total drama script disguised as a Stoked episode, as the Groms are all competing in a talent show to win a 4-day weekend.
Don't make me get the eyebrows involved.
Emma and Finn try skating together as their talent, and it really goes to show that surfing shows and skating shows aren't that different.
If this show came out like a decade prior, it would just be rocket power.
Even the fish are interested in entering the competition despite not counting as full citizens and also not having souls. Lo discovers that her lame mother is one of the guest judges and attempts to win her vote before even showing her talent. So she attempts to recruit Reef for her dance partner instead of him using his hair as his talent.
What's more important to you, your hair or your girlfriend?
Ow!
I used to think like this. And then one day you just lose it all.
Check these moves. Oh yeah. Who's got the groove on?
It's hideous! Hideous!
White guy dancing disease, helping dudes avoid dance floors since 1982.
They overhear the Fart Brothers playing as a band behind a door, and they're surprisingly good. And then Finn and Reef accidentally ruin each other's talents when she gets his eyebrows ripped off and he breaks her arm.
And then completely unrelated from that, Johnny blinds himself.
Emma, Reef, Broseph, Finn, and Johnny take the Fart Brothers' idea and realize they can't win by themselves.
So, they do what any teenager would do. They start a band. And you guys thought the vampire episode wasn't plot important. I'm making a lot of assumptions about you guys. No filler in this show.
But they don't loop Lo in because she's too busy dancing with Snack Shack. In a turn of events, it's revealed that Reef sold all their instruments to buy eyebrow wax before the episode started.
I know we've seen them perform before, but I assume that was some kind of spooky episode magic and not them never using their instruments they brought to the resort.
So they have to improvise while Lo is embarrassed to be seen with Snack Shack. So she Phantom of the Operas him even though he's the only one with that exact body type on this island.
And that's not an insult towards him, it's more of an insult to how every character design kind of looks similar, at least from a body standpoint.
Big round of applause for my guy Ty and his super hot abs!
Sorry, dude. I don't approve of cruelty to cinder blocks. They're people too, you know.
This dude definitely turns some people into bricks, right? Like Mario style.
And during the competition, the dancers fall hard, and then it's revealed that the Fart Lovers are actually an air guitar act.
So Reef attempts a sabotage.
Couldn't help but notice that Wipeout is around.
Andrew, what are you talking about?
As you know, entertainment is crucial to the success of a resort. Sadly, our star performer has, taken ill.
But in a classic turn, calling back to the previous episode, it's Emma's pep talk that gets the gang together, now with Lo, to do what they do best. Surf.
And I'm gonna be honest, I don't know why I didn't suspect this. I probably should have seen this coming.
Hey! I can see again! Reef, heads up! My eyes!
And then the gang almost wins until including Wipeout, who gets slammed with another cannonball. So they tie with the Fart Brothers, and Snack Shack wishes to compete, and because Lo refused to put his name on the sign-up sheet, he's eligible to compete. And then he wins by doing a really nerdy dance that everyone loves. And
teenagers compete in a talent show, and the guy who wins is a nerdy kid doing a nerdy thing that all the other characters doubted his ability, and they're like, oh no, you can't do this, but it ends up getting him this is the same plot as the total drama episode. Like, having a talent show isn't groundbreaking for a teen show. It's a common episode type. The ending is just exactly the same. At least in My Babysitter's a Vampire episode had a siren, but they also did perform as a band. I miss the Musitronics. The lesson here is, it's better to lose with your group of friends than lose in embarrassment with a weirdo. Also, why is Lo in charge of the kids again? I thought the show was pretty clear about Lo losing her job and then going back to cleaning. But we also see a rare Rosie sighting this episode, so let's just assume she got fired. This is exactly like total drama, down to the important plot points happening off screen. Again, I wrote the script months ago, months in advance, but now that it's August in real life, how timely!
The Groms all get something destroyed because of their living conditions, so they decide to form a union. This is gonna be a good episode, methinks.
Look at yourselves! A couple little things go wrong and you go form a union? What a bunch of whiners.
Yeah, a bunch of winners.
Whiners, sweetie.
Exactly, unions are for whiners.
Ah, she really is her father's daughter, huh? Apple of my eye.
Bomber laughs in the union's collective faces, so they decide to go on strike.
And even Lo is in on it, despite it affecting her directly, which brings Reef along with her because despite also living in terrible conditions, he has no free will anymore. And you think it's gonna be another scheme where the kids are just trying to get out of work, but no, they're actually just protesting for livable conditions. A lot of them have done terrible things, but they're 100% right here. It's just a really strange topic for your surfing show to cover. But don't worry, we're still watching a cartoon. It's still got that distinctive Stoked flavor because they make all the teens eat laxatives and shit and poop. Bomber agrees to their changes with an evil grin on his face and tells them to go surfing as a peace offering, which no one finds suspicious. The montage makes up for all. When they get back from the montage, they find all their stuff packed up and the locks changed.
What's the deal? Boss's orders. Either you shut down your little union, or you find a new place to live.
Of course she's anti-union. The Groms are shaken by this and want to give up until Finn says she knows a place they can stay. And of course it's on the beach. It's all they ever talk about. And the boys steal a couch from the staff house. Now this is a different type of nostalgia. I was what I like to call a domesticated dumpster diver in my teen ages. I had more furniture than old people have plates. We get a montage of the teens forging and stealing while Finn lies around. And then also surfing. Speaking of nostalgia like I was before, despite actually not really liking the beach, I like the vibes of living on the beach, despite probably never actually seeing this episode. But rain and waves ruin their vibes almost immediately.
I'm so sorry, sweetie. I just can't. Now let go or I will boot your head like a football.
What now, comrade?
This is a weird episode, right? Lo bails to go sleep in her family penthouse. She crossed the picket line. So then we get another montage of her fond memories with the Groms, all taken from previous episodes. Now this is a montage. Like that time she helped Reef dress up like a girl, or that time she ate paper. The good old days. And now being definitively homeless, they go to crash with the kahuna. But he scares them off with his epic tales of the sea he forged in his own all-knowing image. Or maybe that's a lie, I don't know. And Lo decides to help the Union the best way she knows, by doing every job and sucking at all of them so hard that Bomber has to beg the others for their jobs back. And after a couple hours of that, Bomber gives in and improves the staff house by getting the Groms one new bar of soap. On one hand, it would have been nice to see these teens come together over an important topic and get better living conditions as a part of this resort. On the other hand, probably would have absolutely thrown off the vibes of the show if they had livable conditions. I think the best part, the most iconic feature of it is the shitty shack. You'll notice I'm just throwing around the word vibes a lot when I just mean personalized nostalgia. It wouldn't be an ultra family vacation if we weren't sleeping inside a dinky little hut. I do miss my family sometimes. Yeah. Right back where we started with the Groms hating their job. How many episodes have started with this? The strike worked, but surprisingly the boys actually get a whole weekend off. There are two ways to tell if we've defaulted back to the status quo in a Stoked episode. One, if everyone hates their jobs, and two, if Emma is drooling over Ty. Emma and Lo team up to separate Ty and Manager Girl because Lo doesn't want her stealing even more of their money. I've been saying throughout this video and the Total Drama video that I wrote these months in advance, but I didn't say how many months in advance, so I don't want to pull back the curtain too far, but I do have a bit here about how Succession is about to end, and I just talk about Succession for a long time. So I'm not gonna do that. Finn is kept out of the girl scheme because she hates girl drama, so she decides to go dude mode with the bros weekend. Reef tests her and she passes to go with them on the boys weekend. Just one of the guys. And the girl scheme isn't even working.
I'm a new salad! No!
I don't know.
Sorry about the onions, Zach.
Stop the onions! It's she's so mean!
New favorite character. The boys even get to go go-karting. This truly is a nostalgic experience. It's one of the main pulls of summer vacation, along with mini golfing and aimlessly walking around a boardwalk and spending too much money on meme shirts. The girls successfully separate the Manager Girl and Ty, and maybe now I won't even have to learn her name. And the boy dude guys play paintball. The writers of these shows had very specific summer vacations. Emma attempts to go after Ty, but Lo also doesn't want Emma to get with him. So they try and sell him off to other girls, but they have successfully made him seem disgusting to every girl on the beach. Then they decide the best way to get someone to date Ty is for Emma to disguise herself as a French woman. What a genius plan. Even the girls are dressing up like girls. Speaking of which...
Chill out, dude. We have only just begun to get in touch with our feminine sides.
I am joking. But not in a haha, these guys are like girls way, but more in like a haha, oh he's so me kind of way. Fake French Emma goes on a date montage with Ty as Finn is realizing what the dudes are up to. I hope she explains it to us next. The boys get rid of Finn as the girls' plan falls apart. But of course Ty figures it out.
Hold that thought. There. Thanks to my gossip skills, now everyone knows that you don't have a rash or mouth warts or a farting problem.
Emma and Ty have a sorta happy ending, but that clip really made me realize that we don't get enough Lo and Ty content.
Like, we see Emma obsessing over him and Johnny being jealous, but we don't really get to see the siblings act as siblings, at least not past the first, 2 episodes. I think it'd be nice to see, but I guess Reef and Finn are already filling our sibling quota now, and this episode was a perfect example. Finn being way too extreme and then Reef pretending to act girly to get her to bail. I guess I should have explained that part earlier, but I promise I won't mess it up in our penultimate episode. Gromfest is barreling towards us, and the girls are worried. But the one man who isn't worried about anything, Broseph, has his own problem. Emma needs a wetsuit, Finn has to be the Ridgemount's caddy, Lo and Reef are out driving a golf cart, Broseph makes friends with Whale Puke with a face, and I'm sure Johnny's out doing something somewhere. Because she's a hardcore hater, Finn publicly shit-talks Lo and Reef's relationship to Mr. Ridgemount, and now he believes his bloodline may be at risk. It's a dangerous precedent we're setting. The many plots convene while the kahuna tells Broseph that the Whale Puke is worth a lot of money that Emma can use for the new wetsuit.
You gotta get yourself a piece of that Carl guy.
You know, an evil chin stroke works a lot better with a beard. See? Man, I'm feeling eviler already.
I still don't know what the finale is, but this feels like we're building up to a big one. All the kids are gonna have to team together to beat this entity with the power of friendship. Mr. Ridgemount gifts Lo a new luxury car, and all she has to do to get it is dump Reef.
Dump that surf bum!
Lo, don't do it. Can't you see he's just trying to bribe you?
Hi, Reef. It's Lo. We're done. Thanks, Daddy.
Well, I'm checking out. I'm done. Emma convenes with her evil and good selves that float around her head, and would you believe me if I told you this is not the first episode they appear? My mistake. I focused on the wrong characters. I should have mentioned Emma's weird spirits. I guess I backed the wrong relationship. Oh. And now Finn is longing after Reef, so much so that she sells out Reef and Lo secretly dating to Mr. Ridgemount. This is next level hating. Johnny and Finn learn that they're probably gonna fire Reef, and they try to do something about it. I was already down on this episode because of the breakup, but then they got back together and it was a fake out, but the bad vibes never really left. I slumped down in my chair and I was kind of only half listening to the show, and then, reminder that this episode came out in 2013, the year 2013. Oh yeah, I guess last time I told you the date, it was 2010. One episode aired in 2011, and then it returned from hiatus in August 2012, and then aired weekly from that point, leaving us squarely in January 2013. Maybe that's when I watched these episodes, late 2013, after they were all out, because I have vague memories of seeing it. But anyway, that's not why I stopped us. Finn goes to warn Reef and Lo, and I think this show, Stoked, in 2013, has the first documented use of this phrase.
I'm right here, you know.
I know. Now slide over, himbo. I'm driving.
When I tell you I jumped out of my chair and rewound this multiple times, 2013, ahead of its time, because I watched this on YouTube and the subtitles are unreliable, like these ones. I'm sure other people have looked to where this word started, but I haven't been privy to that search. As of right now, I believe that Stoked was the official first time the term himbo was used on television, or even in general, unless someone can prove otherwise. Also, it disproves this weird idea that when people are describing himbos, they say they have to be pure of heart, when it's just the male version of bimbo, who aren't pure of heart, and Reef definitely isn't. Speaking of not pure of heart, I could really transition this into any character on this show. The puke ball is stolen from under Emma after she stole it, but she admits to Broseph what happened while announcing its worth to the whole hotel. So now it's a race around the island for money. Like that one show I can't remember the name of. The girls think Reef can't be fired if he's a solid employee, so we get a montage of him doing a good job, which eventually leads to him having to climb a building. And another similarity to Total Drama, Emma fights with her other version of herself and ultimately does the right thing and gives the puke ball back to Broseph. It's weird to think that this 2-season series, which started during Total Drama Action, is airing its finale between Revenge of the Island and All Stars. It's a weird era that I remember so little of. Probably why my memories of the second season are so muddled, but the power of the Reef-Lo relationship beamed in my head and stayed there. In the end, all is well, as Emma and Broseph make up after losing the puke ball a final time. And Mr. Ridgemount sees how dedicated Reef is to Lo and gives them his blessing, which seems to actually annoy Lo a little bit. And after all that, here we are. The final episode of Stoked. I know this happens to me every time regardless of what I'm talking about, but I think it should be studied. Even when I'm talking about a terrible show like Wrestling Society X, it engulfs my life for a month. I write about it, I think about it, I watch it, and then at the end of the month, when I'm done writing, I just leave it. It's like losing a close friend. I get way more connected to old cartoons than actual people, but we've been over this thoroughly in this video. I feel like maybe I should cut these parts out. But I'm glad I did this. The first time and only time I watched season 1, and the first and only time I watched season 2 were completely different parts of my life. And now I'm a completely different person from those two. It was so long ago. And that's really the purpose of this video that we've been looking for. The purpose of any of these videos, really. In a little under a year, I'll probably forget everything about this show, but now I've archived my feelings and my thoughts and the show in this video. So whenever I want to remember it, I can go back to this. Legitimately filming this in August right now, I don't remember a single piece of Clone Wars media I watched. That was like a couple months ago. I feel like it's getting worse. Instead of watching the series over again, I could just watch this video, my own video, because I'm narcissistic, and also it's kind of the only content I can watch up here. I need better friends. Speaking of better friends,
Gromfest, the biggest, baddest teen surf contest in the Pacific Northwest. A throwdown of epic proportions in epic ways. Many will enter, but only one dude and one Betty will take home the Golden Totem Pole. Then with just 2 days to go, everyone at Sunset Beach is stoked!
Happy Gromfest, everybody! And it's the finale. All the characters are involved. Except for Johnny. Bomber gets sick from a sickly child and calls Johnny to make him take care of him, and then he basically disappears from the episode. Like, we see him once after this, but he doesn't get any lines, just cringe noises. So this is our final goodbye to one of our main characters. Rest in peace, Johnny. We never knew what to do with you after you dropped Emma. I've had a lot of these over the last couple days, but considering it's the final episode and this is my final one, fuck it. Emma did kind of get her happy ending last episode when she linked up with Ty, who we also don't see in this episode despite being one of the expert surfers. And don't tell me it's because only newcomers can compete, because the Fart Brothers compete. So Emma's story in this episode is just trying not to come in last. She's come a long way from the beginning of the summer where she sucked at it, but she's still not top level yet. She does get slighted by this pretty girl who knocks her off her board, and after that insult, she stakes her claim. She doesn't need to win, but she does need to beat that Betty. Their words, not mine. Speaking of insults, I honestly don't know what I expected from the late 2000s Fresh TV's version of Rocket Power, but this entire episode consists of everyone being awful friends to each other. They, like, genuinely hate each other. But in all fairness, it's a pretty suiting ending to this show. Reef is slinging insults all over the place. He doesn't even bother training, he's so confident. And Lo is also so confident in him that she starts a whole business around him. The winner of Gromfest gets money and a brand deal, and Lo has a career path set up for Reef. Also, they do this every year. They're planning their life together. Hold on to that feeling, Reeflo fans, because we know Broseph doesn't want to compete because he surfs for fun and not for money or fame. Except for that one episode where he really wanted everyone to watch him surfing. But after Reef insults Bro's ability, he enters the competition just to spite him. So we have all our competitors. Not Johnny. He is on puke duty. Finn has wanted to win since she came here. Reef has a business model planned with his girlfriend. Broseph wants to win to take down the Insult King, and Emma is trying, and they all seem ready to compete until Finn hurts her ankle practicing. And Broseph reads part of an instructional magazine and gets the idea that Beaver tails will help him compete better. Gotta bring it all full circle. I want one so bad. Whatever the next big Canada event is, I need to be there. But practice time is over. It's time for the qualifiers. And the Kahuna is one of the judges. My idea for the finale could still happen. Emma qualifies with a spin move, and then the pretty girl she hates qualifies right behind her with the same move. It's really funny that they set up an ongoing rival for Emma throughout the entire series, and then in one episode, in like episode 3, they confirmed that the manager girl doesn't like surfing, so they had to make up a new character to be Emma's surfing rival. Like, just because one dude wrote that line, they had to make a new character in the final episode. Broseph qualifies by using the power of his beaver tail farts, and broken ankle Finn manages to squeak by. Reef does the best out of everyone while slinging insults their way. And now, what is a common theme in these nostalgic videos where I talk about a cartoon or just a show I liked as a kid? A character is being a dick and gets rightfully punished for being a dick, but Kid Andrew is so upset by it that he doesn't even notice it's a punishment. He only focuses on the consequences, like Fat Johnny. Reef rams into Lo's boat and then sinks to the bottom of the shore. He doesn't come up for a long time because he's stuck under
underwater by his hair. Finn is the only one that goes under to save him, but in doing so, she separates the man from his hair he loves so much.
I saved your life, doofus.
No! You ruined my life! I was rocking the ultimate hairstyle! Now I'm rocking the ultimate bald spot! I have nothing now! Nothing! I can't even walk normal! Look away! Finn made me into a big bald monster!
As much as I would like to go on a long monologue about how this is the biggest loss in one of these shows, that a man cares so much about that his defining feature, what brings his silhouette together, you know, his hair, separating a man from his hair, what that does to people. I already did that. I planned this video ahead of time because I'm like, oh, I need something in the summer and Total Drama is going to be July. We might as well have this follow it. I didn't remember this happened. This is the perfect transition. No wonder I thought losing your hair could be the worst thing to happen to you. It was in my cartoons. It was in my wrestling. It was in my Star Wars. However, the August video was going to be about a completely different cartoon initially. Sorry, Gravity Falls fans. Maybe next year. It also didn't help at the time that I was going to a conservative Catholic school, and if they saw you with shoulder-length hair or anything below the neck, they thought you were going to be damned to hell for your affront to God. So as much as I may say or think I only understand the loss of hair now, I always have. Happened every year. Maybe someday I'll stop talking about it, but not today. It's my fucking head. We get a training montage of the Big Four training, and if this is the last episode, I wouldn't have it any other way. I would have liked to have seen Johnny a little bit. But despite the training, the Groms are down on their luck the next day. Emma woke up on a random shore and has to fight off animals to get to the competition on time. Finn tries to take it easy to help her ankle, but then all her muscles get too relaxed. Broseph has bloated himself on the tasty treat that I've been dreaming of my whole life, and Reef is a shell of a man he used to be after losing his hair, but at least Lo still supports them. Everyone's distressed, but they're the only thing keeping me going right now. But at least Reef has some backup plans.
Reefster is outster!
But what about Reef and Lo Fun Sports Inc.?
Reefster Fun Sports? Babe, losing my hair is like a cat losing its whiskers. I'm totally off my game. I can't even trash talk anymore. Check it. Hey, Tuna, nice tan. That makes you look really handsome and emphasizes the whiteness of your perfect teeth. See?
I know what you are. Lo does support Reef until she realizes that he always cared about his hair more than her, but he reassures her that he cares about them both equally. But to no avail, the brand team breaks up and the best couple on the show, by extension, also breaks up. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I suspected this was coming. I remember two things about the Stoked finale I watched in presumably 2013. One was that Reef lost his hair. Of course, that sticks with you. And two is that I was actually real world upset that Reef Lo broke up. It took me like maybe not a couple days, but like definitely a day to get over it. At what point do I admit I like shipping a little bit? I mean, if it's written into the show. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I just think the pool has been spoiled a little bit by, I don't know, Minecraft YouTubers. Reef has lost everything. His girl, his hair, but despite insulting him so hard that he joined a competition he didn't care about at the beginning, Broseph still wants to help him. So he gives him a secret gel he got from the kahuna that they think will grow his hair back, but actually makes him full on... I refuse to believe that Broseph and the kahuna aren't smart. One of them did this on purpose, I'm just not sure which one. I think the idea of Stoked I had in my head is significantly different from how the show actually is upon now watching it, because I wanted the final episode to be all the characters having one last adventure and vibing together. But the finale is actually everyone being mad at each other and no one being friends. In a strange turn of fate, before I watched this show, if you explain this finale to me, I would object. I'm like, that's not correct. That's not what Stoked is. But upon watching even a couple episodes of the show, it's actually a very fitting finale of everyone reaping what they sow after 3 months of being awful to each other. This is the final straw for Reef and Broseph's friendship, and the final straw for Reef in general. He's about to give up on the competition, but after Snack Shack and some rando girls think he looks cool, he puts himself back together. It makes him more aerodynamic. Again, I wrote this script months ago, way before I shaved my head. But now, after the previous video came out and I'm actually filming it right now, enough time has passed that there's this weird meta-contextual story here where the moral of this episode, or rather one of them, is that Reef relies so much on his hair and he's worried that everyone's gonna hate him when he's bald, but everyone is still like, oh man, you look cool. And that's kind of what happened to me. I thought people were gonna hate it, and people did.
Well, they were shocked. At the same time, Finn manages to make it to the finals. Reef does have a final moment with Broseph in their friendship as Reef helps him realize he got the wrong advice from a magazine ad, and not actually the magazine. But then he also laughs in his face. During the fight for the finals, the pretty girl they just invented and Emma get booted off, coming in 50th and 49th place respectively. And Emma gets what she wants. She doesn't come in last, and she beats the girl that was born earlier today. But during the final end epic montage, and don't worry, I will show you it in its entirety. I feel like it's warranted, and this video is claimed for sure. But it shows Wipeout still competing, which implies that he placed higher than Emma, which is really funny because the only time we've seen him surf is in the theme song, I think. At least one character got a happy ending. My favorite character. And here it is, the final music montage of the TV show Stoked, putting our counter firmly at... Wow. Would you look at that number that I'm looking at right now? My eyeline is perfectly on it. I can see it in front of me.
Believe I'm right, all alone and without a clue. The winning numbers that won't win. Sick of the reasons, sick of why, sick of the reasons why. Sweet members! Wherein lies my silver lining magical.
It's down to this, the big enchilada, the full meal deal, the final round!
We get down to the final four, and this is where we figure out that the competitions are gendered. What is wrong with this hotel? Fine, call me woke or whatever, but I don't think girl surfing and boy surfing are that different. Well, you see, the boy surfing is easier because their penises are weighing them down, and girl surfing is harder because they're bleeding all the time. So reality, we're in the two final twos. Reef versus Broseph, brother against brother, the two best male surfers, the rivalry that's been set up all episode. And Finn versus this girl. Man, you see what I mean? I don't see why Lo couldn't have also competed. After they break up, she kind of just blends into the background. She would have been the perfect foil for Finn. It's like in every Pokemon anime where throughout the entire season they're like, oh, hey friend, we just met. I hope we see each other again someday. And instead the finale or the final tournament is made up of just a bunch of randos. When it comes down to it, Broseph manages to outsurf Reef using his new power food. Mangoes. And if we're excluding me because of my lack of experience, I've also never had a mango in my life, but that was intentional. But their brotherhood is stronger than any competition, and now that Reef has lost everything, he embraces the dude that spread pink eye all over their shack. And in the girls' finale, Finn begins to doubt herself until she shoots insults at Reef, who with his new confidence back, shoots insults right back. Her burning hatred to prove Reef wrong gets her the win, which is a nice ending, and really the only ending they could go with. Imagine if the rando won. That would suck. In the final scene of the show, the Groms gather around a campfire at night at the office and end the summer after the competition. The bros are friends again. Emma believes in herself. Finn got the win she's been fighting for all summer. Hey, look, it's Johnny. Got anything to say, Johnny? No. And despite believing that sponsorships are beneath him, Broseph wins a lifetime supply of beaver tails, ensuring that he will hopefully never have to work in this hellhole again. So much so that Lo clocks Broseph as her next boyfriend, despite him not knowing yet, because she believes they'll make great brand business partners. And...
That's for saying I had a big butt. And that is for making me mad enough to win.
Me mad win good.
I gotta say, despite fully backing Reflow earlier, now that they are definitively separated, it's a nice little moment between these two. I like that these two end up bickering together. And now the only main cast members left that aren't together are Emma and Johnny. Oh, but Emma's with Ty. Sorry, Johnny, we just don't have anything for you. It's weird that despite having a nice round cast of even-gendered teens, they only ever pair Reef with people. Like, Emma and Broseph have a lot of stories together in Season 2. And in Season 1, he's the one that sticks his neck out for her and tries to support her. 16 did the same thing too. We talked about this earlier. It was always gonna be Nikki and Jonesy. Just like, despite my favoritism, it was always gonna be Finn and Reef. And that was Stoked. 2009 to 2013 is a pretty decent run, despite airing one episode in 2011 and not making it past 2010 in America. And that's what makes Stoked stand out and have this strange story, because unlike 16 Total Drama and My Babysitter's a Vampire, they never aired the finale. in the US. Cartoon Network skipped a lot of episodes of 16, but they still gave the US kids the ending. This show's lucky 2008 was the exact year I started perusing through YouTube thanks to Pokemon walkthroughs and Charlie the Unicorn. The only reason I ever got to finish the series is because I found season 2 on YouTube one day. And in a full circle story, the reason the footage you've been watching this whole time has been really low quality because I continued and came back to the show and watched it again the whole way through, again, free on YouTube. And by 2013, Babysitter, 16, and Stoked have all ended. And technically Total Drama would finish at least its first run the year after. So quickly and so all at once, the Canadian exports that carried me through my childhood all ended at the same time. And what did Fresh TV have after this? GarageBand? Oh man, I'm gonna have to talk about GarageBand someday. I can at least stall. It's always tough to do these big series overviews where I crack jokes and kind of shit on it when it's a series I really love. Because the Total Drama video was an in-universe theory. Wrestling Society X sucked. Nickelodeon, I could talk about shows and it was exciting because nobody really talks about those shows as much. And Clone Wars, I had hot takes. Also, Indiana Jones happens. And Portal, but in a video like this where I'm meant to be reviewing the series as a whole, it's hard to be objective because I grew up with the series. Well, grew up, I watched it for a year. Memories of my childhood are tied to the show, regardless of the show actually being a part of those memories. The show only aired for a couple months. I'm not nostalgic for the show, I'm nostalgic for how the show makes me feel. Like how I feel nostalgic watching Craig of the Creek despite the show coming out after I swore off cable. The show isn't great. I don't even know if I'd call it good. But I think it was worth watching for me, and it made me feel something. Is that something me feeling now what I felt as a 12-year-old watching two characters kiss and realizing for the first time that people could do that? The truth is, and I said this earlier, I never intended to give an unbiased review of the show or analyze it. I just really wanted an excuse to, 1, watch the show back, and 2, talk about it to you guys. My captive audience. We have fun here. And by looking through all my past memories and doing so, I realized I like it here, but it's time to go home. Don't do this!
Where are you going?
Listen, man, I know you told me not to come in here and to wait long enough until it was time, but I think it's been enough time. I think I can't do this anymore. I can't.